You don't own me. Is it going? Yeah. Oh no, definitely one of the next things I should have is like those transitions, you know? Where it's like the stream starts and it's actually just like a 60-second like stream about to start clip. Yeah. I forgot that you were watching something. I apologize. I was saying that one of the next things I should do is one of those like intro things so that when I start the stream, it's not just me going like, "Oh, is it going?" The stream starts with like a one of those 60-second countdowns or whatever. Uh, play.
Yeah, we're just clicking in the back being like, Jesus Christ, and how long do we got, yo? Why are things working?
So let's see. Now I need to bring the game in. RimWorld. This is gonna probably go poorly, but I'm gonna do a vanilla run first because I have so much DLC that I haven't played.
Oh, and so you want to just do it for the
Yeah, I
people?
want to see what that stuff. No, just for me. I just want to see what I haven't seen it. I want to see what
Oh,
it's
what
like.
vanilla looks like when you
Yeah,
get back to it.
but I haven't played vanilla in so long.
It's like me going back to vanilla and just Minecraft, except it's got so much more now.
Right. Yeah, I don't even want to think about how much Minecraft has now.
I'm loving the frogs.
So I got royalty, gain psychic powers, more quests, doop doop, and then ideology, like more social stuff and belief things. I don't really know what any of that is at all. But okay, all of them already disabled. New colony. I'm gonna use my custom one that's got like more people and more stuff to start off because I need the help because I'm bad at the game.
I'm not like that.
Doop doop doop. I'll just go with classic and say it's an adventure story because I'm not like good at the game, but it will be like, what is it? Breathing room to pursue funny or weird goals. Sounds good to me.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah. Reload anytime mode. Community builder is like nothing serious ever happens.
Okay. No, let's keep the adventure going.
Yeah, you want the ability for some of your colonists to bite it in a bad moment and for it to tell a story. I wonder if there's any kind of just like open source or like free tool I could find that just mutes tries to mute the sound that it's hearing from the speakers in the microphone. Okay, and then yeah, I'm just gonna stick with these settings. I don't really know what any of that means. Oh, oh, I have to. Okay, I will reload anytime. Yeah.
You have to take the choices given to you. They said.
Give me the name of an animal.
Hmm?
Give me the name of an animal.
Giraffes.
Give me a color.
Cyan.
I was gonna say chartreuse. We were very close on the color wheel. Give me a number.
4.
Okay. We're gonna make a full globe because that's the only way I play. That's all fine. Let's make it a pretty big map, though. Or I guess not that big a map because it complains. I want to get rid of these. These are so bad. They kick my ass really hard. But it'll be fine. This is vanilla anyway. It's just going to go poorly. Babe, I got a promotional comment like within seconds. They're promoting their own promotional uh, thing. Oh, I hit play on this. Yeah, there we
In
go.
office. It is like so out of the ballpark that you have these oligarchs making so much money. It does like $6,000, the maximum savings that almost no one is making from no tax on tips, doesn't even come close, not even like in the same arena as the amount of money that these guys are making who are doing nothing, mind you. They don't like Donald Trump did not lift a finger to make that amount of money. They're expecting grandmothers of 10 to go out and work day and night this very
Is it
taxing
in the
and
car still,
grueling
back
job.
seat maybe?
You're like talk to a DoorDash delivery person. It is not an easy job. And then it's like, but that the $6,000 in savings that you won't make are supposed to make up for that. It won't. It doesn't even come close.
It's also like
It'd be one thing if it was an easy job, but it also
every
fucks up your
Trump
car.
and Republicans champion this tipped income deduction part of the big beautiful bill. While let's not forget, the big beautiful bill is all about massive cuts to healthcare, energy, food assistance programs, and the majority, the pretty much entirety of these tax cuts are for corporations and the ultra wealthy. So they are out here being like, look at this amazing no tax on tips. Isn't this awesome? Hoping that they dangle it in front of people's faces and it doesn't even apply to the majority of workers in this country. When the big beautiful bill is so disastrous, even if we were to pretend this $11,000 is real, or that so many people are benefiting from the no tax on tips, they are being fucked over by Medicaid cuts. They're being fucked over by losing access to food assistance programs.
Ooh, I
This
need a
bill is
backdrop for the
Exactly, and that's why taxpayers
picture-in-picture
go to work,
title.
because they're going to advertise, oh, look,
Yeah,
how
I
much money you
mean,
can save from this no tax on tips part of the big beautiful bill, which first of all, they're lying about how much money you can actually save, and what little you may have actually saved, you already are under on, because you have to use it to pay for all these social services that they cut.
Yeah.
This is why tax cuts haven't benefited people's lives. They've been Republicans. This has been their number one thing for decades and decades and decades. It hasn't worked.
And it's like going back to the original premise of this that she needs to DoorDash so that she can afford her husband's cancer surgery. All the money that the billionaires are stealing from America could pay for the surgery in the first place. Like, you shouldn't have to work to pay for the cancer treatment at all. Period. Because that money is literally evaporating and it's being stolen. And like that's the reality is like to your point, Caroline, they're jangling keys in front of you like you can make $11,000 while
I
they
don't know
steal
why that's
$1
happening.
billion from like the money that could have gone towards these services.
Right, right. So after the White House visit took place and the 11th
None of them are even locked.
soared around the world, Sharon
Very
Simmons
strange.
did a Fox News interview wherein she clarified that $11,000 was, in fact, how much she earned in tips, not how much she saved. She clarified in this interview that her actual savings were, quote,
If you really want to break down the numbers, I've probably saved probably $3,000 to $4,000 with not having to pay.
I still doubt that. I got my calculator back out. Sharon and her husband to have saved, let's go on the low end of that estimate, $3,000 in taxes on $11,000 in tips, they would need to have been in at least the 24% tax bracket. And even then, it's shaky that they figured that much. But to be in that tax bracket, their combined income in 2025 would have had to have been more than $206,000, meaning Sharon's husband would have had to earn at least $184,000. What is most likely here is that Sharon and her husband saved $1,500 or less on no tax on tips. And that is plainly not enough to cover or even significantly reduce the cost of cancer treatment.
No.
For that reason, I feel terribly for them.
And the thing is that if that means she made
All right.
enough money
Where are we crashing?
income tax on the tips, then that would mean she was subjected to Arkansas state income tax
see. Who are the factions?
bullshit because
The neutral ones are orange
by saying that she didn't
and
have to pay
purple,
on
and then there's a shattered empire where there's no one there, probably.
you do have to claim it on your taxes. You have to report your tips as income.
I don't
It's about
know.
sales
Oh,
and
it's
payroll.
the columns, yeah.
Average rent in the United
Okay,
States
so I want to settle by the blue. No, not the blue. The orange and the purple.
Because I'm
So
guessing the
even
pillars
just
are
like looking at your
radioactive.
basic needs,
Fealtism.
not meeting like that
Whose
very
icon
basic
do you
level.
Whoa, we got. Oh, this is the ideologies.
Like it is so dire.
So there's an
for people
arco-autonomist
making the amount of money in the United States, like they have to live
sovereign
on
consciousness. Recognize and judge each of us individually the same way.
for the Trump administration to act like
Touch.
they can do no tax on tips and
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
things like
I mean, I'm watching it out of the corner of my eye. Yeah, no, I'm hearing it still. I'm gonna leave it playing. Yeah.
services for food insecurity, alcohol insecurity, Medicare, Medicaid.
How do I scroll this?
It is just so
Nope, there we go.
It is so grotesque, and it does give the vibe that they're like laughing in our faces.
More hair.
Many individuals' lives.
Right. Now, in another Fox News interview, Sharon did the
I.
following.
This is a lot.
She attempts to clarify once again that the 11,000
They hate slavery, a sovereign consciousness.
There's been misunderstandings.
I like the architects. Okay, I'm down.
Taxes and stuff. And
Hate
I
animals.
made,
Hate. Okay, yeah, I can get into this. We're not fan of corpses.
okay,
and adds, quote,
We don't like eating nutrient paste. Being
everything on our taxes. That's kind of
like no at all. Whereas no harvest. It's okay to buy, install, or sell them. What?
what you get on your tax.
That doesn't make any sense. What's this?
and as soon as she tries to start sort of like weaseling out of this entire situation and saying, well, you know, how
I'm
much
gonna have
money
some
we
cake.
saved on our taxes is nobody's business, the Fox News anchor interrupts her and tells her to not listen to the haters and that she is a, quote, lovely Christian woman.
You know, when I say that, you know, the $11,000, that is the amount of tips that I made. And so that's just.
And Sharon, because of Donald Trump, you get to keep all of that 11,000. You get to spend that to help your husband get better who has cancer.
Holy shit.
You get to use that for your 10 grandchildren.
Sounds like talking to a toddler.
It's nobody's business.
And because of that, because of Mr. Daddy Trump.
Always hate anybody who is standing next to the president. You're a lovely Christian woman. You said your prayers. You love everybody on all sides of the aisle, all walks of life. Just like everybody else. Most of America's like that. You live in Arkansas. You just want to have.
Most of America does not live in Arkansas. I just want to fact check that.
Thank you for not being political.
Listen, I generally agree that your
For not being
taxes are nobody's
political.
business.
Yep.
In this
Oh, they're monogamous,
when you're
which is kind of interesting.
mascot for credit
Anyway, moving on. What else we got? That was an interesting start. Honorable slavery. One who owns and trades slaves should be honored and respected.
predicated on receiving a very specific amount on
Yeah, respected if guilty. If the prisoner is guilty, it's cause for great happiness. But if it's, it doesn't actually. It says nothing about if it's unguilty. If it's innocent, though, weird.
Did Sharon have a moment of clarity where she went, this is patently.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure.
This is not
Females must wear a shirt. Males must not. Males don't have to.
I don't know if she had clarity around
Horrible to blind people.
I do love the
They're neutral on diversity of thought.
Just buy the fungus.
you don't want men on women's sports.
Don't eat dark-grown fungus.
Tax on tips. Like they're
Oh, there's a fungus that you can eat in this game. Like I guess they don't like eating it. Some people
Desired skull spikes.
have free love. Just love. Oh, this was so awkward.
right. He was trying to get her in on other
It's like, no, I don't have an opinion on that. Nothing to do with that.
interview with her saying
Dopistry. Drug use is essential.
that mean that she realizes that they are
It's not essential.
Oh, they have horrible if innocent for execution. They don't have anything for that it's good if they were guilty.
cuts in and assures her that she's
If the prisoner is guilty, it's acceptable.
Yeah.
Slavery's horrible.
what a good Christian woman does is lie on behalf of
Insect meat despised. Spouse only, strict. If you're a druggie, you're only into monogamy.
Of like right-wing grifter manufacturing psychosis in that team.
The universe is an endless cycle of creation and destruction managed by spirits and aspects of the world around us. The spirits can reveal their nature to us when we expand our consciousness using the tools we have been given to do so. An ancient text says that a sleeping traveler from the stars will crash to the earth, and the spirit of the creator will wake the traveler who will raise the last tribe. It's a lot.
The priest of dope.
Oh, I see. This is the fancy roles they're going to have. I haven't been noticing any of that.
She references that in the
Dopistry.
following day's Fox News interview.
Did you expect
All right,
much
moving on.
backlash from the media and different people questioning your
Meat
story?
eating is disapproved of the Ilwaban flock.
You know, I never really wanted this to be about me, or I didn't want to be part of any of the decisive issues, because that's just not me. You know, I love everybody. I love people on every side of the fence about different issues because, you know, that's how my parents brought me up, you know, not to judge people. And so it's been really, it's been kind of it's been kind of a hard, difficult thing for me because that's not how I was raised. And so it's, yeah, some of it's been hard to see and hard to read about.
You know,
What
Trump
the
at
hell?
time was trying to use her for more than just no tax on tips propaganda, and even that
Strong connection to animals. Don't kill
not
innocent
fine
animals.
and not comfortable with. And this
Interesting.
brings me to the very widespread
Can't hunt.
allegations that Sharon Simmons is a paid plant of MAGA.
Honorable slavery again.
I
No, you're
would like
just
to
full flags.
take a
Free
quick
love,
break
though.
from the show to give a big shout to like them off in my
These are cool products that I might want to try one day. It's like they just have little tablets that you pop in a bottle and then shake with water, and it makes a cleaning product. Yeah, like so they got like dish cleaner and yeah, and it's reusable. You know, you just have a spray bottle and you get a little tablet and shake it up with water. You keep skipping, skip.
Was that she's a paid plant for the Trump regime? Anonymous, the hacktivist organization, posted to their many millions of Twitter followers.
She's not even a DoorDash driver. She's a paid actor for Trump's propaganda machine. And then they had a picture of Sharon Simmons at another thing.
Exactly, and this got 155,000 likes, and this was one of many, many. I mean, did you guys see the paid plant allegations?
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
This is like the main thing I saw after the initial news broke.
Right. If you were on like lefty internet, everyone was quickly pointing out that, oh, well, this woman was here at this time and here at this time, and she's been involved in other MAGA things, and they're flying her around the country. So let's talk about that. The most frequently cited evidence for this claim is that Sharon Simmons also appears
Fucking
in
cut
a
trees, damn.
hearing in Nevada, where Sharon testified as
It's required to execute.
bill with focus on how, as a DoorDash driver,
A regular basis of executions. What is this? It's the U.S. ideology.
Tennessee and Trump allies
Slaughtering animals is a horrible thing.
support the case for the big beautiful bill to pass.
But execution required.
Hey, forget the book.
Very strange. And honorable slavery. Humanity's suffering brought a... What? Oh no.
Baseball plot, what?
They placed... They created nature, placed man in it to act as part of his great breathing tapestry of life. Humanity's suffering brought the Creator to grief. The faithful fought the unbelievers. The Creator said, "Fight them everywhere in my name, until I am worshipped throughout the universe, and the true peace may finally reign." Okay. So he made a tapestry of life, and then he was like, "I hate this tapestry. Stop it." And yeah.
So here's the thing. Public records confirmed that Sharon Simmons did live in Boulder City,
Yoink.
Nevada last year.
Don't even mine.
In favor of
Or use drones. Weird.
Since then, at the end of last year, I believe, she moved to Fayetteville, Arkansas to be closer to her 10 grandkids. Sharon has been a DoorDasher for several years. She was DoorDashing for 3 years while she lived in
Rubber ruined his body with implants and drugs until in an epiphany he saved himself by tearing the steel from his body. He instructed all outsiders to submit. When the first city refused, he used an architect mass inverter to kill everyone. One day, while walking the streets, surrounded by filthy beggars, beat them down, taking the money from the weak and worthless that it might be put to good use.
White House PR stunt
Okay.
to advertise itself
Don't
and
like
implement
that.
a tax policy that benefits
Supremacist.
DoorDash.
That's going to be hard to negotiate with them.
Someone at DoorDash found
Oh,
Sharon
the empire that died was also honorable slavery.
about a week before the event that was happening to see if she was willing to be the face of this no tax on tips McDonald's
Yeah, sure.
delivery stunt.
How dare you have my potato chips touch the cake?
Some flat rate
I don't.
of maybe a few $1,000s for making this appearance. We have no way of fully knowing. She is probably a paid actor in this specific instance.
That's fine.
Literally, essentially just doing
That's enough. Thank you.
but only because she was identified by someone at the company as someone who was already
Okay,
willing to
so that's
do
interesting.
and the White House's
I
dirty
didn't read
work.
that one.
There's
Well, I didn't like fully engage with the last one, but they like to do transhumanism basically, which means that you want to merge humans with technology and transcend being a human. It's weird. It's weird stuff. I mean, I'm into some of this because like cancel sleep. I would be all for that if we could figure out how to actually do it.
and yeah, like she's
And if it didn't just mean that we worked 24-hour days, which is of course what it would mean.
responsibility for that, but she was chosen to do that by those powerful people because she's shown herself to be
So orange and purple.
in the first place. Sharon probably received more money from this than she saved from no tax on tips. And even
And it helps being a green place too, because that's where it grows the best.
she's been relieved of the financial burdens of cancer treatment.
It's like
And
a
this is
cluster of
why I
purple and
said,
a cluster
I
inside a
think the
cluster
real
of
story is
red.
sadder because she's not really a paid actor. At least
How
not
bad
to
is
the
blue?
territorial extent that
Very
people
hostile.
think.
Is there one that's
Ultimately,
neutral
she's
but not?
still a woman living
Okay,
her
so there's
life
3 that are neutral.
and after
So
this.
ideally it would be near purple, yellow, and orange,
to the corporation and to the government that will benefit far more.
and not next to these 2, which are just bad, the red ones.
So I think people are confusing being a prop, being a plant, being a paid actor, with not being a real person, a person who represents the
It seems good.
majority of Americans' socioeconomic reality. And so it is sad because it doesn't matter if Sharon is real.
Blue is a tribe that is angry, but I can potentially trade with them over time to make them get over themselves.
You know, we're gonna see her pop up on some HBO show somewhere.
I am gonna
The way she's a real
plop
person,
down next to this
there are
road.
so many Sharons in this country. There are so many people who every day are having to worry about not just how they're gonna
Green ones are another ones that are angry now, but they might not be forever.
for medical care. People who have gone into debt
Alright.
because of
And one with hills so that we can mine the hills, because there's gold in them hills.
McDonald's and Walmart and DoorDashing and our gig workers.
It's like, it's tropical rainforest. This is temperate forest, and this is tropical rainforest. So this is like it rains harder than it rains here. I mean, they're both good. I don't have a particular reason to prefer one over the other. I'm just choosing this spot because it's near a road.
I don't think we should just
And when you're on a road, you can travel faster to get to other places.
this is for.
That it's
They
closer to the
believe
tropical
this,
forest,
or
so
they
you won't have
see
to go very far
themselves
for it.
in Sharon.
Yeah.
They want to believe this. So it's
Alright, this seems good to me.
approach by explaining why.
Oh boy, choose your ideology. What should your starting colonists believe? These beliefs affect gameplay and visuals. You'll be able to recruit others to your beliefs or take on their beliefs.
As comparable to Sharon's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I also think that like the reason why DoorDash and the Trump administration are using this woman is because this type of propaganda
Can begin with a simple ideology and we're beginning to do over time.
a lot of conservative
Whoa, man.
legal efforts, lobbying efforts. You see it in terms of just like any operation that is really
Yes.
funded.
Mole people who are tree worshippers, a blindness cult that are feral, naked man-eaters that are also transcendent humanists.
Represent their cause, and then they pay to fly them around to various legislators to testify about legislation. They put them in front of the media. They then really.
I think that's just Tennessee.
And sometimes those people are paid, and sometimes they are able to leverage it and become kind of like a grifter. A great example being like Riley Gaines, who was, plucked out so that she could become the face of like no trans athletes. I don't think DoorDash grandma is going to have a successful like grifter arc, but you see this all the time. And once you sort of know what to
Huh.
But a lot of it is very reminiscent
So
of
if you
how
like have a narcissist that joins the colony,
that there is
they'll
no
just be
organic
constantly
support
everyone's
for
bitch.
disabled
Everyone will hate this
children.
person.
The opposite is true. There's organic, like unionizing and organizing efforts among DoorDash drivers, among delivery people, among gig workers. That's not what the people with the money want you to
I thought we
see.
were doing
They want you
vanilla.
to DoorDash grandma.
This is vanilla.
And I think
This is
also
vanilla. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I added the ideology DLC, and it adds all this stuff.
you start to learn that there are so many people like Sharon who
Hi,
become the
collectivish.
subjects of these situations that are really puppeteered by people much more powerful and influential
Oh, they're literally high
than
collectivists.
Sharon Simmons is. But by making some ordinary person the face of these things, usually for the sake of
Everyone must work hard and contribute to the community so they can all smoke a joint together. Yeah.
exploited. Like, I think this is true of a lot of people at the center of highly
You know what? I
privatized
want this exact group.
enterprises. These
How do I?
people
How do I? How do I do this
and
exact
You
thing?
just
look,
click
this
it.
is to say that
I think I do next, and
Sharon
then
Simmons is, like I said, she's not
or I
compared
picked
to all
one.
these
You have to
super
click
evil
it.
people here,
Yeah,
but
click
also
high
if you
collectivist.
listen to that
Create
Fox
custom
interview
then.
she did the following day, you can tell that she's very distraught
Ideological.
what is now happening as a result of the DoorDash delivery at the White House. I gotta
Okay,
say,
whoa.
you know, she was what I
Oh, this is
assume
just
is to be
symbols. Does not
someone
affect gameplay.
to lie about how much money she actually was able to save with this shitty
Body
policy.
theist.
And she did what she was told, and now she's at the center of a media
I think the
storm.
first one was correct.
She's
What the heck's an
still
archist?
poor,
The true
and
gods.
she's
They
still
moral
taking
structure
care
of the
her
universe and so on.
husband
So
with
okay.
stage 3 cancer, and I'm just like,
Okay, so yeah,
God damn,
loyalist.
like,
I was gonna go with this, the one that I saw almost.
for this woman, while a fraction of it might be
Stand for our own before
put
others.
it on DoorDash,
Loyalist
put it on White House,
collectivist.
you know?
That I think is such a good
That are
point.
high.
It goes back to what we were saying with like discourse, which is at the end of the day, so much of this sentiment just reinforces like stigmas
I don't
against
think we need any
working
of the
class
bottom
people.
one.
And like at the end of the day, working class people tend to be like the
Animal
most
personhood.
over and over again, and the labor
Oof.
that they do is valued, even though it's something that many of us have come to rely on and expect as a convenience. So it's like at the end of the day, like DoorDash workers and anyone in these gig economies deserves to make a living wage. They don't need like some weird Byzantine tax cut program that's not really going to benefit them very much in the end. What they deserve is to make a living wage and to not have to work into your grandma years so that your husband can afford cancer surgery. Like, these are the systemic issues that are wrong, and no tax on tips is not going to solve them.
I love having you on my podcast because you use words like Byzantine.
And if people think these
He's
jobs
just
are
playing up her
it's like
fucking vocab.
after a few tips, you would not want to be doing this anymore. Like you are, if you haven't done it, you're up on your feet all day, you're sweating, you don't get time off, you have to interface with nasty people, delivery
Alright,
people.
I'll go with that.
High rates of verbal harassment, sexual harassment, like these are jobs that do deserve dignity, and like again, like just they deserve to be paid.
Oh, I can name the
If
thing.
workers can afford
What's the
to do
name
that,
of this ideology that I just created?
they're paying for these really
Where
expensive
we're
PR stunts to
highly
try to
loyal.
shove that responsibility.
Afro-manism.
And what Democrats
Take it.
Adjective.
country
La dot
stress here is that corporations
Dot.
are paying poverty wages.
da da da.
These policymakers,
Please make no audience that that is a reference to
are offering band-aid
the
solutions.
a man that we are a fan of, Mr. Afroman.
I've never heard of this person. Member noun.
Have to
An
explain that this is
Afrite.
happening and then show how
No,
they're fighting against that.
Yep, tax the
I don't even.
rich,
I don't know.
tax the rich, raise the corporate tax rate, like Zoran Rondani is attempting to do here in New York City. I will end on the note of
Wait, no,
you
their
know,
adjective
no
is
tax
herbal.
on tips
Excuse me.
is most
Herbal.
not going to save us. It's not going to save workers. It's
Okay.
not going to save Sharon Simmons.
So the members are called
willing to admit that.
the la dot
While we are still
dot
living in this fucked up
da
culture,
da da.
We're not doing that.
Yeah. A member is called a la da 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 da.
for themselves, but my rule of thumb is just like, look, you can pay
The
$7
virtual
for
room
a
will
latte,
be
you can tip 50 cents. If you can pay $29 for, you know, a fucking $15
Can't say
thing that
hazy.
you ordered
The
out
smoke
and
shed.
added on 1,600 different fees, which is a whole other thing. Fuck all of these companies. But the bottom line is, you can pay all that money just to your delivery person.
Yeah, and don't be mad at the workers. Be mad at these corporations.
And if you made $3 billion
Tree.
last year, you should be tipping your trash delivery at least $10,000.
Kat and Trevor, thank you so much for joining me on this surprise episode that we were going to have a blank space this week. I was going to be napping, but I'm so happy we made this. And I'm so happy that I got to show off a little bit of my tax chops.
There you go.
This is for your dad.
I felt kind of sexy talking about numbers like that.
There's so much other. There's so much more. There's so much more.
You're like, oh God, is this going
Add
to
precepts. Oh my god.
a bit finance?
It's a collective groan. I just heard everyone listening to this make.
I mean, honestly, we kind of do need this type of finance podcast out there because all the finance podcasts are all these crypto, right-wing bros who are like, here's how I made $1 million.
Yeah.
And it's just exploiting people.
Add roles.
A bit brutal. Caroline, where do people find more of
And the roles that you can have are dictated by the memes that you chose.
And you can also follow me on Blue Sky and Instagram.
And I stream on Twitch.
But you can name them.
6 o'clock Pacific time, and then I'm also on Twitter, Instagram, most of these platforms as Caroline Kwan.
Thank you so much for listening to today's episode. If you would like to leave a tip, you can do 20,
What would be a name for for a moral leader in this ideology? There's only one moral leader in this ideology anyway. Mr. Man.
All right, so let me jump into.
That's what, 1 day ago? Nah, that's old.
And we are his fro mites.
No, we're the lot dot 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 does.
I feel like fro mite is better.
Yeah, but I don't want everything to just be named the fro thing. The afro, something afro. Doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be.
But it could.
Well, the leaders could be Afrites though. That's okay. I'm okay with that. Afrite.
And Afroda.
I'm just kidding.
Frida.
Afrite. Afrite. No, it's Afrite. They're the same name. I want to just set one name for both. A flop hat. I'm down for this. And then the academic leader, of course, is called the engineer, because there's the engineering tradition to keep in mind. The plant specialist, the dro, we went the same way. The dro shaman. How about that? The dro shaman. Funeral is called a dutiful funeral. What is the dutiful funeral? Gathering occurs around a believer's grave after they die and are buried. If the body is destroyed, an empty grave can be used. Slaves don't get funerals. Well, we don't fuck with that. How do I? Where do I go to? Abhorrent. There we go. Oh, there's more. There's more. Organ use, acceptable.
The fungus. We gotta accept the fungus.
Horrible if innocent. Accept the fungus.
Accept.
You gotta they have to love underground. Apostasy. What the hell is apostasy? I think that's going against the ideology. Yeah, to leave our ideology after having known it indicates character flaws. So like ex-Christians, ex-Muslims, ex-Mormons they're called apostates.
When they get mad, somebody has left.
Mm-hmm.
Can we change that?
Yeah.
Neutral. Is that boring?
Remove. Remove.
Oh, okay.
The duration of the leader's work drive ability is tripled. That's cool. No rules. No rules for clothing. Wear whatever the fuck, but there will be rules for safety purposes. That's a different thing.
Was that an option in that list? nudist.
Pants at most.
Won't take pants at most.
I could just say pants and shirt for both of them. But no, I'm gonna go with no rules. Because there will be nudists, and it's okay if they wear shit, but they're gonna have to put on gear if somebody shows up.
Corpses are ugly.
Don't care requires pain as virtue, cannibal, supremacist, or raider. It's the only way to think that corpses aren't ugly. Weird. Blindness respected. What?
Requires
Oh, blinding people intentionally is horrible.
Yeah.
That's fine. Cannibalism acceptable? Disapproved? No, I'm like there has to be a nuance in this topic, because there are people who in the real world who have survived by no other means than by shit got so dire that they had to turn to eating the people that were on the journey with them.
It's still a horrible act in itself.
Yeah, but what's the description? Eating human flesh.
The moral part of that just simply because of those extreme situations.
I guess it is still abhorrent because you're in an abhorrent situation, but I mean, I don't know. To me, the fact that there's a person that I don't feel the need to make that judgment to complicates the part where I just call the act itself abhorrent, right?
Well,
It's
we
hard.
don't really think it's a good thing when we see like groups of other species eating themselves either. Like I know some of them are probably natural, but for the ones that we don't expect to eat each other,
Like lions eating their own cubs. Yeah. Well, sometimes in the animal kingdom, they just do it when they're bored.
Yep.
Skull spike disapprove? Putting skulls on spikes. Oh, wow. Desired.
I've been saying that for a while. I'm just like slow spike.
Interesting. I never saw that one. Eating nutrient paste. Okay, can't do, don't mind on that. Ooh, I should make these guys transhumanist. But that's another deal.
Oh, we can't go. We could go back.
I think I could.
Back one to the bottom left. But transhumanist, is that like a
Oh, fuck. Oh,
no.
devastating. That's fine. Transhumanist, high. Man versus
Man
nature.
is the stain on nature for
Yeah, man versus nature, classic.
What?
You can't be a transhumanist and have flesh purity. Okay.
Can't do that.
That's everything.
We gotta change the things that we.
We do.
Age reversal demanded.
Demanded. What does that even mean? If over 25, one must have a yearly age reversal treatment in the biosculptor pod. Okay, I don't personally think transhumanism includes living forever. I think that's stupid. But that's just me. Neural supercharge preferred. Okay, transhumanist might be a bit much.
Bit much, yeah.
I didn't realize it meant like completely. Oh, I should have clicked there. That would have been way better. Damn it.
Why did we turn to honorable slavery suddenly?
What was the adjective? And I'm okay with changing away from the la dot 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 dots now. I don't.
Oh, the herbal, I think it was. I said.
What should our noun be? Now I'm a paraplegic and I know why.
I just don't think that's the right word we should be using.
Smoke shed.
I don't like the
Green
I'm thinking
leaf.
bubbly?
Paraplegic.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, you're right. Bubblers. What'd you say?
Bubblers.
I mean,
Pipers.
yeah,
Plumbers?
plumbers.
Plumbers.
Hmm.
Because we get engineers for the whatchamacthing.
Pound cakes.
Pound cakes. I'm down for pound cake.
What's up, pound cakes? Would you like a slice of lemon pound cake? You can take as much as you wanna take.
So what was it for execution you said down there? It was
Respected if guilty, horrible if innocent.
no rules for clothes. Blindness is horrible. Free love. To the left.
I'm making sure I got everything else. Appreciated diversity of thought. Even though in this case the thoughts are, it's good to stand for people and to work together. And so if someone has diversity of thought, they're coming in to be like, fuck everyone. I want only to benefit myself. Insect meat loved. You can't just have insect meat be whatever. Weird.
Just despise. Or love.
Research fast. We research fast just because. If I can make them do that, I will. Yes, sir.
What about like men and women's spouses? One only gets monogamous down at the bottom.
It's weird that you whatever. I'm not gonna bother. I'm not gonna worry about it. There's probably mods that do that tweak all this stuff anyway. Yeah, unlimited spouses. Don't care. As long as it's for both.
Man, we really about to get free and high.
Yeah, this is gonna be a strange time. What was this? The Afrites?
Yeah, friends.
Stoned laugher.
I'll take it.
I mean, that's not bad.
Keep that. Keep that.
I mean, it's funny, but I don't know. What did we have? I said engineer. That wasn't very good. Huh. What is this?
Stoned mechanist?
This is the moral guide.
Oh, the moral guy? Okay, well, I don't know, the orator?
The baked good.
Stoned baked good.
I'm just gonna go with the baked good.
That's good.
Plants. Lantpert? What? What do you call a smoker's funeral?
The last blunt.
The final blunt. Just a ritual.
Ritual smoking.
Okay.
Stoned Advent, I mean...
Not bad. Gone fire. That's good, right? Come on. Sky Lantern Festival. Like, go around and go to release sky lanterns. Neat. Get high.
High flyers.
High flyers. That's good. Dance party. Burning Man.
Burning Man.
All right. All right, we're almost there. We're almost there. Name or ritual seat. Okay, that's we can't
It's a bit too.
name it though. We can name this.
The building, the smoker.
A wood structure packed with smoke leaf, ignited during a ritual to promote a huge amount of smoke for a few hours.
Oh god. The giant thing we smoke out of? Oh my god, we have to name that. Wait.
Yeah, and also not only is it the giant thing we smoke out of, but this is a thing to hotbox a building or like an area, it seems. So it's got to be a hotbox name or something.
Box of hot blunts.
The Hot Worlder. The Hotlander.
The blood of Hotlander? No, I'm just thinking of the blood of Hotlander at this point.
You are thinking of Baldur's Gate. I'm gonna go with Hotlander. It's like a hot boxer, but for the whole land. And then a building uses an herbal image. The name of the image is, or what? This is a ritual image, so.
I don't know, I know I usually hate triangles, but I kind of like the one with like the circle and the triangle down there.
This thing?
Yeah.
That's the
This
original
is
one.
morbid.
Origin Morbid. Origin Morbius.
Origin
Buddhist. Hindu.
Kinda like that. Now
Islamic.
I can see that better. That one on
Christian. Huh?
The left. The top left one. That looked really good once you could see it highlighted.
This one?
Yeah, I like the flower.
Yeah, me too. I like the ones that are flower themed here. Alright, let's go with this one then. And it'll be...
What are we naming?
This is a ritual image. So a image that is left somewhere. I'm just going to name it something so I can...
No.
Building. It's a building. A large image drawn on the ground and reinforced with metal images used as a focus for rituals.
It's the smoke signal.
Ah, yes. Yes, that's great. All right, a relic, an object with a tablet with ideologious significance, and a sword of significance. So the tablet has some stuff written on it, and on it is written some stuff.
So smoke signal died.
The dank commandments.
Ten Commandments.
Yeah, it's rough. That's all I'm when I think of stuff written on stone tablets. That's what I keep thinking of. That's what I go straight to. The Code of Hammurabi is another one.
Stoned glyphs.
The stoned glyphs. The hieroglyphs, but it's like high.
Either one, really.
Hieroglyphs. Glyphs.
I guess put an E before the I, like.
Hieroglyphs?
Yeah.
This is the white suburban daughter's name version of what we just typed.
I can't believe it.
And then the unified keepsake becomes a special weapon.
Special weapon.
Yeah. A sword that...
Box cutter.
Box cutter! I'm okay with this. Alright, all good.
I like this set of names.
Wait, I don't want them to despise Ultratech weapons. Yeah.
Inspire. Victory. Final Inspire.
Or really, like, can I just remove this? I don't want them to... Yeah, I don't want them to hate using clubs. That's silly. Sometimes you gotta use what you gotta use. You gotta use what you got, buddy. Can't believe we got a stick. Like, well, get over yourself. Next. All right, we're finally on to creating the characters.
Oh god. Not Jennifer.
Jennifer Watts. That is a real. There's many people named that. She's a gigolo. But she was a medical assistant as a child. What a fall.
What?
Oh, I need to get the YouTube going back.
What the why does that even matter? Like, why does that matter? Right. So it's basically stripping human rights.
I have no idea what this is, but it's got 14 views, so let's go. I am view number 15.
All rise for the punk pledge. I pledge allegiance to the punks. Pledge allegiance to the punks. Of the United Punk of the Girl. Of the United Punk of the Girl. And to the men for which it stands. To the men for which it stands. One sissy. Under RuPaul and BET. Under RuPaul and BET.
What the hell am I listening to right now?
And now the sissy single band, which has been
What is this channel? What are you guys?
by none other than our very own BB.
Ponk and sissies. We have no idea what we're doing, but we're so glad that you're here with us anyway. They do podcasts. They have a bond of two strange people making YouTube video. But you're not gonna subject me to the fucking Star Spangled Banner, even if it's a joke version.
Really bad.
Sorry.
No thanks.
How about this Patrick Boyle episode? Yeah, how can I do anything but watch that, really?
If you look at the stock market today, you might naturally conclude that the global energy crisis has been permanently resolved. The S&P 500 recently hit another record high, climbing past where it was before the fighting began in late February. Equity traders seem to have decided that a war in the Middle East, one that has closed the world's most critical energy choke point, is simply a great opportunity to buy the dip. But if you talk to the people who actually move physical barrels of oil, the mood is considerably darker. Futures markets are pricing in...
So gigolos have a lot of things they can't do.
While physical commodity traders are staring at a completely different reality. There's a massive gap between the optimistic
Which is kind of unfortunate.
and the actual cost of a physical barrel of oil sitting
So I don't think I want her.
Europe. For weeks we've seen a bizarre cycle play out. A ceasefire or diplomatic breakthrough is announced.
She's
The
addicted
stock
to wake up.
market spikes and the price of crude plunges by 10%. Then almost immediately the Iranians announced that they have not agreed to anything and prices reversed. Just this week, despite the announcement of a 3-week ceasefire extension between Israel and Lebanon, Iranian forces boarded and seized 2 MSC.
But she also is good at
President Trump
animals, weirdly.
the U.S. Navy to shoot and kill any boat caught laying mines in the water. This is not what a functioning trade route looks like.
Can't be a doctor or a
Investors seem to
warden.
be suffering from a bad case of muscle memory.
But on the whole,
They
that's
sit
pretty
in
good.
comfortable desks in New York and London, assuming that the administration will eventually experience what
Jessica.
investors call a taco moment, where taco stands for Trump always chitches out. They expect the president to look at the upcoming midterm elections, look at the rising price of gas.
In a cave complex deep below the surface on an inhospitable world. Work with the other children, tending the tribe's fungus crops.
The fatal flaw in this assumption is that a trade war is fought with administrative aim. You can cancel a
How?
with a weekend post on Truth Social. A shooting
4% pain. Could be worse, but yeah.
with drones, naval barricades, and anti-ship missiles. You cannot unilaterally back down from a conflict where the other side has their own agenda. The Iranian regime has survived the initial
She seems good too.
and discovered that holding the global economy hostage is an incredibly powerful piece of leverage. And unlike a nuclear weapon, it's one that they can actually use. As I've said before, it takes two to tango, and right now the other side of the table is busy seizing container ships. For the
Oh, it's Morbius.
trapped in the Persian Gulf, the situation has devolved into something resembling a high-stakes maritime prison break.
This is fucking Morbius.
Tracking equipment and sneaking
You remember?
through the dead of the
Yes,
night
I remember.
just to get their
Remember how he was shit-talking his sick kid friend about how sick and dead he was?
over a 24-hour period, only 5 made it through.
Best movie.
At least
Best
20
movie.
ships
We the best movie.
were seized by the situation is
Can't
now
research
occupied
and
by
can't
the
synthesize
Houthi.
drugs.
Iran has restricted passage to hostile
Not great.
vessels from unfriendly
But
countries.
better than
But
Gigolo.
US
Gigolo's
began
been
its
rough.
own counter-blockade on April 13th,
Yeah, I put her down here.
specifically targeting ships bound for or to
So who's got that
Pakistan.
last 2 slots? Because these
The
two are pretty
reality
good.
of trying to navigate
Corporate
this
drone.
right now
Child spy.
sounds less like global
+2 to
logistics
social,
and more
-2 to
like
or
ISIS.
+4 to
Just
social,
this past
-2 to
weekend,
intellectual.
a Greek-owned tanker called the Acti A, carrying 300,000 barrels of diesel, managed to make a run for it in the dark. It lined up at the head of the snake ship
Yeah.
and slipped out just hours
Well,
before
no,
the
it's
Flaman's
got still, you know, they're a tactician. They got tactical thoughts.
Before we
Okay,
get to
greedy,
which ships are getting through,
kind of
let me
annoying.
tell you about this
But steadfast is
mysterious
good.
incognito. Most people don't realize how much of their information
This is a
is
corporate
available
drone.
online until they see it
Lucky.
themselves. If
Make
you
her
Google
lucky.
your name, city, and state,
Makar
you'll
lucky.
often find dozens of websites selling your personal details without your permission. That information can be put into encoders of your ships seem to snoop through with a money-back guarantee if you aren't satisfied. Ships that are being actively targeted, like those tied to the MSC group,
They think they both cook, but they're not good at it. We do need a
Some are
cook.
hiding behind Omani flags, others are navigating demands from the Iranian regime
like a
using
plant
safe
specialist.
tolls and cryptocurrency.
Researching being disabled is annoying. I'm gonna get rid of you.
Vehemently
But you're
deny
better than the
payment,
Gigolo.
doing so would breach US sanctions.
You can
The
only
result of
research
that has created
and do
what
doctor
is
shit.
described as a car park of 300 to 400 ships desperately
good at
waiting
shooting
out.
somehow.
It's not just oil tankers that were trapped.
Well, they can learn.
Stuck in the Gulf but managed to make it out with skeleton crews and no
There we go.
officers on board.
Low-wage worker's gonna cook for you.
One of these was owned by MSC Group, which is business partnerships with Israel.
Mute, so
What's
they can't
perhaps
talk
most
and they
striking
can't
about
do
those
sick
discussions
stuff.
is the complete abandonment of these merchant vessels by Western governments. Larry Johnson, the global head of trade at Mercurial,
Yeah, they can't, so
expressed
they're
his
mute.
frustration this week, saying that politicians are
That means they can't negotiate, convince, manipulate, lead, or cheer up.
vessels might have access to naval escorts or bank channels.
No, I guess no one knows sign language in this world at all.
Pure merchant traders are entirely on their own. The U.S. Navy is barricaded
I think I kind of want
and has turned around dozens of ships. Iran
message
is
carrier
following
can't
things like
research
through. There's
or
no
make
concern
drugs.
to formalize a safe transit
Which is
mechanism.
not the worst thing, but eventually we're gonna be. Well, actually, it is the worst thing. We're a fucking stoner colony.
Essentially being told to turn off their headlights and hope for the best. While investors might assume that this blockade is just a temporary glitch in the supply chain, the physical reality is that the world has now run out of safety cushion. In the early weeks of the conflict, the market was insulated by the fact
Yeah, my question is, who am I swapping out with the low-wage worker?
started. But by April 20th, the last few tankers that managed to cross Hormuz before the fighting began finally reached their destinations in places like Malaysia and California. That seaborne buffer is now completely exhausted. Physical commodity traders are warning
Good
that
talker.
long-term damage has
It's good to have one of those.
Saad Rahim of Traffic Bureau told The Economist earlier this week that a cumulative loss of 1.5 billion barrels of
Yeah, but it's
oil
really useful to have somebody who can
5%
sell all of our shit.
is almost unavoidable at this point. Traders are noting that
They're good at social. They can get better at it over
the
time.
market might not return to
This one's like
equilibrium
the
until
best with
2030
fighting
due to this
and
permanent loss of
animals.
supply.
Well,
Normally,
fight, yes, but only in melee. The melee, I'm not as impressed as somebody who's really good at melee because that means you have to get in close to do anything. Yeah, but not very well, and it takes forever for someone who's not actually good at it to learn better.
down, but U.S. shale bosses are actively resisting those
Yeah, but that's out of 20.
According to a
I think you have to be like level 4 or level 6 to do medium complicated meals.
pointing to the
There's like a level cutoff for
While this may not make the president happy, it's a perfectly
low-wage worker.
decision
Yeah.
made by executives who've been burned by overdriven war. The extreme volatility between physical prices
I thought I had 5 slots in this thing, but I guess not.
operators. They can't responsibly plan long-term capital budgets or rig deployments when the price of their product swings wildly.
Like it's annoying to get rid of this
Most
guy,
companies are taking a do-nothing
but they only have 2 things that are really
They
good.
know perfectly well that if
But
they
they're
spend
really good at them.
billions
No one else would be a doctor without this person.
a sudden peace deal tomorrow, they'll be left holding the bag in a crashed market. If you want to understand
Well, let's throw out the gigolo, eject the gigolo into space. We got a contract miner.
and examine the specific
He's got no health conditions.
moving. Take jet fuel. Europe does not produce enough of it to meet its own demand. According to Politico,
He will
its
not do
refining
drugs.
capacity can
That's
cover
fine, honestly, as long as he's not like. Well, actually, no, he's gonna hate people who do
any
drugs.
prolonged disruption to tanker traffic through the strait.
Throw
need
you
to
out the
carry
airlock.
American supply. Europe is currently sitting on about 50 days of jet fuel reserve.
What the hell is an illuminator? Oh, the people who can see in tunnels. Okay, we don't need another illuminator.
Those stocks are going to fall
Medieval lordling.
Dumb labor. Capable of dumb labor.
The United
Incapable of... No, sir.
by exporting refined products, but if
A
the
torturer.
decides to prioritize domestic prices and bans refined fuel exports,
Get the hell out of there.
sector will be staring
Get out of there. Get the fuck. Somebody who can do everything. What do we got? Okay, here we go. What did you do? Shelter child. Animal farmer.
gas. It's also one of the world's
This is all good. That's good stuff.
accounting for roughly a third.
This can replace the researcher.
Helium is a byproduct.
And then I would replace the
And
drone.
you can't safely ship
The
it on
thing.
plane. It has to move by sea. When the Strait of Hormuz is barricaded by gunboats, the global supply of helium is effectively choked off.
Illuminator would
This
be
is
the
just
most
one
social.
part.
The
Helium
corporate
is
drone
the
has the most we're
most
leaving behind.
element, along with an extremely
But they're good at it, so they'll pick up quickly.
irreplaceable as a cooling for sensitive equipment. It's used to cool the superconducting magnets in
We have somebody who's decent at medicine. They can get better at it. We have 2 out of the 4 can actually do medicine. The other 2, or no, 1 out of the 4 can't do medicine.
There is no synthetic substitute for helium. If you're running a
Yes,
ship
just the slaughterer.
or a hospital radiology department, you cannot swap it out for something
What was the
else.
space
The
testitious deal?
logistical nightmare of this blockade doesn't stay confined to the Middle East either. The global shipping industry operates as a closed loop because ships can no longer
Can't do
sail
art.
through the region. They're being forced to take a
But they're
massive
better at
risk.
plants and animals, than,
Oh,
or they're better at
this
plants, but not
significantly
animals. But
extends
they're
journey times, which effectively
skilled.
removes a huge chunk of shipping
They're more
costs.
passionate about animals.
Congestion at the Panama Canal is intensified too, as Asian buyers have turned to purchasing crude oil from the Gulf of Mexico to replace their Middle Eastern supplies. The canal was already dealing
No, no.
with severe
This is more important than this, really.
Now with oil tankers,
The fires. The fires are more important than the number. Yeah. Well, because the fire is how fast they get better at it.
ships carrying lower
So
value
it's
cargoes
their
like
like
grain
proficiency.
are being
It's their
pushed
passion,
back
yeah.
to the queue as oil
They have a little bit of passion, or they have a lot of passion, and everything else has a 35% learning speed.
days. And
You have 100% learning speed for your passion, and like 150% for your double passion or whatever.
grain is now moving slower and costing significantly more to transport, which brings us to
Yeah, they're not fast at animals, but they're just better already. They're a little fast.
people tend to think of the
I think I'm gonna stick with.
food market as two separate things.
Well,
But modern agriculture is
this
essentially
person's also addicted to Wake Up. I don't want to deal with that. How about you? Let's swap this out. I have nobody who can shoot now.
And the Strait of Hormuz handles roughly
That's not
a third
great.
of the world's informed fertilizer trade. When the strait closes and gas prices
It's not great that
spike,
nobody can
agricultural
shoot, though.
input costs explode. Before the hostilities broke out in mid-February, anhydrous ammonia cost US farmers around $800 a ton.
Cola?
Today it's sitting at $1,050 a ton. But fertilizer is only
I'm
one
gonna toss
part
this
of
the
equation.
slaughterer out
To
the
run a
airlock.
farm, you need massive amounts of diesel to operate the tractors, the combines, and the trucks that transport the harvest. The agricultural sector
Toss.
was already operating
Toss.
at great margin.
Ooh, I like this guy. He's got asthma though, but good at good at a bunch of stuff.
Actually, both as long as you know it's
A
minor.
recent survey by the American
But who do I replace him with now
found
at
that
this
around
point?
70% of farmers report being unable to afford all of the fertilizer they need for this crop cycle. And even if they could afford it, the supply chain is working against
Or do
them.
we replace him with anything even?
Lou Dreyfus pointed out this week that there's growing
Mining
competition
and
for
shooting.
other
He's
critical
got
agricultural
a
Yeah.
sulfur, the
Yeah,
fourth
got a
major
tiny bit of
use
cooking
after
in there.
nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Because of the crisis, sulfur is being diverted to higher value industrial uses.
You know what? I think it'll be fine. Everybody's gonna have a gun, so they'll slowly tick up at shooting at least enough at the start. They'll all be hunting and everything.
Most Americans have
All right,
come across
let's hit it.
that the farm outlook is bleak right now and farm country needs help. Look, it's not necessarily the best quote ever, but I included it just because I wanted to say Zippy Duval. Pablo Escobar, yes,
Zippy Duval.
too, the head of LNG at Vitol, warned this week that we're living on borrowed time, saying that if this
Pablo Escobar.
will rapidly become a global crisis.
Who is out there naming their kid Pablo Escobar in like the 80s or something? That's insane.
While agricultural traders are worried about crop failures and food security, Bernard Arnault, the billionaire head of LVMH, has
All right.
just concerns. He warned his shareholders this week that the war could spiral into a global catastrophe with extremely negative economic developments if it isn't resolved quickly. His definition
Alright,
of
let me pause it.
catastrophe, however, appears to be that sales
Oh.
of Louis
We're out
Vuitton
here,
and Dior
kids.
handbags in Middle Eastern shopping malls have fallen by as
May
much
fail
as
to pause it
70%
first.
since the war began. One sector is preparing for famine, and the other is lamenting a drop in high-end spirits, clothing, and luxury leather goods. While the US deals with expensive diesel and unsold handbags, Europe is facing a much more structural squeeze.
Oh man, I don't
Right
know any of
as
the buttons.
energy
Did they
crisis
change the
reached
buttons
its
around?
peak, Russia decided it was the perfect time to turn the screws on Germany. Moscow has announced that it will suspend the flow of Kazakh oil through the Soviet-era pipeline. that
Okay,
supplied
now it's time to
Turkey.
pause the thing since we have music playing, and I don't even recognize this song, so I'm gonna listen to it.
Suspending oil to flow in Berlin. Oil flow.
Russia to suspend Kazakh oil flows through key pipelines supplying Berlin. Yeah, this Iran situation has caused some countries to start trading with Russia for oil that they were previously not trading with Russia for. Essentially, just a total fuck up, basically. I don't know how to get rid of this. It's unfortunate. What even is it? It's the, like, beauty meter? Alright, well, I have completely fucked up the UI to this game, somehow.
The person in the video that I was half listening to said, and now you've got a bloody, gory stew going.
Ha! Baby, now you got a horrible, disgusting, gross stew you don't want to eat going.
So what we doing? How we doing this, y'all?
Well, I'm gonna start by just putting some buildings down, or, oh, there's like a half a building I can just take here, it seems. Yeah, I'm gonna do that first. I'm gonna just take this building, have them start putting stuff in there so it doesn't all rot in the sun. I'll touch up this building, give them somewhere to rest. There's like a floor here. Might use that for another building. Can you Google something for me? Google RimWorld numbers on ground under cursor. RimWorld turn off numbers on ground below cursor. Like, I don't know what the hell all this is. I must have hit a key at some point. Oh, another building.
The beauty value of this specific tile. Let's see.
Got some, like, ancient pipeline. Interesting.
Just click on the little face on the bottom right of the screen.
Little face. This thing.
Is that a face?
Yeah, that's another tooltip that pops up underneath the other tooltips when I click it. Beauty here. Yeah. It's like a bunch of numbers in a circle around the cursor on the ground. very strange. Allow everything we crashed with. Bro, me mean that.
It says a smiling face on head and shoulders.
Which is this thing.
Yeah. Or G on your keyboard. G on your keyboard.
That's turning on and off something.
It's the little chart thing.
Oh
down
yeah, I
there.
see that.
What is it?
I don't know what that's doing. I have no idea what that's doing at all. Wonder if that's like a bug. Wonder if I'm having a bug here. Anyway, here. What I want to do is... Can't tell when I've deselected something.
Numbers.
Because of all the numbers. Oh my god, I don't know any of the buttons on this control scheme. Try a different one, see if it's more like the one I actually remember. Okay, it's better already. Oh, that's not an actual building at all. That's a lie.
What is the thing with the negative 20s? What is that?
This is an ancient pod car. Once capable of automated flight. Neat.
Parts live, rest is badly deteriorated. Damn.
Savage. Alright, we'll just use this for a little stockpile zone for now. Yeah, we'll just have them bring everything there and start building a wall to enclose the room. Should be good. Somebody will start doing that. In the meantime, go to find animals on the map. There's a lot. Oh, you need to all be equipping stuff. Who can shoot? Can any of you shoot good? Oh fuck, I need my rim HUD mod back so I can actually see that at a glance. 4, you're the best shooter. You take the assault rifle. You're all terrible, so you just take the revolver. You take the rifle. And this is just a knife. Is that all that's left? I think that is all that's left. You get a knife. And you, the best shooter, also get to have a flak vest. You, the other one, another one, get a helmet. They're equipping, getting all their shit tooled up. Now go murder some animals. Have you seen anything else about this weird thing? I still don't know what the hell's going on with it. You're not even with me, are you? Oh fuck, that's a shelf. So you just stopped looking for an answer to my problem? Brutal. The numbers, man. Oh, I don't have a place to put any of the dead bodies. Need to do that. Okay, I'm gonna turn the music down and get that YouTube video going back on if you're just gonna watch YouTube on your own side anyway.
Refining, the facility that provides 90% of the petrol, kerosene, and heating fuel to the German capital. By cutting off this alternative supply line, right as seaborne imports are choked off in the Middle East, Russia is ensuring that Europe feels the maximum possible pain from this conflict. Whenever an energy crisis breaks out in the Middle East, financial commentators
Oh, I do have a cooler. Okay, so I can build a freezer.
We're immediately bombarded with black and white footage of cars lining up at gas stations and warnings about a return to the stagflation that defined the era of the 1973 Arab oil embargo and the 1978 Iran oil workers' strike. In certain ways, the current situation is a lot worse than what we saw in the 1970s. As Daniel Yergin pointed out recently on the Odd Lots podcast, the absolute volume of the disruption we're seeing today is the largest in history. Global oil production and consumption are roughly twice what they were 50 years ago. However, major economies are structurally much more resilient to oil shocks today than they were back then. The metric economists use to measure this is called the oil intensity of GDP. It measures how many barrels of oil it takes to produce a single inflation-adjusted dollar of economic output. Since the 1970s, the oil intensity of the global economy has declined by more than 70%. Our factories are more efficient, our cars get better mileage, and our power grids rely much more heavily on other sources of energy than they do on petroleum. But while the physical economy might be less vulnerable, the financial economy is standing on much shakelier ground. Paul Krugman noted recently that in 1978 the price-to-earnings ratio of the S&P 500 was sitting at historic lows. Today, equity valuations are stretched to near record
I need to
highs,
have these people land with a
supported
fucking
by a highly complex
air conditioning unit
interconnected
next
private
time.
market that didn't exist in the 70s. We have an economy that requires less oil, but a financial system with a much lower margin of safety for a prolonged inflation shock. This crisis is also fundamentally rewiring how governments think about energy infrastructure. For the last 2 decades,
Ooh, we got new lovers. Marty flirted with Jessica by commending her facial hair. Jessica became aroused and agreed to become Marty's lover.
Green energy transition into a matter of national security. You can't fix
It's so fulfilling when I play video games with you.
with wind turbines.
I'm so fulfilled.
But the realization that
Yeah, I know you didn't.
can be held hostage
I don't
by cheap
understand
Iranian
self-fulfilled.
drones,
I know.
changing capital allocation
That's fine.
decisions.
I'm not repeating it. I'm moving on. Moving on with my life.
On imported seaborne oil, the transition is accelerating. Electric vehicles now make up over 50% of new car sales in China and 40% in Southeast Asia. While the U.S. tries to drill its way out of the crisis,
Hauling,
Asia
going for a
is looking to
walk.
nuclear power
How do
and
you
electric
not have shit
vehicles
to do? You
tools
got shit to
for
do.
long-term
Go
energy
do shit.
sovereignty.
Oh,
All of
everybody's
this
not
structural
building.
shifting
That's why.
will take time. In the immediate present, the Western world is dealing with the harsh reality that inflation is back, and it's going to be sticky. The economic fallout from this war has already started showing up in the data. Both the United States and the United Kingdom saw inflation accelerate to 3.3% in March. In the UK, the Bank of England is now facing a central banker's worst nightmare, an external energy shock that raises the cost of living while simultaneously killing economic growth. In the US, the political panic is becoming palpable. President Trump has dispatched his top lieutenants, including Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, to beg oil executives to increase production. Meanwhile, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has resorted to threatening retail gas station owners, warning them that the administration is watching to ensure they slash prices at the pump the moment crude oil drops. If that rhetoric sounds familiar, it should. It's almost a word-for-word copy of the Biden administration's complaints about the price gouging at the pump back
Stop
in the summer
fixing
of 2022.
the fucking.
President Biden tweeted at gas stations, "Bring down the price you're charging at the pump to reflect the cost of
How do I
oil."
stop them from fixing everything?
It turns out the yelling at gas station owners is a bipartisan tradition.
Oh, the numbers went away.
Oval Office, the political response to an energy supply shock is exactly the same. Panic, ignore the underlying market dynamics, and threaten the guy who won't drill the gas station. The problem is that you can't yell at inflation until it goes away. The IMF warned earlier this week that short-term inflation expectations in the United States have already moved up, and that the economic fallout from this conflict will not evaporate overnight, even if a ceasefire is signed tomorrow. The increased costs of fertilizer, diesel, and rerouted shipping have already been baked into the supply chain. Those costs will inevitably be passed on to the consumer at the grocery store and at the hardware store over the coming months.
Who
While
actually can
politicians
build
focus
this thing?
on the price at the pump,
Can
macroeconomic
you?
analysts are looking at how
Yes.
this crisis is
Do
fundamentally
this,
rewiring
please.
the flow
That's
of
the one I
global
actually
capital.
want.
When the price of
Oh, you
energy
can't.
soars,
Oh my
the
God,
balance
you're
of
not
global
you're not good enough at construction.
Brad Setzer, an economist at the Council on Foreign Relations, pointed out
It'll be days before you can do that.
last week that you would be wrong to expect an energy shock of this magnitude to wipe out the massive trade surpluses held by companies in Asia. China's surplus in manufactured goods is so structurally enormous that even paying record prices to import seaborne oil barely makes a dent. While this energy shock is a big deal, it won't magically rebalance the global economy. It simply redirects a portion of the dollar.
Okay, well, if that's not going to work, then in the meantime, we need to put a zone down to grow some plants.
Some of that money will go to Saudi Arabia, which has an east-west pipeline and can still get some oil out. But most of it will flow to the world's other exporters: Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Norway, Russia, and some South American producers. The US and Canada collectively export about 5 million barrels of oil a day. So what Setzer expects to see is a general shrinking of the big Asian and European surpluses, with the money flowing instead to certain oil-producing economies. A reshuffling of who holds
Fuck,
the world's
I didn't mean to do
dollars
that.
rather than a fundamental rebalancing. Because the United States is now the world's largest oil producer, a position it's held since 2018, you might assume that this shock would ultimately be a net positive for the American economy. But the windfall at the wellhead doesn't necessarily reach the kitchen table. American oil and gas exporters are benefiting from higher prices, but the American consumer is absorbing the pain on the other side, paying a geopolitical tax on everything from agricultural products to transportation, leaving them with less money to spend on the rest of their needs. The US trade deficit isn't shrinking, life is just getting more expensive. This brings us to the ultimate lesson of the crisis. As I mentioned in my video on Europe's financial nuclear option back in January, the financial markets have spent the last 30 years operating under the Great Illusion, the belief that economic interdependence naturally prevents conflict. We assumed that because an open Strait of Hormuz was essential for the survival of the global economy, no rational actor would ever try to close it. But the interdependence that was supposed to be our safety net is fraying from both ends.
Again.
On one side, Iran has discovered that holding the global economy hostage with a fleet of cheap drones is a highly effective negotiating tactic. On the other, the world's major economies have spent the last 2 years actively reducing their dependence on each other through tariffs, export controls, and onshoring, dismantling the very web of trade relationships that was supposed to make a crisis like this irrational. When you control a vital geographical choke point, you don't need $1 trillion military to exert massive geopolitical leverage. And when your adversaries are already pulling apart the system that was supposed to deter you, you have even less reason not to try. For decades, the global supply chain has relied on the unwritten assumption that the United States Navy would act as the ultimate guarantor of free trade, safely escorting merchant vessels from one side of the globe to the other. That assumption is now obsolete. The Navy is no longer acting as a neutral guardian of open sea lanes. It's an active combatant running its own blockade. The merchant marine is on its own. We've moved from a world of global cooperation to a highly transactional era, where historic alliances are significantly less meaningful. A negotiated diplomatic de-escalation might eventually provide us.
Oh shit.
But it cannot.
Our dog is being attacked by a timber wolf.
The global economy is incredibly vulnerable in this new transactional era. The stock market might be buying the peace trade today, assuming that a weekend of strongly worded true social posts can fix the supply.
They're
but the physical
doing
world
some
moves at its own pace,
planting.
directed by ships, pikes, and turbines rather
So
than
let's see.
centers.
You
If you found
have a
this video
knife, you have a
interesting,
rifle,
you should watch my video on
you have a gun.
prediction markets next. Since it came out, we saw headlines about a special forces soldier betting on Maduro's removal before the raiders reported, and people messing with weather data to win the bet. Don't forget to check out our sponsor in Caldwell.
Did you just shoot the dog trying to save the dog?
And see
No.
you in the next video. Bye.
Good shots though. Oh, not going good. Got him. You are tending to the dog.
It never occurred to me that I would be starting this American week by talking about
Okay. No LBC. I'm good on that. What else we got? Yeah, sure. I haven't seen this Folding Ideas episode. It's been on my feed for a while.
Because I am flying to North Carolina to go to Mr. Beast's studio for some reason.
Strange things happen to YouTubers all the time. In a sense, it's part of your job to put yourself in the path of weird things. You need an open mind to catch the diamonds in the rough, but it does mean that sorting through my email is often something resembling a trip to an alien petting zoo. A parade of very identifiable nonsense and many a thing that you very obviously should not touch. Back in late October, I got an intriguing email. Do you want a most expensive paid trip to a Mr. Beast studio and preview Beast Games Season 2 in December? Yes? I mean, yes? Yeah, too, but why would Team Beast be reaching out to me, of all people? How would I have ever wound up on their radar? Critically, do they know who I am? I needed answers.
Okay. Dog's gonna be okay. Got healed up and everything.
So this was a question hanging over my head. Why was Team Beast reaching out to me? What was all this? What's actually going on? Actually, even before that, the question was more like, is this even Team Beast? And if there's some scammers impersonating Team Beast, do they know who I am? Wait, no, even before that, we've got to introduce our cast of characters. characters. It may feel to many of you that Mr. Beast needs no introduction, but surprisingly he does. A lot of adults, especially those who don't interact much with boys aged 9 to 14, are maybe aware of the name, but have no real concept beyond that. Mr. Beast is the online alias of Jimmy Donaldson, who heads the at-present most subscribed single YouTube channel ever, eponymously named Mr. Beast. The channel and its many gaming, philanthropy, and multilingual spin-offs are run by Team Beast as the largest single organ within Beast Industries, the conglomerate company that handles all the various Mr. Beast things, from a defunct cell phone company to a harpoon. And they were asking me if I wanted to come to Greenville, North Carolina, and peek around inside their stuff. This process was kind of hallucinatory. Team Beast is understandably secretive, so details in all our communication was pretty bare bones. And while I can understand why that was the case, it left a lot of room for my imagination to run wild with potential answers. For your viewing pleasure, I've taken these theories and compiled them into an internet-friendly number list. The first and most obvious theory, of course, was that this was all a scam. Not because they were doing anything scammy, but just because none of it made any sense. You want me, Daniels, the line goes up guy, fly out to North Carolina to watch a couple episodes of a TV show that I'm almost certainly going to be overtly hostile towards? Surely, that was just the initial hook for a pig butchering operation. But since there wasn't an open scam, we decided it was fine to just keep talking to them until they asked for money. After all, that would also be a pretty funny video. Eventually, they did ask for personal information, but only the stuff that would actually be needed to get onto a plane, and they never asked for money. So
Okay, the dog is being attacked by a fox now. I think the dog is dead. Like, I can try and save the dog, but that's gonna be rough. Well, no, they were just still. They were still literally in the process of getting over their previous issues.
Specifically to avoid impersonation or scammers. And of course, the big thing to debunk this theory is that the trick was actually real. In fact, I already told you I went.
Let's see,
So
how bad you doing? 4 hours of death. Okay, who is the heal person? Okay, that mod, I need that mod back so bad. The mod where you just can click and it shows right here all their stats.
To verify that they were at least real people, which you know, I wish I thought of that. I suddenly feel like I'm at a higher risk of getting taken than I would like to leave. I should just a sec.
Melee attack the damn thing then. If you're so bad and you can't hit the damn thing, you just punch it.
Are somewhat insane itinerary. So 7:30 and down in the hotel.
Got him.
Even up until the last minute, my professional intuition of what this tour would look like kept getting upended. I had assumed much earlier that the tour itself would be little more than a walk and talk, followed by a vertical slice screening of big moments from the first few episodes. So the warning to be prepared for a whole day was a little shocking. Theory number 2 was that this was all a stealth way of getting us into a conflict. Like I'd show up and suddenly Jimmy would jump out of the helicopter screaming something like, "I tricked 10 video essayists into giving me their passports. Now we're going to find out how many shirts they can sew in a week." The email says that we were able to make the content we wanted, no pressure, but they had no plans to make Mr. Beast content of the trip at this time. So, you know, maybe they were leaving the door open for a surprise like that. But in the silver light of day, realistically, that's just not how Team Beast does surprises. They're more on the speed of not telling participants the exact details of their solitary isolation challenge, rather than, like, hidden cameras. Still, the human brain isn't nearly as logical as we like to imagine, so as we toured the main compound and got a glimpse of a bunch of sets in various stages of construction and disassembly, then drove out to Stanley Field and watched the core team work on a main channel Beast video, this possibility was still always in the back of our minds. Theory number 3, which is the first one to really have some meat to it, is that this was all a wine and dine for Beast Game Season 2. A wine and dine is pretty straightforward in concept. A video game studio or movie studio, a car company, or Silicon Valley tech dingus, or whoever gets a bunch of reviewers, flies them out somewhere, puts them up in a nice hotel, gets them to do cool stuff, feeds them, shows them the product in an ideal context, and then tosses them some branded swag on the way out. If it's a video game, they're playing it on a computer that costs as much as a car. If it's a car, it's a trim load with features that aren't even for sale.
It's not air conditioned, it's just inside. We don't have anybody who's skillful enough to build an air conditioner.
Most leading companies have gotten marginally more tasteful with it, which is a shame. Bring back
The fox fucked him up.
The whole idea
or her.
is just to take the reviewer out of their normal element, tailor their headspace, control the experience, and, you know, maybe persuade them to give you a better review. So, in my case, even if this wasn't a wine and dine, even if Team Beast literally did not care one whit if any of us made a video about Beast Game Season 2, what was set up for us was still literally every component part of one. So let's talk numbers.
Hotel room itself is a hotel room, but we do have a swag bag position under a light.
Oh shit, I need to plant heal leaf.
In terms of swag, we each got a hoodie, 2 t-shirts, and a hat, a Beast Lab toy, a bag of meat snacks, and some other candy. Then at the end of the day, after watching 3 episodes of the show, they let us just go hog on a standee of candy bars before presenting us each with a customized Beast Game Season 2 Strong Beast Smart Team jersey in front of the signature All in all, the value of the swag came out to $220 to $230 US. Adding flights, hotel, luxury car service from Raleigh to Greenville, a restaurant dinner Tuesday evening, and then 2 catered meals on Wednesday, it averages out somewhere around $2,100 to $2,200 US per head, and the vast majority of that is travel and hotel. That's not a crazy number by any means, but let's acknowledge the context here. If I spent that on a one-person, one-day, two-night vacation, I'd say I got a bad deal unless I saw a really sick concert as part of it. But also, on the other hand, it's not even the most expensive business trip I've been sent on. And that's the gap that a lot of outlets take advantage of. There's a lot of smaller YouTubers out there who are full-time, but just barely. They're young, they're hungry, and they're taking a swing at a dream. But they're also inexperienced and easily impressed. That means that a corporation can spend a very normal business trip amount of money flying a 21-year-old YouTuber out to LA and get a really disproportionate emotional reaction out of it. That's the math underpinning a wine and dine, and this is a business model that has proven really effective for certain brands. But that didn't really line up with the reality of our tour group. No one in the group was exceptionally young. All of us were full-time producers. Most of us had little inclination to make a video out of the trip at all, and had mostly agreed to come out of raw curiosity. I had assumed that I was going to be the odd one out, that I was going to be surrounded by a bunch of credulous children, but actual attitudes ranged from interested and curious to just kind of lost. But carrying this theory to its logical conclusion, what's the goal? Well, it would be to get reviews of Beast Games Season 2 out of us as part of a marketing strategy. See, even if someone like me goes home and makes a negative review of the show, statistically those criticisms are going to be softened. The flaws forgiven as the foibles of mortal creators, because the viewing experience was optimal. I was removed from my normal environment, pampered a little bit, given free stuff, shown the behind-the-scenes spectacle, made to feel special, and also given a face to attach to all. As a mandatory part of this is that the video you're watching needs to go through their internal review process. And while the thrust of that process is to make sure that I haven't accidentally included production schedules, phone numbers, or details on unreleased content in the background, it still definitionally creates a surface of interaction that's going to influence the way that arguments are framed. It is, for most people, a lot harder to call something an existentially depressing exercise, a glimpse through the veil into a realm of undiluted capitalism where the concept of creative expression simply doesn't exist, is excluded from the process in the same way that my process doesn't account for the possibility of being besieged by the armies of Sauron, the shadow in the east, if they have a name and face to attach to that statement. So the secret sixth ingredient in a wine and dine is a human face.
I would say that would be like extremely accommodating, but I really does make like this process and this instruction is so
Got 3 quotes that. On the subject of obligation, an obligation that isn't present is the obligation to make content about the trip. That was actually quite explicit. Quote, there are no expectations surrounding content creation. Now, while that sounds like reviews aren't the thing that they're after, that phrase tripped a specific fuse in my brain. A variant of this that you might be familiar with is the camera equipment review genre, where companies would send out free lenses and stuff.
They're good enough to at least try to build a cooler now, but they're breaking it when they try.
Do whatever you want with it. And then these smaller channels, often younger influencers, just go, oh, okay, and make a video about the thing, and since there wasn't any money exchanged, there was no deal made, they just leave out the part where they got the thing for free. Technically, everyone's in the clear. It's not sponsored content, but it's a backdoor to sponsored content that exploits the good faith and naivety of inexperienced creators that don't have the institutional support structure that would teach them to watch out for stuff like that. That specific example is slightly outdated at this point, but only because other gear reviewers who know better and saw what was happening started pushing for making full disclosure an expected element of any review.
I should provide some disclosure. Sony did lend me this camera to make this review. I don't get to keep it. No money changed hands. Sony doesn't get any bonus for this production, nor do they get to see it before it's posted.
So that's in the back of my head here, right? And so this was the kind of briar patch of trying to figure out what was going on with this trip. What did they actually want, and why and how did my name end up on their list? Even if the trip itself wasn't shady, everything Team Beast did was also something a shady team would do. Doug Walker was actually one of the creators Team Beast invited, and he put out a video that's really illustrative of the kind of thing you'd expect to come out of a wine and dine.
I didn't know these type of shows are my name. Truthfully, the whole attitude of the place seemed upbeat. I can definitely say it was pretty nice. Everyone, from my standpoint, seemed very honest, kind, and direct. A big thanks for having us out there when honestly you didn't need to. I can simply say I had a lot of fun, and it was cool seeing how a media giant like this functions. It was a surprising and surreal experience, but it was a positive one I'm thankful I'll never forget.
In a word, the video is polite, cordial, trying to give Team Beast what he thinks they want. There's nothing particularly offensive about it. The vlog is just the inevitable output of the process Doug had just experienced. This is what that machine is designed to make. But notably, Doug caught some flack in the comments because he forgot to mention that it wasn't sponsored content, so his compliment sandwiches came across to some as just shilling for Mr. Beast. If there's a flaw in this theory, it's in the return on investment. The whole affair cost Team Beast somewhere in the neighborhood of $28,000 to $30,000, and while that's peanuts in the scope of Beast Games' marketing budget, the return is also kind of peanuts. This isn't so much a question of can they get $30,000 worth of coverage out of us, which I don't think they can, but more of a question of why even bother? At the point of writing, only 3 other participants had made literally anything about the trip. Doug made a video, as already mentioned, and had it ready to go for when the embargo hit. TikTok creator Kate Riccio did a podcast episode on her side YouTube channel in early February. Ben at How to Beat posted a blog about the trip in mid-February, and then I finally rolled out this sucker in whenever this comes out, long after every video and show I got a sneak peek at had aired and wafted away. I don't know how to say say this without sounding like I'm throwing my fellow content creators under the bus, but iTour Mr. Beast's studio isn't an instant path to a hit video. In fact, they tend to underperform. There's just not $30,000 worth of exposure there. So this just can't be the primary reason. I refuse to believe that Team Beast, the optimization lords of YouTube, foresaw Doug's video as the primary intended outcome of this exercise.
We're out on the backlot, so prison set, different set, some other set. I mean, it's a backlot. We also have a 11 sunset.
Theory 4 is that this was all an elaborate scheme to lure us into the woods and have us killed. They did not. As a more serious theory, there's the possibility that my involvement was in fact basically random, that someone at Team Beast scraped a bunch of possible channels based on target audience and favorable metrics, and folding ideas was on that list. That idea isn't entirely mutually exclusive with the rest of these theories, but it only explains why I was in Greenville, not necessarily why I was in Greenville.
So in that small amount of time we got to hang out with him one-on-one, we basically let him know that we appreciated the stakes that he raised, and at least 11 out of the 12 of us really appreciated the show. You know what I mean?
It's me. I'll self-report. He's talking about me. The fifth theory, which didn't really crystallize until we were in the thick of things, is that this was all a roundabout version of a focus group. One of the things that plagued the whole process was a deliberate vagueness. Now, Team Beast has reasons to be secret. They are a large operation with a lot of moving parts. They're very high profile. Some competitors are definitely obsessed with scooping them on upcoming video concepts, and there are security concerns with random fans showing up at filming locations. But rather than the forthright admission that details were being withheld for operational reasons, all of this was couched in really petty corporate wording, the kind that sounds inherently insincere and made it difficult to parse. For example, I do believe they were telling the truth about there not being any expectations around content creation. From their perspective, anything that we made to indirectly promote Beast Games was a bonus. In fact, I suspect the main reason why they even left content creation on the table was as a way of convincing us to come, in case any of the people they were reaching out to would feel like they couldn't justify taking 3 days away from their normal content creation schedule. Less of an issue for me, but definitely an issue for people making daily or weekly content. So I think when they said, we want your thoughts, that wasn't just hollow platitudes, the kind of thing that corporate stooges say as a reflex. There were a few things wrapped up in that, but the obvious one was feedback on Season 2 of Beast Games. Not for Season 2 itself, but for Season 3, which they were in the process of starting. They were only going to show us the first 2 episodes, but then Jimmy rang up an Amazon guy and convinced them to show us a third. And even though these episodes were visibly incomplete, nothing that we were going to say was about to alter the trajectory of Season 2. What was interesting was that basically nothing we brought up ever caught them off guard. More or less, every point was met by someone from Team Beast or someone from Amazon, and a couple times even Jimmy himself, kind of nodding their head and going, yeah, we've talked about that, in a really kind of resigned tone. Now, that's not a bad thing. Really, all it means is that they're professionals who are aware of the thing that they're making, but it did lead to a new-ish theory, Theory 5.5. We were there to settle an argument. Through this lens, everything snaps into focus. Why this group of people who don't really overlap with Mr. Beast in any conventional way? Why a highly critical middle-aged curmudgeon like me? Why so cagey about the purpose of all of this? This is a specialist test audience. You know there's problems, but there's a bunch of them, and no one can agree on which ones need to be fixed first. The idea here is that you actively avoid poisoning the well. You don't mention your own anxieties about the thing. You try not to call attention to anything. You just show the thing to a bunch of critics, and you see what they bring up all on their own. Now, of course, that's all going to be built on a foundation of criticisms of Season 1, which aren't hard to find.
Everything on the show is exaggerated. Everything is hyperbole.
That's why shows like Survivor are like the #1 reality show of the whole time. You really get connected with every single character that is on the show. I don't know how you can do that with 1,000 contestants.
A show with so little to offer its audience that at the very end, its host feels the need to look at us and say, wow, wasn't that something? Wasn't that important indeed? Wasn't that quite an adventure? Look at all the choices people made. Don't you guys love that? Don't you guys love the abstract concept of choices? And it's like, no, I don't.
So when Doug says it's better than Season 1, that's a pretty important context. We're not exactly talking about the killing of a sacred deer here. Is that too much? Is that the most joke I've ever told?
Yeah.
The Yorgos like
Yeah.
the most joke? Anyway,
I was
we only
all
showed the
jerky.
first 3 episodes of Season 2. And
I wasn't
had
there
a few
for it. I
minutes.
had a stomach problem.
Really appreciated the show. You know what I mean?
Okay, and then I had.
I didn't get too many
There was
pictures
improvement on
because
characters.
we
People
were
actually have names
just
now.
around
Amazing.
baby.
Cutting the cast down to 200 is still too many, but
Yeah,
it
we
gets
took
pulled down to a
Shauna.
manageable number much faster.
She
There was
took
less of the
Summer.
boys. Jimmy's formless friends from his YouTube channel,
Summer's
and fewer
like
instances of contestants being eliminated by pure random chance.
But
the game was still
Candace's
bad. It
baby,
was still
but
tacky and
for some
gross. They
reason
still
it's
had
been
the
taken in by
unintended
my
ties to
younger
Squid Game,
cousin.
and they're still
Over
too
her
bad
baby and stuff.
Alright,
The script here says clip of little boys just lingering and being useless. Not hard to find. Alright, so let's just scrub through an episode here and... Yeah, there we go.
But yeah, overall our group's criticisms were fairly standard. We probably gave them a conventional, mainstream adult's perspective. Though it has been interesting to watch the audience's perspective diverge from our own opinion of the first 3 episodes. Because a bunch of things we consider to be an improvement, they do not agree. You know, it's sort of interesting to consider that maybe they brought us in because they want to pivot Beast Games into really being a mainstream thing, not just a supersized Mr. Beast episode, but now they're kind of trapped because they already have a core audience that's here for the tacky spectacle and excess and Jimmy screaming, think about the money in someone's ear.
Are you guys not the money? This is real money! Real money! None of you want $1 million!
So that fifth theory, but even here, like, I'm way more confident in this idea than the others, but the problem is that all of the things that make a wine and dine work undermine this one. You're just not going to get the kind of incisive feedback you need if everyone giving the feedback is riding the high of an all-expenses-paid trip. The criticism will be dull, the harshness downplayed, everything's going to be a compliment sandwich around. It was better than season 1. So even now, there's a lot of questions I just do not have answers for.
This was a glimpse into a completely diametrically opposite production mentality.
If you watch the other vlogs of the tour, this is the point where they start to wrap up. They say that we raided Jimmy's Supply Candy Bar, were given custom Beast Games jerseys with our channel names, took some photos in front of the big pile of fake money, and all went home. But earlier in the day, before the screen, actually, even before most of the tour, we were sat down for an interesting conversation. And while most of it was softball questions, there was one that really stood out, and I wish they'd given us time to prepare beforehand because, boy, I could have given a much better answer. How do you create fandom?
Right, yes, they're all still trying to figure out this whole, how do we algorithmically create and then maintain cults?
Today, this becomes the first video essay ever recorded in a bouncy castle. Isn't that right, certification dude? Yeah, I mean, we weren't going for a Guinness World Record, but we got one. Let's go. One of the first things that people notice about the Beast franchise is the profound inauthenticity of it all, which is something we'll definitely be unpacking, but something that has come to really stand out to me is a less visible but equally profound, proud inefficiency. In order to explain this sufficiently, I need to get you more up to speed with the details of what Beast Games is actually like. And to do that, we're going to jump right into the deep end and then work our way back from there. The word I'm going to repeat a bunch here is intent. There's no intentionality to it.
Episodes 7 and 8 of Beast Games Season 2 are delirious in their structure, seemingly assembled by someone who doesn't know what the word episode means. Episode 7 begins with the resolution of the previous episode, a 3.5-minute segment where Katie is eliminated with a sledgehammer, narrowing the contestants down to the final 10. The next 17 minutes are a flask supper where Team Beast brings in the contestants' families, and they get to have a big meal together, including all the kids getting just absolute fistfuls of Feastables chocolate bars. After that, the next 23 minutes, fully half the runtime of the actual episode, once you chop off the 3.5 minutes of credits, is set up for the next challenge, Buried Alive. This setup involves first the contestants strategizing amongst themselves about who they should vote for as captain, then the introduction of the graveyard set, then the vote for captain, which Nick wins, then the burying, which is really just a formal sprinkling of dirt over the windows of the plexiglass coffins, then an explanation of the rules of the game, followed by a full 5 minutes of Nick agonizing over how much money he should take, with the episode ending on Nick seemingly committing to taking all the money. Yeah. But episode 8 rug pulls that into tossing the final line into the memory hole. That's another thing.
I'm gonna take $250,000.
Then they spend 31 minutes resolving the actual game, 14 minutes with contestants discussing the fallout of the game, insert a 5-minute tourism ad for Saudi Arabia, finishing on the setup for the next game, including an introduction to the set, an explanation of the rules, and then a cut at the first decision a player makes. At some point in the production of Beast Games, the decision was made for every episode to end on the very specific cliffhanger of a player decision within the context of a game.
And while this works tolerably well in the first few episodes, by the end of the season, the whole show is completely out of sync. Rather than cliffhanging on a deciding moment that will determine the outcome of a game, like episode 2 implying that Johnny has any hope of making this 9-foot jump, these episodes are ending at the moment the game actually gets started.
One side effect of this is that the back half all just bleeds together, the show becoming a structureless parade of segments. But more to our purpose, it indicates a bizarre creative process, where they knew they needed to make 10 episodes, and had at least broadly planned what games would be in which episodes, indicated by Jimmy literally saying, "Welcome to the second last episode" at one point.
Welcome to the second to last episode. But this also indicates that they hadn't considered what an episode would actually look like and where they would end. Our second point of reference here is Katie's elimination.
Like all these other cliffhangers, it is smeared across 2 episodes, being resolved in episode 7, but set up at the end of episode 6. And this setup is something else. The entire sequence is cut together from these truly horrendous crops of the footage. A post-hoc
Hey, Sarah
veiled
survived.
the identity of the final eliminee, meaning that the structure of this ending, the build-up to a cliffhanger, was thought up later and wasn't actually produced that way with intent.
This is the outward manifestation of profound inefficiency.
The Mr. Beast strategy, and by extension the Beast Game strategy, is to point 24 cameras at everything and sort it out later. A strategy usually summarized as spray and pray, a hallmark style of low-budget, trashy reality TV.
Beast Games Season 2 is a 9-figure production. That's the vague estimate I was told, which makes it 4 to 5 times more expensive than a season of Survivor.
Which comes in around $2 million per episode, times 13 episodes, plus prizes, rounded up to $30 million per season.
Even if my research is woefully out of date and a modern season of Survivor costs twice that, that's still half a season of Beast Games.
But does Beast Games Season 2 actually look and feel like it's twice as expensive as Survivor, let alone 5 times? Feel is hard to quantify, but Beast Games Season 2 provides a really strong contrast as a result of their crossover episode with Survivor, which was by and large a but it features a better challenge, well balanced to make good TV, and it's also the only episode that ends with an ending.
What's going on in your mind? Leverage.
In contrast, episode 2 features a now notorious game nebulously named Bluff that just absolutely disintegrated on contact with the players.
Players each had a colored dot placed on the back of their head and had to stand in the corresponding color circle. The idea being that players had to rely on someone else to tell them what color they had and then be vulnerable to a lie. The issue was there was no incentive whatsoever to lie. 1, people value their own integrity and their own reputation above eliminating any single individual. 2, everyone basically split into pairs, so eliminating your partner in one round just leaves you with no one you trust the next round. So you're basically gambling that enough other people will also betray their safety buddy at the exact same time and end the game,
or else all you've done is eliminate yourself.
so people simply refused to lie round after round. Of the people who were even eliminated by the game rules, most were due to a process error where they waited too long or broke some other rule, and one villain got eliminated through the power of social ostracization. But no one even bluffed him, they just refused to talk to him. At the end of the day, absolutely no one lied, and Jimmy had to eliminate people by drawing names from the box.
Is this absolute faceplant failure of a game really what anyone should expect from something 5 times as expensive as Survivor? This isn't just me being a snobby dickhead. Normies are noticing this. Everyone is saying it.
What do you think of Beast Game Season 2? It isn't very good. Jimmy's shots were shot on an Alexa 265, which is a rental-only camera, so limited and expensive that you can only learn the price of it by breaking one.
It's an awesome camera. And so Beast Game's decision to rent one would have been a great idea if Jimmy was the one running the damned obstacle courses.
There's a pivotal moment in the finale where a contestant is eliminated by being dropped into a pit, and the whole thing is huge and melodramatic, but then the actual hero
I
shot is
interacted
going out
with
with the
the
phone recording of a computer
video
model.
that they watch, I guess, on the regular one fucking time, not on my device.
Right now.
We all but all of the challenges in games are just so slipshod and poorly thought out. They all look like this, and they all play like this. The opening episode Strong Challenge came off head and shoulders above the corresponding Smarts Challenge. It seems clever and deliberate, but that's movie magic. Due to a critical flaw in the game design, the Strong Challenge was just too hard.
Yeah, it's about one guy.
And the remaining
Yeah,
decided
it's
by
a
being
single
front to push
person.
up tiebreaker. The Smart Challenge,
Someone
though,
shoot
was also
this
a
man.
feature of the end.
Oh,
Here
he's
showed
gonna
smart
fuck you
contestants
up.
playing 3 rounds of
Oh,
Simon,
he's
already
gonna
an
fuck you
incredibly
up
late
real
challenge,
bad.
but in reality they were playing Simon all night.
We'll do this over and over again, adding more and more blocks until 50 of you are eliminated.
The sun rose and the crew had to take garbage bags to the walls to keep light from leaking into the temporary structures they built in the pad in lieu of renting a sound
They're
stage.
just bad. They're all bad. Everyone's terrible. Should I capture him? Probably.
So at one point, Jimmy got bored, doubled the block
I can put him in. If anyone would dig out this fucking hole I told him to dig like an hour ago.
The one space, so in there and lock it, I guess.
Well, they need 2 spaces. They need to be able to have a thing.
to decide who's among the smartest people in the world was fit and worthy to enter Beast City. What became the final round was simply the same red, blue, green, yellow pattern repeated 4 times. These aren't isolated catastrophes. All the games had some fundamental flaw, and repeatedly contestants simply refused to engage with the game as Jimmy and his poker buddies conceptualized them.
The lion's share of the entertainment value really comes from spotting those flaws in advance, like icebergs on the horizon. We could go on ranting about all the little foibles of Beast Game, and so we did. There's a whole other video.
Everything in Beast Sphere is simultaneously absurdly expensive and cobbled together from scraps. One of the lies that Team Beast tells itself is that when they go into a new field, they gather a bunch of experts and really pick their brains, learn everything they can about this new venture, absorb all their knowledge.
But, like, no? I mean, hell, they told us that that's what we were there for on the tour, right? That was the purpose of it all. But if that's true, if we were brought in as subject matter experts, why did we waste 20 minutes standing in the hall looking at fan art? Why did nearly everyone we talked to pitch us on spectacle? Why did someone tell me, with a seriousness like he was trying to seduce me, that the ATV we were riding in was the exact same one Jimmy drives in the videos? Did you bring me here to pick my brain, or are you trying to sell me a timeshare?
This is already a record-breaking video essay, and we actually broke 2 more that we didn't even tell you about. But that's not enough. We're taking it up another notch.
That's right, this is the first video essay ever recorded in a bouncy castle while wearing a tuxedo. Isn't that right, certification dude? Let's go!
The deeper underlying issue here is cultural. Beast Industries is an organization obsessed with metrics. Jimmy is famously a metrics guy, so it's not really a mystery where that culture came from, but Team Beast is so obsessed with numbers, metrics, milestones, and spectacle that it has left from being something you put in front of the camera to something that has seeped into the very bones of the operation and metastasized. This is a major contributor to the fact that Beast Industries is kind of famously running the tank on empty, with revenue barely keeping up with expenses. The entryway of Beast Industries is dominated by a massive digital counter that displays the main channel's real-time subscriber count, and it is surrounded by YouTube Creator Milestone Awards for the various Beast channels, flanked by dozens and dozens of Guinness World Records.
The root issue that arises is a tremendous amount of inefficiency can be sold internally as long as it can be tied to some metric of spectacle. The biggest, the longest, the most.
As an example of all this in action, I was told at one point that Beast Games Season 2 had the largest BTS group.
You know, the people who run around filming the people doing the filming, the largest BTS crew ever for a reality TV competition show at 16 people. Now, that's funny for 3 reasons. One, there is absolutely nothing in the BTS footage that says this required 16 people running around. You used 4 times as many people as normal, but absolutely did not get 4 times the results. 2, that's a lot of caveats, and it's really easy to invent a record if you just keep narrowing the scope. 3 is that, like, 16 people is not that many people, and even if it's true, there's no competition for that record. You invented a race and then awarded yourself the victor while everyone else was too busy doing their jobs to care. No one else is keeping score here, so why are you trying to impress me? I'm sorry, the fact that you even thought to think about it is a sickness.
The obsession with metrics is such a deep-rooted value that it has become a gilded cage, where Team Beast must be wary at all times of even the perception that they're losing the juice, that they've plateaued, that it is even physically possible for Mr. Beast to stop being the most watched single thing on planet Earth.
Speaking of the behind-the-scenes stuff, I keep thinking about this bit where Jimmy brags about using more equipment than the Olympics.
People might not even realize it, but we used more gear for this season of Beast Games than the Olympics used.
Okay, assuming that that is even true, that's the kind of brag that exists for its own sake. Beast Games is, for all intents and purposes, a sporting event where a single thing of interest is happening at any given time in a single venue. The Olympics is a sporting event where 2 to 4 events are happening simultaneously across 7 different venues. And for a visual comparison, Beast Games looks like this, and the Olympics looks like this. There couldn't be It's not about what's in your gear, it's how you use it.
That's a good
If you're calling
comparison.
out more gear than the Olympics, it's not because you need more gear than the Olympics, it's because you want to be able to say,
We have as much gear, if not a little bit more than the Olympics uses.
It's a really cheap, tacky way of thinking, and honestly, the product starts tripping over the process.
there's so many cameras that they are simultaneously capturing everything and nothing. Tied up in the more gear than the Olympics is bragging about how many GoPros they use. I don't remember the exact number, but Beast City and basically every game is plastered with GoPros, something like 600 of them. But to what end? The actual volume of GoPro shots that make it into the final cut are few and fleeting, mostly confessional stuff, and they don't really add that much here. Like, I believe that a show like Beast Games has use for tiny action cams, and even has use for a very large number of them. You want to be able to stick one wherever you need one, up in high, hard-to-reach places, and not worry about getting it back down anytime soon.
But the math just doesn't math. Unless you're literally firing them into the sun, how do you get to 600?
One of the running storylines in Season 2 revolves around the lovebirds Monica and Jim. The two of them say they met at the games, but that meeting isn't in the show. And given their profiles in the show, and the fact that they got married in Beast City during production, there's no way the producers would leave that moment out if they had it. So, a beast-zillion cameras pointed at everything, and you still didn't get the shot.
And you know what? It's fine. Not having that moment is fine. No one who noticed you didn't have the shot actually cared. I fear that Beast Industries is going to learn the wrong lesson from all this. That culturally, they are inclined towards deciding that they need even more cameras next time, rather than learning they need to move forward with intent.
We have some of the largest sets in history. We're breaking dozens of world records, giving away billions of dollars.
Ultimately, Beast Industries lies to the outside world, and in turn, it lies to itself. They pumped out so much BS about their world records and status that they bought in themselves. They believe in their performance and believe that performing it is the same as doing it. Like we mentioned earlier, Team Beast says that they love to bring in experts and purport to pick their brains, absorb their knowledge. This seems to be an internal cultural belief derived from Jimmy's explicit belief that complex subjects can be absorbed in 20 minutes or less.
Something that annoys me. Education. Why is it that your parents got taught the same way in school that your kids are getting taught? Look at Mark Rober's videos. Look at all this amazing educational content where you learn such great, or like such complex topics in like 20 minutes, and it's really engaging and fun, and you retain it.
And like, no, there's too much there. Let's not get distracted. Just no. This oddly recasts the entire visit into something between the performance of research, a ritualistic exposure to expertise, or straight up delusion, like they legitimately believe that listening to a dozen YouTubers freestyle their thoughts about fandom confers cumulative decades of experience. They told us how intentional and deliberate they are before moving into a new space, but sorry, that's demonstrably untrue.
Hell, while we were putting the finishing touches on this video, Defend One released a video called Mr. Beast is Boring Now, and Jimmy turned up in the comments agreeing with the guy and suggesting that they hop on a Zoom call to hash some ideas out, which is an absolutely insane thing for the face of a media empire to admit out loud. Intentional and deliberate, but Jimmy's out there just doing whatever this is. Visibly, demonstrably, Beast Industries is being piloted by just some dudes who actually well and truly do not have a plan. Christ, I'm recording this line right now because we have to keep going back to revise chunks of the script because Jimmy just can't stop releasing embarrassing documentaries all about how bad they are at making a game show. I was kinder to the Awful Smart Challenge originally, where they played Simon. I was willing to blow right past it, but then we learned it wasn't just a bad game, it was also profoundly miserable to shoot because it took all night. My source for that is Jimmy Beast. James himself is the one who told me in a video he published. He's doing my job for me.
When we were doing Block's game, I'm living in that moment right now, like sweating bullets, like guys, we've spent twice what we were budgeted to today, and we're still going.
How much longer do you think we'll go tonight? I don't know what's going on.
This Mr. Beast has a brand of chocolate bars, Feastables, that he would tell you is one of his passion projects.
I've poured thousands of hours, more than you could ever imagine, into perfecting this product.
But Jimmy says that in the same video where he announces version 3.0 of his candy bars, because the first version featured multiple critical design flaws.
There's a reason why like chocolate bars have these like breakpoints here where they like break easily. I didn't know that. And so mine was just one solid sheet of chocolate, but that's almost like a piece of glass, whereas if you drop it, it just shatters into like a bunch of little pieces. And I also didn't know that there's a thing called
That is just the most fucking simple thing I can imagine if I was trying to make a fucking candy bar. It's insane. That'd be like not knowing why it's wrapped in the store.
You may have seen Feastable bars littering the floor of your local grocery store, and this was why. Jimmy actually got
I'm just constantly reminded that the people who make the most money in this society are not at all the smartest people in this society. Just every time.
It's mostly just embarrassing. So while Team Beast did identify the problems in their product, they had to see them manifest out in the real world first. This example suggests not only that they did not consult experts in launching Jimmy's coveted chocolate bar, but that no one so much as set up a prototype in a break room and eat through a box organically in order to experience these immediate and universal problems.
I've poured thousands of hours, more than you could ever imagine, into perfecting this product.
This is all just a means to the ultimate end of Beast Industries' ambition of being a $100 billion company.
This is actually one of the rules of Team Beast, presented on bold posters in the halls of Beast Studios.
See the value. We are building the next $100 billion company. If you don't believe in us, you shouldn't be here. Now, that's ambitious. That's very ambitious. For context, Netflix wants to buy Warner Brothers Discovery for a paltry $82.7 billion. So they have to expand. The road to 100 billion isn't just paved with candy bars and YouTube videos, it's also toys, like a whole line of tiny plastic choking hazards called Mr. Beast Labs. Here's one of them. Buy 600 GoPros. Be the biggest at everything at all costs.
And this whole process is toxic to the production. The need to not just be big, but to say that you're big, ends up dictating the creative process at the expense of things like knowing when your episodes are going to end.
Because everything becomes a measure of clout. Saying you have the most cameras, saying you bring in experts before making your merch, saying you want to be a $100 billion YouTube company, it's all just clout. It's clout all the way down.
While this frame might look innocuous, it actually represents the most expensive single day of recording a video essay in Calgary, Alberta, an already impressive feat.
But that's not all. We've got even more firsts for you. This is the first video essay ever recorded with the bouncy castle in a tuxedo on Super 8mm film. Isn't that right, certification due? Let's go.
I find the Mr. Beast style creatively repulsive. Jimmy is undeniably a savant in algorithmic optimization, but he has built a machine that is utterly incapable of comprehending its own work as a creative endeavor. The standard output of Beast Industries has no narrative structure, no build-up, no calm. It's just a wall of indistinct visual and auditory noise. Open a modern Mr. Beast video, and Jimmy is screaming at you in literal milliseconds.
We just got dropped off on this 2,000-year-old ancient temple!
That much is clear from the outside, but perhaps the biggest revelation of the whole tour is how uncontroversial this status quo is. Mr. Beast videos begin as a title and thumbnail. That is the measure by which concepts are pitched and created. This practice isn't a cardinal sin in isolation, it's a pragmatic reality of YouTube. Professional YouTubers need to put a lot of thought into the title and thumbnail because we want to eat. And yeah, sometimes the creative impetus behind a video really is that it make for a killer thumbnail, but it's rare that any of us will admit that because we know that it's a bit naughty, a bit tacky, because it's starting through marketing and working backwards to create the product. It's cynical. Dare I say, it's anti-art. It wasn't shocking to learn that Mr. Beast videos typically begin as thumbnails, but it was shocking.
Yeah, I want to find the videos in my history that started with thumbnails and delete them from my history. That's gross.
It's not a dirty secret, nor is it an open secret, because it's not a secret at all. It's public knowledge.
Because we obsess. He's like, we build 20, 30, 40 thumbnails, and once we like a thumbnail, we go build a video and the idea around it.
They had a poster on a wall, one that I tragically didn't get any footage of, that laid bare the mandate of the writer's room. Is this a 100 million view idea? This mindset, where ideas are conceptualized as views and no idea.
The captured one. Currently he's sitting in the middle of a field because he went berserk and escaped.
Now, you might counter by pointing out that Team Beast is just emulating the cold calculus you find in Hollywood, AAA gaming, and pop music. What I'd say to that is, sure, Hollywood executives have their equivalent to the 100 million view idea, and large-scale art, the equivalent of Mr. Beast, is absolutely dominated by commercial interests. But you will always find some sort of delineation between the suits and the creatives. If you want sinners, the only way to get it is to humor Ryan Coogler when he insists on shooting on Ultra Panavision 7. The smart business decision is to eventually step back and let Ryan cook. But on the other end of the spectrum, even the most corporate schlock fences off the artists from the commercial. Call of Duty does not want its writers or animators making business decisions because business decisions are for the businessmen. The core difference between all these rules and Beast Industries is that the business people and the creative people at Beast Industries are the same people. Separation is not only physically impossible, it's a crime. When a member of the has an idea, they turn their head and liquid form devoid of substance, pure content, birthed into the world by the raw pursuit of metrics. The way that Jimmy, and by extension the rest of Team Beast, use the phrase passion project simply can't escape the gravity well of their mercenary commitment to metrics above all. It becomes a shadow over everything. Most Beast stuff, from Beast games to Feastables, gets called a passion project at one point or another. Maybe this isn't even lying. Maybe Jimmy is legitimately passionate for cheap plastic toys and mediocre candy bars, but even the philanthropy projects catch strays here.
Beast Philanthropy is one of the many spin-off channels under the umbrella of Team Beast, though the separation is hazy at best, since Beast Philanthropy videos all still hinge on the same ostentatious spectacle that defines the main channel.
It's something of a boy who cried wolf situation. Jimmy may truly believe in Beast Philanthropy and may genuinely see Beast Industries as a vehicle to ultimately end world hunger, but these ideals sit directly alongside answering the question of if an octogenarian can win a foot race against a 12-year-old, or how much money is needed to convince two randos to spend a month living chained to their ex. The philanthropy stuff is weird. I don't want to get caught up in the weeds here. Beast Philanthropy has its share of scandals, but no matter how tacky and naive Jimmy may be while he points a camera at his altruism, it's hard for me to get worked up about this in a world beset by billionaires behaving like literal vampires. I suppose the oddness is rooted in how the philanthropy side
The lovers broke up instantly after like 2 days.
The earliest stuff involved several different channels where he attempted a dizzying array of styles and formats, but his first success on YouTube came on a video titled I Counted to 100,000, where Jimmy counted from 1 to 100,000 in a single 48-hour session.
89,000.
Just recently, Jimmy Beast went on Jimmy Fallon and admitted that the impetus behind the video came from wanting to find a way to make money while watching Game of Thrones.
I thought about this. I'm not even joking. How can I make money while watching shows I like? And I was like, well, what if I watch it? I just record myself counting, and it worked out.
And so, Mr. Beast's first viral hit was the purest possible business decision. It was trash, an utterly lifeless creative work with nothing to say beyond its title and thumbnail, simply a vehicle for making money. Beast Industries is the pure embodiment of that philosophy. In that sense, Jimmy never stopped counting. Beast Games is transparently a derivative of Squid Game. It's not an open secret that could benefit from being at least a little bit of a secret. When Squid Game first came out on Netflix, the Mr. Beast brand was all over. The premise of the show is that contestants have to do very simplistic, childish challenges under high-stakes circumstances, so the dovetail with the Mr. Beast brand was basically baked in. Initially, they just recreated the show in Minecraft for the Mr. Beast gaming channel, while they assembled, shot, cut, and released $456,000 Squid Game in real life for the main channel in less than 2.5 months. That video is, to this day, Mr. Beast's most viewed video, and not by a small margin. Hence, we got Beast Games, the non-IP infringing Amazon Prime counterpart. What I find fascinating, though, is how Jimmy seems both resistant to and frustrated
Man,
by
this is fucking culture, man. I hate this place.
When I raised the subject of Squid Game, he became quite worked up. In his mind, Squid Game kills people. Beast Games makes millionaires, so they're not remotely similar, and the comparison is offensive. And that is strictly true. Amazon hasn't given Jimmy clearance to murder his participants. Maybe that's a season 4 thing, but come on, man. Beast Games is a Squid Game ripoff. That would have been impossible to deny, even if you hadn't actually made Squid Game IRL. This isn't a purely semantic argument. It has a tangible effect on the end product. When you make a sincere adaptation of a satirical fictional murder game show from the anti-capitalist classic, Do Not Build the Murder Game Show, you're going to import the bad stuff. I don't even relate to this point. Beast Games has taken a satire of reality game shows as humiliation rituals for the desperate and taken that as their starting position. Regardless of how altruistic the show's spirit may or may not be, the vibes were doomed to be gross from the start. But fine, Jimmy thinks the Squid Game comparison is unfair. Fine. Whatever.
First off, we didn't kill people.
The remark I found more upsetting was one of the tour guides earlier in the video repeatedly that the philosophy of Beast Game wasn't to shape cast into stories or make them characters in editing, but to put them into scenarios that would expose who they really were.
Beast Games, in its purest form, its existence is a simulation. This simulated world can be cold, brutal, and is entirely controlled by choices.
This echoes the sentiment that Beast Games is some kind of grand social experiment. A social experiment centered overwhelmingly around two things: money and lying for money.
I'm getting more money for you, JC. I'm getting you more money, man. More money! Can you make some more eggs? You know what? I'll go make some more eggs. For what? I don't know. He wants more money.
The idea that Beast Games exposes some truth about individuals or collectives is deeply insulting and shows an ignorance to not just the product they created, but their chosen career. The social experiment thesis fails from first principles. It's a game show. While we get glimpses into human nature through peer pressure and delight, what we're seeing is predominantly the rules of Beast Games playing out in front of us. I think most viewers pick up on the game theory of Beast Games just intuitively. Everyone is here to make money, and long odds are you will never see any of these people again. Thus, you should always take the money. Your Beast Games integrity doesn't span here. But the show is willfully blind to this idea. Beast Games loves the thought of people betraying their friends and allies for money.
If you don't think Corey has it, this is your chance to switch in.
You gonna tell what you told everyone else?
But if you guys once again refuse to lie to each other, you'll give me no choice but to go to my plan B. And I promise you, none of you are gonna like plan B.
The only reason that narrative plays at all is that, like, yeah, after a month of living together, there is a base amount of courtesy between the contestants that makes them feel bad about playing the game that they're there to play. Peer pressure is powerful in even small doses. What Beast Games considers tests of integrity or selfishness or whatever specializes in coercion. A contestant makes a promise to someone else, and it's about finding a dollar value high enough to compel that contestant to go back on their word and make a lie out of them.
I didn't fulfill my word, and I feel bad. I feel founded. I don't even want to touch it. It feels dirty to me.
And sorry, I don't think that process says anything noteworthy about society or even Nick the wrestler as an individual. It's just juicing humans for content. Due to the magic of editing, it will always be about whatever the producers decide it will be about after the fact. When someone steals the money, it becomes a story of greed. When they hold the line, it becomes a testament to human integrity. To be really tacky and quote myself, they will always be able to use the whole bird. And you'd think that a team working in reality TV would be awake to this aspect of the genre, aware that it is literally impossible for them to not present a constructed story without posting a raw 24/7 footage. It's also just a bizarre thing to say to a room full of media critics and fans of reality TV who don't engage with the genre as if it's genuine. We know it's a show. We know what the sausage is made of. It is rude to talk to us like we're their audience and don't know where mommy goes when she holds up the dish towel. This is where the system as it is set up is constitutionally incapable of processing the optics of its own behavior. It's honestly not even malicious so much as it is supremely credulous. It's the kind of thoughtlessness that leads to leaving a Twitter philanthropy award on display from con man and Bed Bath & Beyond stock grifter Bill Pulte, seen here on stage with meme stock veils and PPCs.
Has anybody here heard of Twitter philanthropy?
It's the absent-mindedness that leads to continually releasing behind-the-scenes clips that make you look bad at your job. It's a boys being boys attitude running a $5 billion company like you're still 4 dudes dicking around with leaf blowers in your backyard that fosters an environment of passive callousness that leads to the kind of heinous stuff that happened on Beast Games Season 1 that we just don't have time to go into. Hoot Hootman has a whole chapter dedicated to this in her video about Beast Burger. I don't need to retread her work.
Because within this 54-page class action lawsuit, by far the most heavily redacted pages released to the public are those that have to do with the sexual harassment of 5 women working on the set of a television show produced by the biggest company in the world and a YouTuber that statistically your middle school-age son is watching. I think this excerpt is particularly damning.
It's the lack of critical thought that leads to gormlessly flying the entire remaining cast of Beast Games off to Saudi Arabia to drive Lamborghinis around Riyadh, witlessly participating in the Saudi government's public image reformation campaign, along with star-studded comedy festivals and a chintzy Mr. Beast theme park. Like, this is just wholly sincere advertising. This is product placement.
Or this city's incredibly better than these. This city looks like it's from the future. This is crazy.
One of the odd contradictions of Mr. Beast is that he doesn't have a fandom remotely proportional to his actual viewership. In theory, with his viewership of almost 4 billion views a month, he is on par with any major franchise, up in the same range as professional sports. He should be utterly inescapable, but instead he's just kind of lingering in the quagmire of the culture. He Reddit as a very loose proxy for fandom. Beast Games' dominant subreddit has 19.4 thousand members. Pretty modest. By comparison, the major subreddit for the Pit has over 100,000. Beast Games Season 2 is a show that uses more gear than the Olympics, and the Pit is a show you may only have heard of because some beardy YouTuber told you it's good and that you should be watching it. I am that beardy YouTuber. Go watch it. We checked the main Mr. Beast subreddit the day after the Beast Games finale to find 2 posts in the last 24 hours, both about Minecraft, with a combined total of 6 comments and 15 upvotes between them, from a sub with 1.4 million followers. The sub is dead. And Mr. Beast's comments on the YouTube channel are just a comments section. Anecdotally, it feels like Mr. Beast's most diehard fans today come from the hustle culture side of it. People invested in Jimmy's bootstrap story and the fantasy of a small YouTuber building a media empire with his boys. People who share Jimmy's admiration of Steve Jobs and Elon Musk. But those people aren't consumers. They watch Jimmy's podcast appearances. They don't watch Mr. Beast. Sincere Mr. Beast fans do exist, but there's nowhere for them to properly congregate and make Mr. Beast feel like a living cultural entity. I think the influencer iShowSpeed makes for a really illustrative comparison. iShowSpeed has 51 million subscribers at time of writing, a fraction of Mr. Beast's 460
Ha!
million.
One shot, one kill, baby.
Is mobbed wherever he goes. He can proc a stream in Kenya, and it looks like the second coming of Jesus Christ. It's actually a little concerning. Speed reminds us just how big these numbers are. By contrast, Jimmy's public appearances, even when organized, pull in a fraction of this number. And maybe you have to mark in Jimmy's favor that he isn't out here causing human stampedes on the regular, but whatever you may think of all this, it's clear that iShowSpeed has juice that Jimmy simply does not. I am now the mayor of Peru!
I am now the mayor of Peru. Oh my god.
iShowSpeed's content is even more transient and disposable than Mr. Beast. It's a pure embodiment of stream of consciousness noise. It's not even right to call it creative work. It's a celebrity walking around and letting the novelties of the world come to him. So why does he feel so much bigger? Well, such is the ephemeral nature of celebrity. Back at Beast Industry, right next to the poster proclaiming that employees need to embrace the vision of being a $100 billion company, is a companion group. YouTube first. We are here to make the best YouTube videos on earth, not the best produced videos. If you don't know the difference, ask Jimmy. There is baked into the company's values an ideological divide between what they do and art. Now, some people do in fact just think he's neat, and Jimmy Donaldson, the man, is indeed very easy to like. In actual conversation, he's personable and laid back and doesn't seem to show a genuine interest in listening to other people talk about their expertise. When he's not actively screaming at you through the magic of the internet,
Oh, someone got a title.
frictionless individual. He isn't going to challenge you. Okay, he might literally challenge you to climb into a bucket of snakes, but he's not a challenging figure.
He's a freeholder.
If wants to realize the aspiration of being a $100 billion company, there are some extremely non-trivial hurdles to overcome. One is that there is a plateau to what Mr. Beast can achieve in its current form. There are simply
It's unclear as to what this does.
If Mr. Beast is to exceed that plateau, it will need mass appeal. It will need to be as mainstream as football. It might feel like he's kind of already there.
I'm
but
very
no.
unclear.
The line that we're trying to navigate here is the difference between scale and popularity.
Beast Industries is currently valued around $5 billion overall and skating a little below $500 million per year in revenue, though not profitable. So their dream is to eventually 20x in scale. That simply isn't achievable as a standalone YouTube channel.
So Team Beast is attempting to leverage Mr. Beast as a launching point for other commercial ventures, such as the candy bars and toys, but while Jimmy is a savant at YouTube, he does not have the Midas touch, and has arguably been racking up a quiet string of failures. Beast Burger was marred by inconsistent execution, a grating premise, and bad partnerships, leaving the whole thing mired in litigation. Beast Labs has been described as so far past shelf-warming, it's not even funny. Lunchly shipped rotten food. But even if all of these were hits, you don't get to 100 billion by selling candy bars in the grocery store, you get there by being the grocery store. The next hurdle in that journey is that adults broadly don't like Mr. Beast.
I have a challenge for all of you.
They find the brand actively repellent and associated with low-quality, thoughtless products. Things made cheaply and quickly. Candy bars that need 2 iterations to have molded breakpoints. The whole enterprise has a stank about it, a manic desperation combined with a naked embrace of everything repulsive in the metrics-driven attention.
I am glad somebody feels that way. That's all I've ever seen when I see Beast products in the store. I'm just like, look at this garbage. Look at this garbage that they're shoveling out into the stores. Like, the bigger the brand, the more I'm like, you're probably shoveling dumpster juice in my face. Yeah, especially like when you start shoving your shit everywhere in my face while I'm just at the store.
Videos ranging from daring Chandler to eat a cockroach for $100 and giving homeless people bags for cash on hidden camera emerged a synthesis format where Team Beast round up X number of Ys and have them compete in juvenile challenges for vast sums of money. In the earliest days of this version of the channel, proximity to Mr. Beast was literally the sorting factor that could land you a sack full of bills, but even as the pool of participants expanded, the channel has never shaken the perception that one weird trick to getting rid of your debt is
I'll wait to do this ceremony because I don't have a throne room.
Of course, that's extra hard to shake when stuff like this keeps happening in 2025.
Alongside Alpha Coach and his best friend Chandler.
And the subscriber giveaways are too numerous to count. They're so impromptu that when he did the whole thing with recruiting kids to clean up his merchandise in grocery stores for a chance to win something, it barely even registered until it happened to break contained and some adults noticed what was going on. Everything that we've talked about, the obsession with money, the poorly thought out games, the cheapness of everything surrounding the giant pile of cash, the thoughtless, disposable nature of the end product, the transactional subscribe for a cookie nature of the channel, the sheer tackiness of giving a kid a Mr. Beast branded prosthetic. People feel that. It turns out, sitting on piles of fake money to signal wealth is actually very cheap. Look, they even let us do it. Whenever someone in a focus group asks you a question, the question itself betrays an anxiety. So being flown a couple thousand miles to be asked by the most subscribed YouTuber in the history of ever, how do you build fandom, says something very telling about how Team Beast sees itself, its place in the culture, and its place in the future. And, you know, I don't have access to the Mr. Beast dashboard beyond the screenshots Jimmy posts to social media, but I'm something of a data guy myself. Out of raw curiosity, I graphed the performances of every main channel Mr. Beast video from his first viral counting video to present, and while there's a lot of caveats in these numbers, and by any objective measure of YouTube success, these numbers are still incomprehensible, but there's a very interesting trend in the data. Now, this is just a single axis of a very complex operation, but if I were a metrics-obsessed business, and I saw this, I might get a little spooked. I still don't actually know why I was invited to Mr. Beast Studios, and at this point, I probably never will. The exercise was supposed to be hype, clearly. Every interaction with the staff was infused with a delirious enthusiasm, but I just left haunted by a profound sense of tragedy. This glimpse inside a vast industrial machine that exists to produce nothing. Beast Industries pumps things out in service of a metric defined by its own existence. It does philanthropy, but is blind to anything that can't be encapsulated in a 10-word title and a thumbnail. They will rescue slaves, then shamelessly fly to Saudi Arabia so Chandler can drive Jim around in a Lambo.
Yo, let's go, Chandler!
And all this compounds. The inefficient operations obsessed with metrics lead to a business that, as Jimmy keeps saying on talk shows, isn't making any money because they spend it all. The gilded cage of the channel's dominance means they simply cannot stop making stuff, and the deeply baked corporate culture of artlessness means there's no room for experimentation or reevaluation. Despite the money, the whole thing is cheap and plastic. Jimmy has, in his career, published dozens of videos that any other channel would have simply scrapped in production. This has been a successful strategy in terms of growth, but has tainted the image. The failure of the bluff game is embarrassing from a production standpoint. Just an absolutely entirely foreseeable own goal that heads should have rolled over, but it had to go out the door as it was. Too much was riding on it. And it's not even a one-off. The whole season is littered with moments like that. It's just the poster child. The brand is is a hodgepodge of ill-considered, basically random ventures from toys to candy to meat snacks to ghost kitchens to soon financial services, with the only common denominator being that it's directed at children. How you build fandom is by making something people want to watch because it's fun or interesting or profound, and not just because it hacks the attention pathways of 9-year-olds. The Beast Empire is comically precarious, suffering from the conditions of its own success, and for a brief moment, I got to drift past it. A flailing animal, a great beast of the sea, ill-considered, impulsive, no real plan, dysfunctional, obsessed with weird stuff, committed 100% to the immediate term, hurtling itself forward into anything and everything out of existential fear that if it ever stops swimming for long enough to get its bearings, it will die. Team Beast spent $30,000 to fly 12 YouTubers out to North Carolina to show them some fields, feed them sandwiches, and ask them questions that could have been an email. Why? There is no why. It's just what they do.
The Unforgivable Sin of Miss Rachel.
That's been one I've been looking to watch for a while, so since you've said it, I'm gonna watch it. 1994. Oh, this is Rwanda.
Le Rwanda appartient à ceux qui le défendent vraiment. Et vous, les Lignenzi, vous n'êtes pas des Rwandais.
I am not a morning person, but do you know who is? So every morning when Dad goes to work, someone marches into my room, and half-conscious every morning we pull out our laptop and put on Miss Rachel. But oh no, what's this? A very credible and good faith organization is calling on the Attorney General to investigate Miss Rachel for anti-Semitism crimes. How unexpected. It's from a group called Stop Anti-Semitism, one word. It's run by Barbara, and she's a serious person. Oh, she was anti-Semite of the week? Damn, I gotta watch what I say. I don't want to be anti-Semite of the week. Please don't make me anti-Semite of the week. So the issue that a lot of people raise against Miss Rachel is that she's spreading misinformation, or she's taking things out of context, or she's showing a one-sided story.
Miss Rachel has not only ignored brutality inflicted upon Jewish and Israeli kids, she's also shared numbers and a narrative that aligns with a known terror organization.
And most importantly,
Mr. Rogers in our day, he didn't start lecturing kids about Russia or Iran or the nuclear threat. That's not their job.
Children's educational media, famously apolitical.
Would you like to join me? It looks awfully enjoyable, but I don't have a towel or anything. Oh, you share mine. Okay. Well, I know how busy you are, but sometimes just a minute like this will really make a difference.
So this video is going to be a little dense and maybe even a little serious. And while it is surrounding a topic that I know no one has strong feelings about, let me just make a caveat here that I'm not going to expect anyone to agree with everything that I have to say. That's not realistic, and frankly, that's kind of not even good. Did you know that if you subscribe on desktop, the little subscribe button gets a little rainbow
That's from Life of
going
Brian.
around?
You need to watch that
And
one too if you
that's
haven't
the
seen
only
that
good
one.
thing I will say about YouTube today. So let us embark on a little journey together. Come on. Yeah, so I thought we could, talk in here. Oh yeah, we grew this. I'm just blowing you away with this natural affect, aren't I? But that's the thing. We're making a little bit of content, and I just so happen to be making food at the same time. I'm a mom. I don't have a lot of time.
Everybody, we're always
I have
planting
to
plants,
do both of
constantly.
these things at the same time. Okay, so according to the deep Miss Rachel lore, when Rachel Grosso's first
Yeah,
child
here's some
was
herb.
transitioning into those
We got smoke leaf and we got cycleweed.
the family had to seek speech therapy for a speech delay.
This is heel root.
His brain wasn't really connecting with his mouth, so we really needed to see what the mouth was doing. I wanted something for him so bad that would help him.
Oh, I need somebody to be the
when it wasn't there,
baked good.
maybe we could create it for him and other kids.
While
You will be the
in
baked
therapy,
good.
She noticed that there were no quality online resources for early language development.
Need an
And I
altar, ideogram, or ritual spot.
And as she already ran these music workshops for toddlers in New York, she decided she would be the change she wanted to see in the world and began uploading
Now you
videos
need
in
to keep doing
2019. Miss Rachel's videos are not just for babies either. There's this sort of built-in assumption that a caregiver is also watching with the child because there's all sorts of notes for parents throughout the videos. Sometimes she'll talk about milestones, sometimes she'll give suggestions, sometimes she'll explain why she's doing what she's doing.
Wow! You're going to be learning to use the potty?
And this stands in great contrast to most shows for very young children. It isn't just what she produces and the relative novelty of focusing on early language acquisition. Obviously, that has exploded in popularity since Miss Rachel has. Kids like songs. They just do. And Rachel, with her music director, husband, and their cadre of Broadway actors, they just make better arrangements of the
Is the
classics.
pen not pen?
Your Old MacDonalds, your Bingos, etc. They do have a lot of original songs as well. The Life of a Moon is just so much spam. They have a lot of original songs as well, most of which are bangers, which is fortunate because if you have a toddler, you know if they like something, you are going to be listening to it at least 50,000 times. No shade to the Super Simple group.
Jump.
Super Simple is fine. It's just kind of hard to compete with the cast of Aladdin on Broadway singing about pooping. In 2023, a TikTok video went viral.
Okay.
About pronouns.
This is why I don't want the young kids that
Which, now that I think about it, is in fairness, toddlers do struggle with pronouns. Well, anyway, the pronoun thing never happened, of course, but it did make certain people realize that one of Rachel's regular collaborators on her show is a non-binary trans person named Jules. Jules sings about insidious trans issues like walking. Walking, 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 ha ha ha, ha ha ha. And stuffies. Give your stuffy a big, big hug. Give your stuffy a big, big hug. Make them feel so safe and loved. Stuffies only have two genders. It's just science, okay? But the discussion began in May of 2024 when Rachel did a fundraiser where she would record a personalized cameo for you or your child.
I am now on Cameo, and all the money raised on my end, fees, tips, it is all going to Save the Children's Emergency Fund.
A nonprofit which at the time was doing a drive that focused on hunger in multiple regions, one of which was Gaza. 4 days later, she uploaded the following to TikTok.
The bullying is so bad. It's so bad.
Interesting.
Hey, I care about all kids. It's it just hurts so bad. That is who I am. I can do this.
After the Bullied to Tears video, she became more vocal and consistent with her advocacy, not just raising money for hungry children, but bringing attention to the violence in the region.
I saw a picture of 2 babies in Gaza, and their thighs are like this small. Can't let children starve. That is not who we are.
Very much pearl-clutching commenced, at first with right-wing media outlets like Fox News, The Times, and The New York Post, and then, emboldened by the new administration, groups like Barbara's, which call for the Attorney General to investigate Ms. Rachel, suggesting that because she has done paid partnerships in the past, she's being paid by Hamas, a group with an influencer partner program, apparently. Why is a children's content creator who has never previously...
How is it you only show up for me when there's violence happening and I have to murder somebody? You ain't been paying attention for 20 minutes and then it's time to murder somebody and then you show up instantly. What the fuck? The fuck is up with this? The fuck?
So YouTubers being paid off by foreign assets is a thing that happens.
Filled with murder.
But I think this might be a little silly. So, you know, Ms. Rachel sings songs about...
What is that?
This is the chat.
I should put that on silent. So, you know, Ms. Rachel sings songs about, like, brushing teeth and pooping
Put
and
it there, because I don't need to worry about that
So
thing.
the most common argument goes, you know, she should stay in
Actually, I'll just cover it up.
Everybody feels they have to get on the activist bandwagon now. Miss Rachel, you don't know anything about the Middle East, the Middle East, the Middle East.
Yes, again, famously apolitical.
And I feel that if we in public television can only make it clear that feelings are mentionable and manageable, we will have done a great service.
Ever since he successfully and apolitically lobbied Congress to grant funds for the creation of public television on the argument that television could be educational, Fred Rogers has been the gold standard.
The truth is that everybody has something special inside them, and nobody's more important than anybody else. Just like you, my television friend.
Fred Rogers and Rachel Recurso also have a great deal in common as real human people, and not just the caricatures of themselves they play on their shows. Both specialized in children's education, both studied music. This knife is just incredibly dull. I don't know if you can tell. I bought it at Joann's before it went out of business. Mr. Rogers at Dartmouth and Miss Rachel at NYU. Both are motivated by the teachings of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. They both wrote or co-wrote their own original songs, and they both make it a point to connect with the child audience.
Always remember, you're a great kid.
You are the only one like you, my friend.
Yep.
I like you.
And there is a reason they do it like this. And it's not just in order to compete with 30-minute toy ads or family finger videos. The reason is science. In the late 1960s, 97% of all American households... When I say dumb, look, I haven't had time to get it sharpened, okay? As a housewife, I'm supposed to do it myself, but I just don't have time. I'm too busy filming content. In the late 1960s, 97% of all American households owned a television set, and preschool children watched an eye-blistering 27 hours of television per week. So it was not a terribly realistic goal to get rid of screen time in the house. So the goal instead became make it value-added, educational. Enter Sesame Street in 1969. Its mission was to help close the early childhood education gap by teaching underserved children. This is why Sesame Street looks the way it does. It's not set in like a suburban Levittown, but in the inner city, which in the days before gentrification was, let's just say it was less expensive to live there in the 1960s and 70s. During the early development of Sesame Street,
They didn't teach about that. That should have been a song on Sesame Street.
Child development in education and television. Out of this came some of the
Yeah,
most
their
in-depth
echo.
studies
Wow.
ever done on how kids learn up to that point. And I don't mean just for television, I mean like in general.
It was English because you just said the same thing I said. I could guess what you
Which
said.
conducts research on child learning to this day. I know children's programming is famously apolitical, but this is
They're
part of
doing
what the
it.
Corporation for Public
They're doing that now.
supports when they finance shows like
That's exactly
Sesame
what they're
Street,
doing.
not just producing content, but also funding
That too.
research.
They're doing that as well. They're doing it.
The focus episode
It's a
Sesame
dog.
Street
It's the
most
dog.
familiar is academic basics, letters, numbers, colors, patterns,
Oh,
words,
it's
that
a
sort of thing.
crematorium.
But beginning in the 1980s, episodes shifted focus more to feelings.
Because I know what it's like to be scared.
You get scared?
Yeah, sure, everybody gets scared sometimes. I'm afraid of haircuts. But luckily the barber gives me a lollipop, and that makes me feel better.
Also around this time, the show started to
I wouldn't want a lollipop during it while I get a haircut. It's gonna get hair all over it. Give me like some gum to chew on or something.
One of their main human actors, Mr. Hooper, died in 1983.
Big Bird, Mr. Hooper's not coming back. Why not? Big Bird, when people die, they don't come back. Ever? No, never.
Damn. Brutal.
Another change in Sesame Street.
Come on, Big Bird. Tell the kids about how they're gonna float in the sky forever after they die and hang out with all the people they love. That's what you gotta say.
In 1991, we got Rosita, who was from Mexico and bilingual.
My name is Rosita.
There we go.
She is now one of the main Muppets. And where before
The
we
monster
only
of
had Bert
something. I don't know what
Norman, who were yellow
Cuevas
but, like,
is.
white-coated. We now have Muppets of color like G. Young and cousins Gabrielle and Tamir. Presently, the child occurring cast consists of Charlie, who is Jewish, and Mia, who has 2 dads.
One of my dads is Cuban.
I grew up speaking Spanish at home.
My other dad is Jewish.
It's
Jewish means having holidays all year round.
Shabbat Shalom.
You can probably guess where this is going.
Sesame Street had made the courageous transition from education to indoctrination.
Here they are promoting it to children. This is Sesame Street. It's made for 3-year-olds.
There's a TikTok posted this on X. Parents, beware. Sesame Street is grooming your kids.
Sesame Street has been bombarding children with propaganda for some time now.
To use Sesame Street to adopt 3 to 5-year-olds into that which ends up
it's not look like people. No. This one wasn't about looking like people. This one wasn't about looking like them. It wasn't about racism. It was that the Sesame Street kid had 2 dads. She had gay dads. Oh no! That has nothing to do with, like, conservatives don't care that they don't want you seeing that. That's not even, you shouldn't see representation of a family that looks like yours because your family is illegitimate and invalid. I know, but you just have to advance to the next layer of stupid, babe. You can't sit at the first layer.
Actively protect your kids from watching Sesame Street.
A major change from Sesame Street's early days is an increased focus on developing skills and traits like problem solving, helping, and most importantly, kindness. For the last 10 years or so, the lyrics to the outro song of the show are about growing. This evolution is backed by research that is collated by Sesame Workshop in tandem with other institutions like Harvard Center for the Developing Child. Feelings and social skills like empathy and kindness do not develop like siloed away from the cognitive tools we need for reading and writing.
Mental health can't be separated out from cognitive development and language development and kind of social competence.
They are intertwined. One is integral to the other. Studies show that under the age of 2, no screen time is best. But if you're going to do it, the best way to do it is with the caregiver alongside the child, engaging with the content. This is also why FaceTime is the only recommended screen time by the American Academy of Pediatrics before the age of 2, and why shows like Blue's Clues, Mr. Rogers, and Miss Rachel are generally seen as less harmful compared to something like Cocomelon or the League of Goddamn Super Kitties. These are research-backed shows that encourage the child audience to engage via prompts. Why don't I just turn it on silent?
It's an excellent question. It's an excellent question.
The inclusion of social, emotional, and behavioral topics didn't just arise out of, touchy-feely millennial gentle parenting trends. It is rooted in a greater understanding of the developing brain, and over the last few decades is being increasingly integrated into schools as social emotional learning.
Let's put another research bench down. Can't build shit yet.
Children understand and manage their own emotions. All of the research correlates greater emotional intelligence with better academic outcomes, lower dropout rates, and greater success later in life. For older children, school districts across the country have been implementing SEL to combat rising sewer slide rates. You can probably guess where this is.
Many of the same so-called parents' rights groups that have taken aim at critical race theory and vaccine mandates are now gunning for SEL.
It's going to transform not just education, but your child, for the purpose of achieving social justice.
They talk about power and privilege, which are tenets of critical race theory.
The Federalist has called SEL a vehicle for anti-white racism.
It invades privacy, and it undermines the influence of family and faith in a child's life.
If you wanted to break kids down emotionally, if you wanted to break them down, there would be no better program.
Like CRT and DEI before it, one of the new boogeymans for the won't someone think of the children, no not those children brigade is SEL. The Florida Department of Education recently banned dozens of math textbooks because, in the opinion of Commissioner of Education Richard Corin, these books included references to critical race theory, inclusions of Common Core, and the unsolicited addition of social emotional learning in mathematics. In this context, SEL in mathematics is basically like adding a story. Abstract concepts like math are hard to learn for young children. That's probably why you remember learning math like Jack has 3 apples, Sally has no apples. Jack sees that Sally is sad and gives her 1 apple. How many apples does Jack have left? That's what SEL in mathematics would look like. Here is a local parents' Facebook group freaking out because of fears of secret Buddhist indoctrination. Because the SEL curriculum focused on mindfulness. The Child Protection League has an entire section of their website dedicated to SEL, claiming
Alright, all the rotting animals have been cremated.
Knowledge-based learning, literature-based, data-driven
There were a few,
program, and
there
now
were a few.
multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS, that make it more sellable, more appealing. But regardless of the name, it is still the same ideology. Minnesota's Child Protection League claimed that social emotional learning is a vehicle for critical
How can I help you?
race
What's
and
up?
is a child indoctrination scheme. There's yet another pro-poaching organization called Defending Education, which has an indoctrination map, which tells you if your local school system might be doing an empathy in the classroom. Concerns about SEL caused parents in one Utah district, of course it was Utah, to freak out because the curriculum was used to disrupt bullying behaviors and others, to challenge attitudes that make bullying and harassment socially acceptable. I'm going to give you 5 seconds to guess what their objection was, based on the information I have just provided.
I did not hear anything you said. Well, whatever. Fucking. I don't know why that. I hate YouTube. I don't know why they added that. I never have ever wanted to turn up and down the volume with the up and down arrow keys. Or the left and right arrow keys.
You are much more in tune with these people than I am. Maybe you're from Utah. The term disrupt is often associated with movements like Antifa and Black Lives Matter. It is extremely clear that the educators want to use SEL to reprogram our children into social justice activists for particular causes and push them to believe that racial, gender, or class identity matters more than unifying as a human race. But this rejection of SEL and emotional and social awareness in general is not restricted to public
You don't
schools
want us
or
to
the
unify as a human race?
The Daily Wire
What if unifying as a human race means that, like, we eat billionaires? You would stop that. You wouldn't want that.
Left-wing garbage. At the Daily Wire, we don't just complain about the problem, we create solutions, which is why we've invested tens of millions of dollars into making Bent Kids,
a platform for kids' entertainment that actually reinforces our values and protects kids from the most radical ideas of today.
Born from the belief that parents are on the front lines of shaping kids' values, because this is a war, Bent positions itself as content parents can trust when they're not in the room.
The beauty of Bent from a parental point of view is that this is really a safe space for your kids. You can put your kids in front of Bent and they can spend hours, and no one should spend hours in front of a screen if they're a kid. But
see, to these people, screen time is not a tool to be used alongside caregivers. It is a babysitting box that you leave on when you want to turn the child off.
You shouldn't put your kid in front of the TV for hours, for whatever length of time they're there. You can know that they're being exposed to good and beautiful content.
This makes sense, as part of the religious rights agenda is wanting women to be changed at home. So they make content to supplement a stressed out stay-at-home mom to give her a few minutes to herself to get some unpaid labor done, rather than creating content designed to watch with your child, which study after study shows is much better for their development. So, for the low, low price of $100 a year, or about $8.50 a month, wow, that's twice what Nebula costs, you can access upwards of 5 original shows.
We've launched with 4 original shows and a 5th that is original. We didn't create it.
There is Chipchilla, probably the most well-known of the original Bent Key products, if for no other reasons than it is a conservative ripoff of Bluey. There is Gus Plus Us, a Muppet-like show that has a female lead that borders on copyright infringement. Most relevant discussion is One More Day.
Did you see that ripoff character? Aside from this controversy, I've never heard of Miss Rachel, but I recognize her character instantly. That's hilarious.
The intro is surprisingly complex when you actually look at the music. despite that complexity, it's not overwhelming for kids in the way that complex arrangements or jazz of any kind often are. There's a reason kids like super simple songs. The intro to A Wonderful Day with Mabel McClay begins with a song that the creators also wrote, which can only be described as, to repeat YouTuber Jose's observation, low effort.
Well, it's a wonderful day. It's a wonderful day. It's a wonderful day. It's a wonderful day.
Okay, so they don't have degrees in music, so they don't have a cadre of Broadway actors, so they don't know any world-class jazz pianists. That's whatever, okay? They're on a budget.
The Daily Wire announced that we would spend $100 million over 3 years to begin our own kids' entertainment company.
Mabel tackles topics like contentment, perseverance, self-control, courage, patience, bootstraps.
I bet you are tougher than you think you are.
You get the idea.
Noticing our surroundings and playing I Spy.
The prestigious Milford School, an institution once famous for its credo that children should be neither seen nor heard.
Again, the show
You had food ready?
Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, up to and including having a world of make-believe that Mabel uses to illustrate whatever lesson we are learning today. It's bizarrely prescriptive. I guess the word is preachy.
Jasper, he stopped eating all those cookies and instead you bundled up gifts for his friends, huh?
No, I sure did.
Finally my chance to get rid of that damn dog.
Which is something you don't get with Mr. Rogers, who's more about, like, how to handle the death of a pet. Let's ride the bus. How is this common household product made? This is the source of attack. Mr. Rogers is more about helping kids understand the world and process their feelings, where Mabel ambles through the episodes like a Megan Mullally on Ativan, telling kids how to act.
I wonder what you'll do the next time you're feeling really excited. I wonder if you'll stop, take a breath, and make a better choice.
See, one of the best ways to connect with young children, besides holding a puppy, I say she's a puppy, she's 12. Well, she's about to start. To get them to listen is to get down on their level. Fred Rogers understood this intuitively, because he was doing it before there were any studies to back it up. Which brings us to Blue's Clues, the show that had the most research done for its development since, well, Sesame Street.
Hi out there, it's me, Steve. Have you seen Blue, my puppy? Come on in.
Steve, Josh, and that other guy all do the same thing. They get down on the level of the child audience frequently, ask them questions, prompt engagement.
So what was Blue's first person?
Green.
Oh, right. Green.
Mabel, not so much. Mr. Rogers is over here. Like,
I love
rolling around
Blue's
on the
Clues.
floor.
Blue's Clues
This
was the
race
fucking
always
shit.
eye level. Even when Blue is much smaller than the host, they always find ways to put Blue at their eye level. Mabel is often framed as taller than the camera, or always looking down at that hillbilly dog thing. It's a strange, subtle contrast to other shows that we're discussing. And I have to assume at least a little bit intentional. Take a look also at how episodes of each show end. With Mr. Rogers and Miss Rachel, there's always a reminder that the child is valuable and special and cared for by the host.
You have great ideas, and you're very kind. You have a wonderful heart and a brilliant mind.
You don't know me. You don't know me at all.
And people can like you exactly as you are.
I always hated fortune cookie shit.
The most famous Christian cartoon in history does that at the end of every video.
What if I'm just a shithead, man? You don't know. You don't know me. Communist Larry the Pickle.
Mabel
No.
McClay ain't got none of that. It's never, how did you feel about the thing? It's not even, God made you special and unique. It's always, it's good to feel this about the thing.
It feels good to know that with a little practice, we can be all the way content anytime we choose.
Mostly just proselytizing about whatever Judeo-Christian virtue we've just learned about and how you should always be a Milford man.
It's nice to know that we can always stop. Stop what we're doing and think about why we're doing it.
I shall be neither seen nor heard. Watch me. Can always tell an orphan man.
But the creators fully admit taking inspiration from Mr. Rogers, and at least there's flowers given to Mr. Rogers by the facts don't care about your feelings sector. I mean, they wouldn't be so shameless as to attack Fred Rogers for his deep sense of pathos and compassion, right? You could probably guess where
Blame Mr. Rogers, because Mr. Rogers had an optimistic message where everything was special, even if they didn't deserve it, these experts.
This evil, evil man has now created a generation of kids.
The kids of today who grew up with Mr. Rogers were told by him, you're special.
The
On
war on
January
empathy.
29, 2025, the United States saw the first fatal commercial flight in nearly 16 years when a bombardier operated by American Airlines collided with a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter, killing all 67 people on both aircraft. It was the deadliest aviation accident in the United States.
Both aircraft had 67 people on it? How did 67 people fit on that helicopter? That's crazy.
Families of the victims of the plane crash.
I don't want to comment on it.
Do you have a plan to go visit the site?
What you tell me, what's the site? The water?
To meet with the first responder.
10 years ago, just that clip would be enough to end a career. Now you may not even remember it happening. The instances of Trump posting...
I never heard that happening. I didn't hear about his response to it.
This. Yes, he actually posted this. Crocodile concentration camp.
Are we the baddies?
And there's a good chance you don't remember some, if not all of you. Now it's just background noise. And many within the media ecosystem are only too happy to follow in great leaders' example.
Well, no, because you guys said that if you wouldn't let trans teens do whatever they wanted, they were going to become suicidal. So I'm just wondering, you know, between this and the no surgeries, we should see a rash of teenage suicide this year, right?
If that guy was a white American citizen, they would just call him a MAGA extremist. But he's an illegal alien and he has kids, and now he's the spirit of the community.
The spirit of the community. Just the venom of this guy.
The spirit of the community. He's a good guy.
But I think the telling thing here is just the anger at being asked to factor in the fact that Abril Garcia, you know, he has a life. He has children. People like him. He has a family. He's in the country legally. He's not being held up as some paragon of human virtuousness, and he shouldn't have to be. The point is that he's a human person who deserves, you know, basic human rights and due process, but goddamn, that just makes them so angry. Here's Dean Emeritus of PragerU, Dennis Prager, explaining why empathy bad.
I kind of approach everything with empathy. I'm curious, do you think I'm wrong to do that?
Yeah. Because it's an awful guideline for what is why. Wisdom and empathy have nothing to do with one another.
8 years ago, his line was, the right is more compassionate, actually.
Liberal asks, does it feel good? The conservative asks, does it do good?
Now it's that compassion itself is bad, and that the people who are trying to make an argument for compassion are actually trying to trick you. A former professor of psychology named Timothy or something describes empathy as the camouflage of psychopaths.
The camouflage in which the narcissists and butchers that we're describing enmesh themselves is in the camouflage of empathy.
We should be fundamentally skeptical of empathy because it is largely used as a tool to get you to, I don't know, feel bad about slavery or something. Empathetic people are easier to take advantage of, you see.
It's clearly the case that people who are very high in trait empathy, so very high agreeableness, they are easy to take advantage of.
It's just science. And women with our soft empathetic brains are especially susceptible.
Agreeableness is a maternal trait. And women are higher in agreeableness than men. That's cross-cultural.
It's not just that empathy itself bad. We need that for society. No, it's undifferentiated empathy that is the real problem. A thing that nobody is arguing for.
And so what you see, at least in part, is undifferentiated empathy. And that's not a virtue. It's not a virtue. You have to think. You can't just feel. You have to.
See, Timothy is equivocating the belief that all people are worthy of dignity, respect, and human rights as the same as saying that all people's feelings deserve equal weight at all times. Again, not an argument I've ever heard anybody make, but maybe just my soft, empathetic brain got duped.
Compassion is great for dealing with infants, and maybe it's great for dealing with hurt people and really elderly people. You know, it's good for taking care of people who can't take care of themselves, but it's not a great doctrine to be building a political system on.
Timothy, I think maybe we should do a little pause for a second. The right has latched onto this word empathy as a sort of catch-all term for progressives appealing to your fifis when people are mistreated, saying that empathy alone is not a valid basis for public policy, when no one is saying that it is. To circle this back to parenthood, the validation of feelings is a keystone of modern parenting advice. But although validating feelings is key to gentle/authoritative parenting, so is holding boundaries. So let's say it's time to turn off the Super Kitty show because it's time to go to bed, and a tantrum ensues. For the sake of argument, let's just be cold and results-oriented. We want the tantrum to stop by any means possible. But this is a firm boundary. The kitties have to go bye-bye. Now, I think a lot of us may have been raised in an environment where threats or yelling may have been employed to get you to shut up about the Super Kitties or the Ninja Turtles or whatever your thing was. But here's the thing. Think about when you're frustrated. Maybe you're at Disneyland and you paid the extra $28 to ride Rise of the Resistance like a sucker, and you finally get to the front of the line, but oh no, the ride is down for the rest of the day. Adult tantrum ensues. If a cast member gets up in your face and tells you to get over it and get lost, and you need to shut up or you're going to get kicked out of the park, is that going to make you less angry? Is that going to make you stop? No, it's going to escalate the situation. Someone is going to be speaking to the manager. This is where the validation of feelings comes in. The quickest and most efficient way to get a toddler to stop throwing a tantrum is to validate their feelings and show that you understand. I know you like to watch the Super Kitties. I like trash too. Independence Day is still one of my favorite movies, and don't get me started on Showgirls. We can watch TV tomorrow. It's time to go to bed. Please, God, let it be blue here. The key theme here is that while you are empathizing with the desire to continue watching trash, that doesn't mean your empathy for the child will lead you to break the boundary that you have already put in place. Just because you can find a common emotional ground with someone else's viewpoint doesn't mean you're going to bend the rules around. And so this is fallacy number one. When progressives use language like empathy or something like it, it is not a call for you to blindly do whatever somebody else says because you know how they feel. It is a reminder that everyone deserves to be treated with basic human dignity. Elon Musk is a frequent critic of the concept of empathy, unless that empathy is for taxpayers.
They really lack empathy for the average taxpayer who's working hard paying taxes.
From responding with laughing emojis to stories of the lives that he has ruined, up to arguing that the fundamental weakness of Western civilization is empathy, in very unambiguous terms.
The suicidal empathy. Like, there's so much empathy that you actually suicide yourself.
Yeah.
So we've got civilizational suicidal empathy going on.
But this is just a secular argument. Bafflingly, at least here in the United
I
States,
wish you would have
the
so
most
much
common
empathy that you would kill
argument
yourself.
against empathy is our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Empathy
Wouldn't that be
almost
nice?
only struck from the Christian vocabulary. Empathy is dangerous, empathy is toxic, empathy will align you with hell. Absolutely.
Most people have a hard time imagining how empathy could ever be harmful. And therefore, if I'm the devil, where am I going to hide some of my most destructive tactics?
On February 13th of this year, David French wrote an op-ed in the New York Times titled, "Behold, the strange spectacle of Christians against empathy." In it, he wrote, "The Republican Christian right made a hard turn against immigration and, in its most extreme political faction, is turning against empathy itself. People are looking for a moral frame around which they can fit the Trump movement, and decrying empathy helps them do that." French, a Christian himself, is a former free speech litigator and the author of books like A Season for Justice, defending the rights of the Christian home church and school. And he spends like half this article crowing about how he had all these court triumphs for religious freedom in the early 2000s, but now fascists are building on the groundwork that he himself helped lay, and it's like, oh no, how could this happen?
Someone drove a hot dog-shaped car through the window!
Come on, whoever did this, just too fast. We promise we won't be mad.
Whatever, David. I'm glad you're here now. You're open to the resistance. You see, when progressives say things like, we should stop funding murdered children or throwing immigrants into concentration camps is bad, they are not sincere. They are trying to manipulate good, soft-hearted Christians into supporting causes that they down know are sinful. Because Democrats need the thousands and immigrants to do secret votes, to steal votes. Look, I didn't say it made sense.
So in New York State, illegal aliens can already vote in state and city elections. A lot of people don't know that. I mean, they're trying to fight that, and they're trying to stop that, but they're currently, I think it's like 600,000.
Me when I purposefully spread misinformation to the most gullible man alive. Oh yeah, and he's making like such eye contact for that too. He's built up all his eye contact to just give that one line. That's crazy.
Invoking Ordo Amoris, a medieval Catholic theological concept which is not in the Bible, but that establishes a hierarchy of duties prioritizing immediate obligations to one's family or community over distant needs.
But there's this old school, and I think it's a very Christian concept, by the way, that you love your family, and then you love your neighbor, and then you love your community, and then you love your fellow citizens in your own country.
And then that's it.
After that, you can focus and prioritize the rest of the world.
He got his face kicked in over this by not one but two popes, which is not relevant to this discussion, but it is very funny. David French points out the Christian nationalist belief that women are uniquely vulnerable to manipulation.
So you do have quite a bit of literature in the far right, the Christian nationalist right, that is crying what they see as a quote feminized church. They say that America is a gynocracy, is what they will call it, and that empathy element is a part of their argument.
Allie Beth Stuckey, a former contributor to The Blaze and Prager University, recently published a book called Toxic Empathy: How Progressives Exploit Christian Compassion. Like Timothy, she believes that women's soft brains make them vulnerable to exploitation, and this is why women as a voting bloc cannot be trusted.
It is a tool used by progressives to emotionally manipulate women into taking the left-wing position on something.
Allie Beth's big thing is decrying empathy when used in the defense of things like reproductive rights, immigrants, and trans people.
They died.
Compassionate, kind
I think they got beat to death because someone had a mental break.
In order to get a woman to think, well, in order to be a good person, in order to be kind, in order to even
It's not going great. You know, it could be going better, but nobody's died yet on our team.
I have to be pro-choice,
So you might think you're being a good Christian by loving and accepting people as they are, but it's actually not loving because you are enabling their delusion.
That love always rejoices in the truth, which means that I cannot love my gender-confused neighbor by calling him she.
Gender-affirming care is not love. You're harming them. I don't care what the science says. Do I look like I believe in science?
Like, we actually start with the gut-wrenching, heartstring-pulling story from the left, and then we back up and we say, but who is the real victim here?
But like, they actually had it backwards. They're not the real victims. What about the real victims? What about the fetus at 8 weeks? Their feelings actually are more important than the ambulatory incubator carrying them. And deporting immigrants is Christian love, actually, because won't someone think of the victims of violent immigrant crime? You know, all that violent immigrant crime we have.
I want to shift people's perspective of who the victim is in these issues from who the media tells us the victim is to the actual victim.
Yeah, that's always when they give the game away, is like, empathy is bad, we shouldn't have empathy, but you have empathy for the wrong target. Have empathy for me instead. That's the giveaway. It's the second half. It's like, if you're here to give up on empathy, then you're supposed to give up on it. You're not supposed to be like, now switch to me.
Here is Pastor Ben Garrett tweeting in response to another minister imploring Trump to show mercy during the inauguration.
In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared.
Do not commit the sin of empathy. This snake is God's enemy and yours too. She hates God and his people. You need to properly hate in response. She is not merely deceived, but is a deceiver. Your eyes shall not pity. Here is Minister Joel Webon tweeting, Christians must recover the lost virtue of hatred. If not, Christianity will survive, but the West will be finished.
Are we the baddies?
I think to anyone with even a cursory teaching,
Hatred must survive.
Might appear somewhat at odds with them. Russell Moore was once one of the top officials in the Southern Baptist Convention. When he criticized Trump, the church's response to a sexual abuse scandal, and what he saw as an increased tolerance for white nationalism, he found himself ostracized by many other evangelical leaders and eventually left his position.
Well, it was the result of having multiple pastors tell me essentially the same story about quoting the Sermon on the Mount parenthetically in their preaching. Turn the other cheek. To have someone come up after and say, where did you get those liberal talking points? In most of these scenarios, when the pastor would say, I'm literally quoting Jesus Christ, the response would not be, I apologize. The response would be, yes, but that doesn't work anymore, that's weak.
In isolation, the idea that children, at least, should be protected because children should be guaranteed fundamental human rights isn't really a position that you can argue against. You know, unless you're a shark-eyed psycho like Congressman Randy Fine, who just a few days ago tweeted, release the hostages. Until then, starve away. Randy.
Randy, the babies aren't letting anybody hostages. They're babies. They're babies, Randy, and they're starving. Randy.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, Muddy. It's not real. Damn, man, I was getting good. So we have to frame it like appeals to humanity are actually attempts at manipulation. But perhaps the most insidious rebuttal isn't that appeals to humanity are in bad faith, but are anti-Semitic. You know what? I'm gonna need everybody to sit down for a second. Hold on.
I see. Honor mode is just hardcore Minecraft mode.
Okay.
Very nice.
Chill the bees. Are we all zen? Are we all spa? Are we relaxed? Okay, let's get this over with. I think it's fair to say that for the most part, the Gentiles never really learned how to talk about anti-Semitism in good faith. But despite that, lately it seems like even the people who should, you know, in theory probably know better are keen to just, I don't know, kind of go along with it. Some people even going so far as to downplay or even deny the reality of anti-Semitism in the world just because some people in power are misattributing the word. And there are some people who, you know, I want to believe are acting in good faith, who don't seem to have any problem hopping into bed with some actual some people, not you. Never you. You're too smart for that. So as leftoid femoids, you know, when we advocate for liberation of people,
Leftoid femoids, damn it. She called herself a femoid.
You know, which you would. You're too smart for that. Anyway, it is now time for the requisite history segment. Yeah, sorry, it is what it is. It's a video essay. I gotta do it, or they'll revoke my license. Come on. Okay, so now we're all relaxed, got our heat treatments, got our pores opened, and we'll try to make this whole history portion short and sweet. Here we go. So King Solomon the Wise, Don't look at me like that. I could have started way earlier. I could have started with Moses. We could have started with the fall of man. King Solomon is said to have constructed the first temple in Jerusalem. This is likely legendary rather than historical, but that puts its construction around here-ish. Judaism was originally a temple-based religion. I mean, it still is, but now it's more about like study than doing rituals at a physical place. Back in the day, the temple was a much bigger deal. It was the center of worship, it was where they housed the Ark of the Covenant, those plates with the 15, I mean...
10 commandments!
It's where they sacrificed the lambs, it was a big deal. And then, oh no, it's Babylon. They invade Judea, destroy the first temple, and this leads the political and religious leaders to either being dispersed, killed, or enslaved. And this is called the Babylonian exile, and it lasts a few decades. But then, here comes the Achaemenid Persian Empire, founded by King Cyrus the Great. Oh boy, they defeat the Babylonians and let the Judean ruling class go home. Hooray! Around this time is when the people of the region start calling themselves Jews. So the Achaemenid Empire allows the Jewish higher-ups to rebuild Judea, and they get to rebuild the temple. A new temple. A better temple. A new and sexy better temple. Foreshadowing is a literary. After Alexander the Great comes in and conquers the Achaemenids with like 50 guys.
You conquered the Achaemenids. What, like it's hard?
The Greeks ruled for a couple hundred years. There were changes. They even had like 30 years of Jewish control, and then the Romans pick over. And that's not great. And around this time is when that Jesus boy showed up. Anyway, Jesus does his ministry for a while.
Rock me, sexy Jesus.
Does a little temple sermon, and he gets crucified. And this is believed to have happened around the year 30.
Bro, instantly they trap themselves. I need all the mods. I need all the mods back. They're all so dumb. How do you build yourself into a hole, man?
According to Jewish historian Josephus,
Come on.
Jewish war written around 75 CE, the Romans, finding the resistance over, spared no one. They were enraged by the rebellion and slaughtered all of them.
Don't do it. Don't. No. No. You fuck. Stop telling them bad things to do. That's wrong.
20 to 30,000. But the most crucial outcome here is the destruction of that temple and the beginning of the Jewish diaspora. There was another revolt between 132 and 135 CE, and this led to even harsher Roman crackdowns, and Jews are banned from Jerusalem. Of course, not every Jew left the region, but this is the start of the Jewish diaspora in earnest. So where do the Muslims come into all of this? Well, they start popping up about 500 years later, and I know I'm being super simplistic. Again, trying to keep this short, Prophet Muhammad begins preaching Islam in Mecca around the year 610 CE. In 622, he and his followers go to Medina, where he becomes a political and military leader, as well as a religious one.
I don't. What's all this history for? I don't.
A combination of diplomacy, alliances, and shrewd military strategy. By the time of his death, around 632 CE, much of the Arabian Peninsula had accepted Islam and was.
Oh, we're talking about
Within 10 years,
Palestine, the
Muhammad's
actual.
followers conquered Syria,
Okay,
Palestine,
history.
Iran, Iraq, and Egypt. They managed to do all of this in part because the Byzantine Empire and the Sassanid Persian Empire had just finished a big war between themselves, and they were tired and they just didn't have the energy, mood. Another thing that made the conquest go quickly was that many of the local populations discontent with Byzantine or Sassanid rule actually welcomed their new Muslim overlords, and many were happy to convert. Those that did not want to convert were usually allowed to maintain their religions. This strategy stands in contrast to conquering hordes like the Mongols, who were not able to keep hold of their conquests because they just ran slipshod through Asia and Europe, killing everybody. It's easy to maintain your conquests if you aren't having to deal with constant uprisings because your conquests despise you. Christians, Jews, and
Easier.
Zoroastrians are in
It's
the
not
Quran
necessarily a
considered people
given.
of the book. Basically, we might have some theological disagreements, but, we're cousins. Any reference to Jewish people in the Quran outside of citing religious texts or figures like Abraham and Moses, who are considered prophets in Islam, is mostly about, this group or another doing a scripture wrong or breaking some covenant or something, but there is nothing that can be reasonably construed as condemnation. The Quran calls for dialogue with Jews and Christians, emphasizing shared belief in one God. Say, O people,
I'm not impressed with that take because the Quran is all about how you're destined, and it is great that you will burn alive forever if you don't believe the right thing. You can't just overlook that. That is a fucked up center of your psychology. I'm sorry.
In Muslim Spain, for example, although during the initial caliphates between the 8th and 11th century things were generally pretty chill, where the Jews even held high-ranking positions in government, in the Almoravid and Almohad caliphates of the 11th and 13th century, religious tolerance declined. But for the most part, there has been a steady Jewish population under Muslim
Not
rule
this
in
time.
East and North Africa for the last 2,000 years. And while there have been
Oh, you don't gotta sound so disappointed about it too.
experienced by these populations were quaint
fuck.
compared to the rest of Europe.
We have a mission to convert the Jews.
All of this is a very long-winded way of arriving at the point that there is no historic blood feud between Jews and Muslims. This idea that Jews and Muslims are intrinsically at odds with each other, and that's just the way things have always been.
Possibly, I don't know.
It's fiction.
Red means
Never.
they're about
It's a
to
very
break.
common
They're
thing.
having
It's not
a
true.
mental health problem.
Historically, it's been Christians beefing with Jews and or Muslims, not Jews
They have
and
been
Muslims
sober
beefing
for
with each
way
other.
too long,
So
and it's
why, if the
unacceptable.
Muslims weren't so bad to
So
the
when
Jews,
people
was
have all
there
the
a
smoke
Jewish
weeds,
diaspora
so
in the
they
first
can
place?
smoke
Well, because the diaspora
Yeah,
got
like
started
smoke the
nearly
damn
600 years
smoke
earlier.
leaves. And then,
And
oh, I don't have a.
to the Western
I
mindset, everything
yeah.
between
I
the
don't.
death of Christ and the
I don't.
Roman invasion
I don't
is
have a
kind of
building
this
built for them
mush
to. I don't have a spot built for anyone to make joints.
But 600 years
They
is
don't
a
just
long
make joints
time.
on their own. You got to
600
make
years ago
a
from
thing
right
that
now,
tells
they
them
more of the non-Viking Europeans
to
had
make
even
joints.
inched their way into the Americas. And again, not all Jews
Make all
had
the
left the
joints.
Middle East. You know, some groups had been there the whole time, but by the time the Muslims came along, huge Jewish populations had already been scattered to the four winds. Ah, yes, but there was one more sect of Judaism we almost forgot. One that, after the destruction of the Second Temple, looked at their fellow Jews very swiftly and said, "I don't know her." So, when the fall of man happened, I changed my mind. We actually are going back to the fall of man. So, fall of man, fall of man, and oh no, sin is in the world. We cannot be unsinned because, you know, that is our nature now. But wait, God.
No, that was already our nature.
He
That was
hatched a
already
plan
human
as
nature.
Adam and
Sorry,
Eve
that
pieced out
was
of the
the
garden.
whole point.
Or it was
These
predetermined
people
depending on
don't know
which
anything
scenario.
about the actual shit they
This
say.
idea of
It's crazy.
sacrifice was really big in the ancient world. Usually animals, and in the case of Judea, usually lambs. Every day, the priests would sacrifice lambs at the temple. Even during the Roman siege of 70 AD, they did it. Every day until the temple. This idea of a sacrificial lamb is a whole thing, and it has many ritual functions, one of which is the atonement of sin. And God's like, okay, if sacrifices equals atonement, and we have a lot to atone for because, my God, myself. Well, all right, I already did that flood, and I promised I wouldn't do that again. So we need, like, the mother of all sacrifices. What if, get this, I get sacrificed? Now hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. I get born as a man, but I am also my son. And then I/he gets sacrificed. There's so much sin in the world that it would take that level of sacrifice to wipe away all this sin because, whoa, y'all need Jesus. That is why the scene of the Pharisees trying to get Jesus killed is the way that it is. The people of Jerusalem turning on him after having just welcomed him into the city, Peter denying him 3 times, Judas betraying him, the crowd freeing the murderer instead of the Savior when given the choice. Look at how terrible you people are. You do not deserve this sweet cinnamon roll of a man. And despite all that sin, I will be born as a human, do a little bit of ministry for a minute, and then I'll get sacrificed in the worst way possible. And it's gonna suck ass, and I'm gonna hate it. But in doing this, the ultimate sacrifice, I'm going to null and void all this sin we've got flying around. Voila, humanity is saved. That's what Christians mean when they say Jesus loves you, at least when they're not being super condescending about it. It's this idea that, you know, these people were so horrible and so full of sin, but he loved them all so much that he went through this, the ultimate sacrifice, absolving
died
them
for
of the
3
ultimate
days.
sin, killing him. So Jesus
He
is
didn't
the Lamb of
actually
God
die.
and the ultimate sacrifice.
Man, this
That's
story
what
is
we mean
man.
when
The
we say
Christian
Jesus
story is so
sacrificed for
dumb.
sins. This is the foundation of Christian
Like
belief.
I had a bad weekend. That made up for all of humanity.
If the ultimate sacrifice means all sin is forgiven, does that mean, like, you know, everybody? Well, here we have one of the many
Floating Minecraft. Oh no, it's a Baldur's Gate floating pizza. Love it. How do we get that?
There is no hell.
It's pizza
There
time.
are a ton of verses in the New Testament that support this interpretation. It is also the minority interpretation in the United States. Special salvation is the belief that only believers are saved. This is supported through John 3:16, a verse that is most famous for being repurposed by professional wrestlers.
Talk about John 3:16. Austin 3:16 says, I just whipped your ass.
For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. In this interpretation, the prerequisite for eternal life is belief. Although note that this verse, which is the best evidence for the interpretation of special salvation, doesn't say that only believers get
It's the
eternal
best, but it's not the only evidence. The real problem is that the book is just filled with contradictory bullshit, and you can just take whatever interpretation you want to at any given time.
90s kids will remember that alongside the rise of popularity of shows like Jerry Springer came the rise of an even more vacuous property, a series of novels starting with 1995's Left Behind, written by Tim LaHaye and Jerry B. Jenkins. The novel/film begins with a bunch of people suddenly disappearing around the world, leaving behind their clothes, wedding rings, and chaos. Rayford Steele, played by Nicolas Cage, loses his wife and son in the rapture, and he teams up with a journalist, a pastor, a college student, and a rabbi to form Tribulation Force, a small group that tries to resist the rise of the Antichrist, UN Secretary General or something, Nikolai Carpathia. As Tribulation Force fights to resist the one world government and religion, which is a bad thing, they also seek to spread the truth and survive during the 7-year tribulation. You know, say what you want about these clowns. Nikolai Carpathia is a great villain name. 10 out of 10. Good job, young Earth creationists.
I have big plans for you, Buck. That story you sent to GNN about it's gonna go on cosmos will be airing right at this very moment.
The Left Behind series sold over 80 million copies and helped popularize pre-tribulational premillennialism. It's actually not as complicated as it sounds. Now, dispensations are just a fancy word that describes biblical epochs in which God reveals himself in some different way. Dispensations were not really a big part of Christian theology until the late 1800s when they were popularized by a guy named John Nelson Darby. He influenced people like William Eugene Blackstone to adopt a uniquely American take on Christian Zionism and petition the United States to aid in the return of all Jewish people to the Holy Land. Blackstone believed that history was divided into these biblical time periods, or dispensations, and each dispensation is an era in which God defines himself in some new way, helpfully illustrated by this 1874 chart called Rightly Dividing the World of Truth. First dispensation is the Garden of Eden, second is, antediluvian, third is post-diluvian up to Abraham, fourth is the patriarchal, Abraham up to Moses, fifth is basically everything after Exodus up to the coming of Jesus.
Just combine a bunch of shit in there.
In the sixth dispensation.
And then the time that I live, the important part.
And this is the final dispensation before...
Oh, man.
Christianity was originally founded as an apocalyptic cult. The world is going to end soon.
Yep.
Any minute. Any minute now. It's coming. Okay, here it comes. It is coming. Okay, Rome has fallen. Okay, it's definitely coming now. All right, Crusades. It's coming. Okay, all right, plagues. All right, so, yep, okay, no. So, Reformation. All right, okay, no, World War, no. Okay, yes, now, no. Well, don't you worry, guys. Apocalypse is coming. Any minute now. The world's going to end. Literally every decade of every century has had its resident Christians insisting that the second coming is just around the corner. And according to the book of Revelation, when we get to the second coming, that's going to lead us to 1,000 years of Jesus in charge. And that's going to kick ass. This is where the millennial part comes in. So when we say premillennial, that means that they believe that the second coming will be before the 1,000 years of kick-ass awesomeness and will be marked by the rapture, followed by the tribulation. This is the period before that millennium of, tribulation. All the good Christians get raptured. Gone. And everyone else gets left behind.
The 144,000 are a few select people chosen by God that will be spared from the end-time events.
You're damn right, sheep that slay of the drunken
They
master.
just think that Jesus will return before the 1,000 years of glory. Pre-tribulational, but not before that 7-year-ish tribulation. Dispensationalism, they believe in biblical dispensations, aka time periods, and that we are in the last one. The support for all of this in the Bible is basically non-existent. Here are the main examples that are usually cited as evidence for the rapture, and as you can see, it's a bit of a stretch. The rapture appeals to American evangelicals because it taps into this, survivalist frontier spirit. It also tells them that they're special, that there will be a chosen few, and that they will be among them. Or, if for some reason they don't make the cut, like Nicolas Cage, they can be doomsday preppers. They only have to make it 7 years of tribulation, and then millennium. Fun! Natural disasters are blamed on prophecy, sin, or, of course, evidence that the world is about to end.
We're going to see a complete change in the earth, and that what we call the travail of creation or the travail of the earth will cease when the Messiah returns.
They also believe that the low Earth atmosphere is the abode of Satan. This is why they don't care about climate change. Well, part of why. If the world is doomed anyway, why bother being a responsible steward to the environment? Satan's up there. So what does all this have to do with Christian Zionism? Well, in Genesis, God made a covenant with Abraham that the promised land will forever belong to his descendants. But ever since the Babylonian exile, with very brief periods of exception, the Jews have not been in charge of the promised land. And ever since the Second Temple was destroyed, a huge chunk of the Jewish population had spread throughout the world. So the Abrahamic covenant in Genesis is reframed by some Christians, and some Jews, we'll get to them, like a prophecy to be fulfilled. And in order for that to happen, a regathering of Jews in the land of Israel is necessary.
The Jews would be scattered from this land to the ends of the earth, and then regathered back into this land after many years of persecution. And it would all happen during what the Bible calls the last days.
Premillennial dispensationalism was popularized in the late 1800s, and was a big thing in the South for a large part of the 20th century, but, oh boy, here comes the formation of the modern state of Israel in 1948. Abrahamic covenant about to be fulfilled. This regathering of the Jews in the Holy Land is identified by premillennial dispensationalists as a sign of the end times. Any minute now. Apocalypse is coming.
Chapter 38 predicts 5 nations who will attack the reborn state of Israel in the future. This is a huge battle predicted to happen after the Jews have returned to this land, which means it could happen any day now. Then the Bible says God is going to cause Russia's weapons to misfire and explode on themselves. This will create confusion among these 5 nations to the point that they start attacking themselves instead of Israel. Some of you are probably wondering where I get my news from, and that's actually a great question. This is why I rely on my partners over at Ground News.
The most fervent supporters.
Fucking Ground News sponsoring my end times video.
Who support Israel and reject the Jewish diaspora because they believe that all of the Jews need to be back in the homeland.
That's
So we
amazing.
can have the second coming, and I can get sucked back up into Christ's living arms.
Water bottle, yeah. It's probably in the back seat.
It's incredible.
Yeah. Weird. I don't mean to imply that rapture theory is the only reason that tens of millions of Americans support the state of Israel. You know, we gotta give Islamophobia its due credit. But it is arguably the largest core component. But American evangelicals aren't the only crazies with shaky religious doctrine bolstering their horrible politics. Rapture doctrine also dovetails with the political aims, if not necessarily the religious beliefs, of certain sects of Judaism who ascribe to religious Zionism. Not all Zionist Jews are Zionists for religious reasons, and not all religious Jews are Zionists. There are some rabbis who argue that political Zionism runs in contradiction of God's will.
According to the very basics of Judaism, there's a concept of Jewish exile, which is a divine decree, which we are forbidden to end by any physical means.
But obviously there are a very great many Jewish people that do not adhere to this belief. Religious Zionists. Their basic argument is that we can do what we want. The Bible says so.
The Bible says this place was given to the Jews. This area is called Judea. The meaning of Judea is it belongs to the Jews.
Where's the nearest Palestinian town? I'm so uncomfortable using the word Palestinian because I don't think that it exists. You don't think they really exist? I don't think that they exist as a real nation with a real claim to this land. What are they then? They're Arabs with a connection to this land. Yes.
Support Trump, despite his obvious a-religiosity and cartoonish amorality. This is just God putting an unexpected hero into the right place when we need him the most.
Lord raised up
absolutely nothing in the Bible about abortion. Bible's a big book. So's the Quran. So's the Talmud. Look hard enough and you'll find a scriptural justification for whatever it is you want to get done. So, speaking of which...
Christ, I sell out the nation, for I have been saddled with the murder of you.
Between the Trump administration and Netanyahu's government driving this word into the ground to the point of meaninglessness, Netanyahu frequently describes claims of atrocities committed by Israeli soldiers, sometimes even coming from the soldiers themselves, as blood libel. So I want to talk about what anti-Semitism is before we can discuss what it isn't. I've organized the basics into a helpful list of tropes. 1. Jews controlled money. In medieval Christendom, usury or money lending was considered a sin, and therefore a job relegated to your friendly neighborhood Jew, who was conveniently barred from other jobs. This can be seen in instances such as the word Jew being used as a verb, or this.
No going to the banks and borrowing from, in some cases, a fine banker, and in some cases, Shylocks and bad people.
Shylock, of course, being the villainous Jewish moneylender from Shakespeare's The Merchant of Venice. This is sometimes framed like benevolent racism. Jay-Z had a bit of pushback for this lyric in his song, The Story of O.J.
You want to know what's more important than throwing away money at a strip club? Credit. You ever wonder why Jewish people own all the property in America? That's how they did it.
Jay-Z's rebuttal being like, what? I'm just saying Jews are good at money. It might feel like he's being complimentary, but obviously he is drawing on harmful historic tropes and reinforcing the negative aspects of those tropes with this narrative. Key dog whistles include global banking, using the word Jew as a verb, Shylocks. Number 2, Jews control the media, evidenced by a disproportionately large number of Jews in the American entertainment industry relative to the general population. There are non-conspiracy reasons for this. You can check out the book An Empire of Their Own by Neil Gabler for a history of the Jewish community in early Hollywood. Key dog whistles include media elites, Hollywood cabal, liberal media. Number 3, Jews are actually secretly in charge of everything. Related to points 1 and 2, key dog whistles include shadow elites, puppet masters, globalists. Number 4, blood libel. Night Jews kidnap and murder children to use their blood in satanic rituals. And also drink it, possibly, I'm not sure. This is echoed today in QAnon conspiracy theories, only now instead of blood, it's adrenochrome, a totally real and not made up hormone secreted by frightened children that keeps you young if you drink it. And that explains why Bill and Hillary are looking so fresh these days. Dog whistles include adrenochrome. So why is all this? Well, this brings me to point number 5, the Jews killed Jesus. So Jesus Christ Superstar. Jesus Christ Superstar was originally a concept album, and as such was the best-selling album in the United States for the entire year of 1971. But with popularity comes scrutiny, the highest profile of which at the time came from the Anti-Defamation League, a flawed organization. I'm going to get into that right now. According to his autobiography, Andrew Lloyd Webber initially resisted the idea that Jesus Christ Superstar could be anti-Semitic. How could it be anti-Semitic? If Jesus Christ Superstar is anti-Semitic, that would mean the whole New Testament is anti-Semitic.
Oops.
See where I'm going with this?
Uh-oh.
Jesus Christ Superstar includes the Pharisees prominently and unequivocally as the bad guy. To the point that it makes Judas, who is functionally the point of view character of this show, he's the Aaron Burr, almost their victim.
I don't want your blood money, but you might as well take it, we think that you should.
The show makes Pontius Pilate into this super sympathetic character.
Thousands of millions crying for this man.
And when I heard them mentioning my name and leaving me the blame.
Don't worry, you will not get the blame. There's the focus on the silver, the way it transitions into this sort of huckster music when it shifts to the Pharisees.
We have the papers, we need to arrest him. You know his movements.
I'm not saying throw out Jesus Christ Superstar because it rules. If we throw out JCS, we have to throw out the whole New Testament. And I don't know, I just don't think that's a very realistic goal. Rather, we need to refocus our...
Oh, I don't care if it's realistic or not. That's still the goal. That's still the goal. Toss it out.
Point in time for a specific audience.
Toss it.
Politics at that time shaped what was written in the New Testament, to the point where parts of it might just be a little ahistorical. We don't know exactly when the Gospels were written, but we have a pretty good ballpark. The Gospels basically tell the same story 4 times. There's a little bit of contradiction, but for the most part they overlap, especially with regard to how Jesus died. As Mark
that's one way to put it. Okay. It's not how I would phrase it, but all right. I would instead say that they contradict each other and leave out things that the other people say repeatedly, including in basic details about the ways very important things happened, like Jesus dying. But you got your own framing for this video, and I respect that. It's just, man. You can't even, like, play down how stupid Christianity is without leaving out so much on the table. Just so much.
Most infamous being the blood curse in Matthew, where Pontius Pilate washes his hands of Jesus' blood and puts a curse on the Pharisees and their children for all time. So this narrative of who wanted Jesus dead and who made the call is very probably ahistorical and definitely politically motivated. Yes, early Christians truly were the original pygmies, you know, for all the good it did them. In the 4th century, the Bishop of Antioch, John Chrysostom, who would eventually be canonized as a saint, authored Adversus Judaeos, a series of fiery homilies against the Jews. By the 5th century, Christianity was the dominant religion of the Roman Empire, and Jews were barred from civil service, the military, and the legal profession. The early Christian church portrayed Jews as unwilling to accept the word of God. Illumination showed Satan binding the eyes of the Jews, and some church leaders condemned Jews as agents of the devil and murderers of God. By the late Middle Ages, state laws all over Europe precluded Jews from owning land or holding office. Most labor guilds excluded them, forcing them into money lending and commerce. In 1095, Pope Urban II called for the liberation of Jerusalem from the Muslim. This liberation entailed the slaughter of thousands of Jews while the Crusaders were on their way. Jewish chronicler Solomon Bar Simpson described Crusaders as seeing the Jews as preliminary enemies on the path to redeeming Jerusalem, with the Crusaders saying, "You are the children of those who killed the object of our veneration. Let us avenge him first on you before we go to fight the Ishmaelites." A huge reason for this murderous religious zeal is because they thought the end times were coming. The Crusaders came to believe that their military successes were signs that they were living in the last days, and that they were being used by God to shape the course of the apocalypse. Any day now. The myth of blood libels started popping up the following century. Many historians point to the case of William of Norwich, a 12-year-old boy who was found dead in the woods around the year 1144. A local monk, Thomas of Monmouth, wrote a hagiography claiming Jews kidnapped and crucified William. There are several documented incidences of this happening in pre-Renaissance Europe. Some kid dies. Oh, it must have been the Jews again. Cue dozens of Jews getting tortured and or killed. Side note, blood consumption of any kind, let alone the human kind, is explicitly verboten in Judaism. Yeah, whatever, they don't care. In the Middle Ages, passion plays also gained popularity, basically acting out the crucifixion so that we can be reminded how much Jesus suffered and that we are all naughty, naughty boys. In the 14th century, Jews were accused of causing the Black Death.
Where did Miss Rachel go? Bring back Miss Rachel.
In their communities. Martin Luther thought the Jews would convert to his new cool Christianity, but when they were like, nah. I do find that the people who hate me the most are people who I've made to feel rejected in some way. From his book, Von den Juden und ihren Lügen, what shall we Christians do with this rejected and condemned people, the Jews? Their synagogue should be set on fire, and what does not burn shall be covered over with earth. Their houses also should be razed and destroyed. All their prayer books should be taken from them. During the Enlightenment, some called for the end of Jewish repression on the condition of assimilation. Many Jews were like, sure, others less so. Things kind of started to ramp up again in the late 1800s, with Jews being falsely blamed for the assassination of Tsar Alexander II in 1881. The Romanovs were also happy to use local Jewish communities as scapegoats as a way to maintain their own flimsy hold on power, and pogroms ensued from then basically until the Romanovs fell. But fortunately, under communism, things were still bad. Meanwhile, in Eastern Europe, social Darwinism was gaining popularity. Jews were recategorized not as an ethnographic religious group, but as Semites, people with immutable physical, mental, and genetic characteristics. Semites cannot be converted or assimilated because of their Semitic blood.
In the early 20th century, we see the secularization of anti-Semitism collide with social Darwinism. This is the origin of the whole Jews control the world thing. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, a book detailing a Jewish plot to take over the world, was especially popular with the Nazis. It was a forgery, but they don't care. It was translated into every major language, and basically is the template for what we now associate with anti-Semitic tropes, and is circulated even today. But many of the older elements came into play in the 20th century as well. A majority of Prussian churches supported Nazis and used Luther's writings to support their cause. The 4th century homilies of St. John Chrysostom became very popular, with the Nazis seeking to justify the Holocaust to German and Austrian Christians. These beliefs were so pervasive that the Vatican finally had to proclaim the following: Jews are not rejected or cursed by God because of the death of Jesus. Neither all Jews then, nor any Jews today, can be blamed for the death of Jesus. This proclamation was issued out of Vatican II in 1965. So, do attitudes or actions taken against Jewish people need to fall under the aforementioned New Testament-fueled tropes in order to be considered anti-Semitism? Not necessarily. Like, a new stereotype could emerge that, Jews are really good at Fortnite, and that might get referenced in some mass shooters manifesto 10 years from now. There is a little bit of room for subjectivity here, with the acknowledgement that context does matter. Moreover, things that are not inherently anti-Semitic, advocating for the liberation of certain groups, for instance, can be packaged with things that are, thereby muddying the waters and confusing the issue. People are not necessarily acting out of malice or bad faith if they are confused about anti-Semitism right now. It's always been based on a convoluted history, and the people in power are doing everything they can to confuse that history as much as possible. Because global anti-Semitism is rising. It is not helping anyone to deny that, or the fact that Israel's actions play a key role in that fact. And one of the things that haunts me the most right now is how successful Netanyahu's government and capitulating enablers all over the world have been at conflating Zionism with all Jews everywhere. 20 million Jews in the world, give or take. 8 billion other people, vast majority of which will never meet a Jew. So you have people calling out Israel and Bibi over here like, how dare you blood libel all Jews like that? And then a mainstream media the whole world over charitably being like, yes, you both have very good points. It's about the same level of brain rot as, you say you're sympathetic to, the babies dying in Palestine, and they say oh, so you support Hamas? No, that's stupid. That's a stupid thing to say. What's wrong with you? This is not a serious position. Instead, you get disgraced sex pests like Andrew Cuomo blaming his primary loss on those Jews not knowing what's good for them.
More than 50% of the Jewish people voted for Mandan. They are pro-Palestinian, and they don't consider saying anti-Israel is different than being anti-Semitic.
And here's his almost as horrible brother Chris doing the same thing.
Because you are part of the new self-hating Jew. You're a bad
self-hating Jew. What do you mean self-hating Jew?
You are a Jew who is anti-Israel.
What does that mean, self-hating Jew? I'm not anti. What are you talking about?
That is why I think it is important to extend people some grace. It is confusing, actually, and it is being engineered that way, deliberately so. And that is why we need to be mindful in a world where people in power are gaslighting us into thinking that obvious acts of anti-Semitism are not, and acts that are in
Somebody's
no way
dad.
anti-Semitic. The Book of Esther, set during the rule of the Achaemenid Persian Empire, tells the story of the king of Persia, probably Xerxes, choosing a new queen from amongst his lands. He ultimately lands on Esther, even though she is secretly a Jew. In fact, she hides from sexy King Xerxes. Hijinks ensue when the king's royal vizier contrives a plot to kill all of the Jews, which the hapless king just kind of agrees to willy-nilly. But don't worry, Esther steps up, the evil vizier gets killed, the massacre of the Jews is averted, but we do get a retaliatory massacre. In recent years, already political movements like the Heritage Foundation have claimed inspiration from the story of Esther. They were so inspired, in fact, that some came together to develop Project Esther.
And Project Esther is an initiative that basically claims to be a national strategy to combat anti-Semitism in the U.S. But if you take a closer look at it, what Project Esther actually is, it's effectively a blueprint to dismantle or even destroy the pro-Palestine solidarity movement in the U.S. under the pretext of combating anti-Semitism.
Co-founder of Project Esther, Victoria Coates, a Christian Zionist, says in her book, The Battle for the Jewish State, biblical values on which our civilization rests have always promoted an alliance between Christians and Jews. Project Esther's main goal is to convince the public to perceive the pro-Palestinian movement as a global wave of anti-Semitism, to reframe pro-Palestinian advocacy as no longer about ideology or politics, but about terrorism and threats to American national security, and to get people to recognize that anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are different manifestations of the same hatred against the Jewish people.
We have concluded there's been Jewish complacency. That means Jewish American groups, American Jews, have not done enough to fight anti-Semitism.
The vast majority of the board that put the proposal together are, of course, Christian Zionists. No major Jewish organizations participated in drafting the plan or have endorsed it.
Throughout
the plan, they misuse Jewish text. They refer to Jewish groups with the wrong terms. In an interview, actually, with a member of the Heritage Foundation, they said something along the lines of, if Jews were doing their job countering anti-Semitism, we wouldn't be in the position we're in now.
This plan insults American Jews for not aligning with the Heritage Foundation's definition of anti-Semitism. It calls us complacent and our positions inexplicable.
Crazy.
First made public on October 7th, 2024 as a part of the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 initiative, it has been adopted by extremist groups like Moms for Liberty, the January 6th Capitol rioters, and of course, the Trump administration. I mean, they say officially that they haven't, but like they've already put in like half of Project Esther's policies into effect, and they sure are working on the rest. One of the main strategies of Project Esther is to convince the public to perceive the pro-Palestinian movement as a global Hamas support network, threatening American Jewry and America itself. Pitch materials accused philanthropic groups like the Tides Foundation and the Rockefeller Brothers Fund of supporting an ecosystem of anti-Semitism. They also included an illustration of a pyramid topped by progressive elites leading the way. There's one of our dog whistles. Including Jewish billionaires like Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois and fucking Holocaust survivor George Soros. Of course, they had their little handy initialisms ready to go, just like CRT and DEI before it. Introducing HSO, Hamas Support Organization. One goal is to label any organization that critiques the Israeli government as an HSO, or a TSE, Terrorism Support Entity.
The very notion, take for example the Hamas Support Network, which is the term used by the Heritage Foundation to describe the Palestinian Liberation Movement, it's a contrived and baseless smear that is obviously intended to vilify any and all criticism of the Israeli government, and the accusations would be laughable. They're outlandish, they're baseless, if they weren't being translated into such deadly serious policy endangering people's lives right now.
According to Arno Rosenfeld in Forward, referring to the activist network as a cancer, the group also calls for passing legislation to counter it at the federal, state, and local levels. One goal is to get groups designated as TSEs, an abbreviation for Terrorism Support Entity, which can have severe legal consequences.
So that means that anyone who's ever participated in a pro-Palestinian protest at a university, for example, is potentially providing material support.
The thing is, material support laws are vague, so they can define what they want as terrorism. Because they have so much leeway in what defines material support, using free speech to protest the war could be defined as material support. Spreading facts and figures about child death and injury could be considered material support. All this coming from an administration that, well...
Shylock.
Any Jewish person that votes for her or the Democrat Party should have their head examined.
Musk posted a series of Nazi-related puns online.
And you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
According to Donald Trump's first wife, he kept a book of Hitler's speeches in a cabinet by his bed. I'm not sure I believe that because that would imply that the man reads books. However, according to a former chief White House aide, in his first term he privately expressed admiration for certain aspects of Hitler's leadership. In between presidencies, he dined with Holocaust deniers Nick Fuentes and recent Hitler hiler Kanye West. There is a flirtation with Nazism in Trump world that borders on parody. Steve Bannon's ex-wife testified in a custody case that he didn't want their children to go to school with Jews. Deputy Pentagon Press Secretary Kingsley Wilson has shared great replacement conspiracy material on social media. FBI Director Kash Patel has appeared 8 times on a podcast hosted by conspiracy theorist Stu Peters, who has posted photos of himself holding a copy of Mein Kampf with the message, Visionary Leadership. Paul Ingrassia, White House liaison to the Department of Homeland Security, has repeatedly praised alleged sex trafficker and Holocaust revisionist Andrew Tate and has worked on his legal team. The list goes on and on. For an administration that is pretty shameless about either engaging directly in or having ties to people who engage directly in what looks an awful lot like flagrant anti-Semitism, they sure are concerned with fighting anti-Semitism. According to White House spokeswoman Taylor Rogers, President Trump has done more than any other president in modern history to stop anti-Semitic violence and hold corrupt institutions like Harvard accountable for allowing anti-American radicalism to escalate. Amy Statalnik, the chief executive of the Jewish Council for Public Affairs, said that if this administration were serious about countering anti-Semitism, it would not be appointing anti-Semitic extremists to senior positions. And it would not be normalizing anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that have fueled attacks on Jews and others. But it isn't just deeply unserious loonies like the President of the United States equivocating pro-Palestinian activism.
You know, you've had enough of your phone, and now you're back to me. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Hello.
Including the coupling of the genocide charge with the deliberate killing of children, images of whom are ubiquitous on NGO, social media, and other platforms that charge Israel with genocide. In other words, broadcasting images of Palestinian children killed by US-made bombs launched by Israeli pilots is doing in anti-Semitism. This is not limited to the United States either. I was just in Berlin working on a different project and was very shocked to learn that in response to pro-Palestine activism in the city, police had banned the Irish language as well. Lots of revolutionary slogans in the Irish language. The German police don't
Sounds
know what
about
they
right.
mean though, so they just banned it, just in case. The whole language. In the UK, the Labour government has banned anything affiliated with a group called Palestine Action, which has been labelled as a terrorist entity after some activists threw red paint on some British warplanes. Police in London cracked down by arresting swaths of peaceful demonstrators. One of the main focuses on the road to the criminalization of pro-Palestinian activism has been education, the most aggressive push being on funding.
I need somebody to
quote
close the
Project
damn
Esther's
wall.
Victoria Coates, as a former academic, I can tell you one thing they care more about than parking spaces is federal funding.
That
The
manager,
viciousness with which the other
that manager
elements
mod
of
is
the faculty will
needed.
turn on the law
Everyone is so
schools and
dumb.
Middle
They
East
don't do
studies halls.
anything they need to do.
Subtle. You have institutions like Columbia, which were all too happy to capitulate, along with the likes of USC and NYU. Thanks for that, guys. With Harvard bizarrely being one of the only major institutions to stand up to the administration. In June of 2025, the Department of Health and Human Service issued a formal Title VI civil rights violation notification to Harvard. In April, a joint task force to combat anti-Semitism issued a set of demands and froze billions in grants already awarded to the university. And, of course, they suspended Harvard's ability to enroll international students. This was later rescinded, but by then the damage had already been done. What top-tier international talent who's smart enough to get into Harvard is going to want to come into a country where your ability to finish your degree could be revoked at any moment? The administration has canceled the student visas of
You got
almost
choices.
any
You don't
international
gotta come
student
here.
involved in pro-Palestinian demonstrations, going so far even as to imprison
If
some
I had a
of
choice, I would be
Columbia
any
graduates
fucking
from
where
Yale, who
else
was held in
almost.
prison
Nah,
for
that's not true.
102
I'd be a
days
bunch of
without
other
charge.
places though.
As of recording, nearly 3,000 international students have had their visas revoked, almost all because of engagement in pro-Palestinian campus activism. Even former Harvard professor Lawrence Summers, who denounced the university for awarding an honorary degree to an Israel boycott supporter, said, "It's hard to see this as anything other than pretextual. There are valid grounds for challenging Harvard's approach, but it's hard to imagine a less credible challenger than President Trump." To recap, this is not anti-Semitism.
Shylocks.
Nor is this.
Series of Nazi-related puns online.
Nor this.
Jews will not replace us!
This is fine.
Should have their head examined.
This is fine. This is fine. The FBI has wildly reduced its monitoring of right-wing anti-Semitism, despite it being the cause for the vast majority of anti-Semitic violence worldwide. Project Esther doesn't collate instances of right-wing anti-Semitism at all, which, bold.
Project Esther has literally nothing to say about the fire hose of anti-Semitism and conspiracy theories coming out of the far right in this country, which are the leading drivers of anti-Semitic violence. in the
Man,
US,
liberal content
according to
creators
any
have the
every
exact
survey
same
study.
speaking
So the
voice for
sole
their
target
content.
of
It
this
is crazy.
pro-Palestinian groups and beyond, who they
This
accuse
lady
of
sounds
being not just
exactly like
anti-Semitic,
Ezra
but also
Klein, but
anti-American.
just
This doesn't
giving
count.
with a lady
This doesn't
voice.
count. This doesn't count. No, the real issue is pro-Palestinian
Wild.
activism, or more specifically, any criticism of the Israeli government's policies. Trump's executive order number, I swear I'm not making this up, 14188, mandated that agencies use the
Of course.
International Holocaust
Not
Remembrance
surprised.
Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. Under this legal definition of anti-Semitism, criticism of Israel is hate speech. This is the biggest crackdown on free speech in the United States since the Red Scare. It is being done in the name of protecting Jews, but it is not Jewish people that have put these policies in place. It has overwhelmingly been Christian Zionists and charlatans willing to exploit Christians as useful idiots. Cracking down on free speech in the name of protecting Jews has the effect of making Jews the face of power and authoritarianism to the unwashed masses.
It's making Jews the face of power, making Jews the face of authoritarianism, saying that it is because of Jews that X, Y, Z.
They actively stoke anti-Semitism by making Jews the face of authoritarian crackdowns. And this feeds into anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about shadowy, outsized Jewish power and makes Jews the one to blame for the longtime Christian nationalist goal of dismantling higher education.
One of Columbia's many recent capitulations to the Trump administration's demands includes DEI-like carve-out preferences for Zionist applicants. This is not to be confused with Jewish applicants. What they want is viewpoint diversity, but they are also mandating a special Protecting Jewish Students office while explicitly banning any sort of similar office for anybody else. So in this case, no, it is not Jewish students who are getting special treatment, but it sure looks like that's what's happening. According to a post by Sarah Lawrence professor Joel S., carving out Jews as the special exception to the general anti-DEI rules of the federal government makes Jews into a specially protected buffer class, which both engenders resentment from others and enables the government to make us scapegoats if things go bad. It's court Jews all over again. Court Jews referring to Hochjuden or Schutzjuden, Jews who held high positions in courts, usually finance-related, and were a protected class during the Holy Roman Empire. And something similar is happening in Germany right now. In November, the German Bundestag passed a cross-party resolution titled "Never Again is Now, Protecting, Preserving, and Strengthening Jewish Life in Germany." The resolution includes numerous measures against anti-Semitism, almost almost all of which are associated with criticism of the actions of the Israeli state. But despite the exhausting and obvious truth that not all Jews support what Israel is doing, there sure are an awful lot of Jewish people who are all too happy to hop into bed with characters ranging from Christian Zionists, who see them as pawns in their own apocalyptic fantasies, to outright anti-Semites.
Something else that takes place after this huge battle is that a massive number of Jewish people recognize God's providence and turn back to Him. As a Christian, I believe that this means that many Jews are going to give their lives to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Disgusting! Disgusting!
Prominent premillennialist
Marty and
sensationalist
Alva.
John Hagee, who once declared that Adolf Hitler was descended from a lineage of accursed, genocidally murderous half-breed Jews, was invited to speak to an audience of thousands at the March for Israel in Washington this year to help condemn the rising trend of anti-Semitic violence.
If a line has to be drawn, then draw that line around both Christians and Jews. We are one. We are one.
The bad RFK, who earlier this year repeated the conspiracy theory that COVID-19 was targeted to spare Jewish people, was given an op-ed in the pro-Israel Jewish Journal titled "RFK is an ally, not an anti-Semite," reassuring the reader that RFK's unwavering commitment to Israel as a Jewish state is sincere and integral to his political values. Marine Le Pen's National Front in France, the AfD in Germany, and Viktor Orban's Fidesz party in Hungary all have given unequivocal support to Benjamin Netanyahu's government. Elon Musk has been liking, promoting, or affirming anti-Semitic tweets left and right, but instead of knocking that shit off, he swore to combat anti-Semitism by banning users
Oh, we're playing Baldur's Gate?
I don't know if I'm playing, but I'd like
from
to.
the river to
I'd
the
like to
sea,
actually
which
take
he said were euphemisms that
Alright,
necessarily imply
we'll play maybe
genocide.
tomorrow.
Anti-Defamation League chair
We'll play
John
tomorrow,
Greenblatt
then.
responded not to Musk's anti-Semitism, but to the censorship, saying, "I appreciate his leadership in fighting hate." Earlier this year, the ADL was first in line to assure the reader that, don't worry,
Okay.
this is not what it looks like. Who are you going to believe, the known liar and fraud or your own eyes? And then there's my personal favorite, Jewish right-wing blowhard John Podhoretz, who tweeted, "Trump bombed Iran. He can say Shylock 100 times a day forever, as far as I'm concerned." According to Guardian writer Sam Wolfson, we are now reaching an illogical conclusion where organizations supposed to protect Jewish rights turn a blind eye to antipathy towards Jews as long as proponents support Israel. This does not make Jews safer. It does not even make sense.
This is an effective strategy by the right because they're executing the policies they want to anyway, but they're doing so in the name of fighting anti-Semitism.
Deporting international students doesn't combat anti-Semitism. Public firings don't combat anti-Semitism. Withholding funds from research institutions doesn't combat anti-Semitism. Arresting activists doesn't combat anti-Semitism. We're not going to terrorize or incarcerate or deport or fire or infiltrate our way out of anti-Semitism.
One must ask, what is all of this in service of?
Pause that for a sec.
Genocide is a neologism coined by Polish lawyer Raphael Lemkin. Lemkin was horrified by the Turkish slaughter of Armenians during World War I, but even more appalled that it was not a crime in the conventional sense, that people could be held accountable for murder, but nations could not. Lemkin pushed for international recognition both of genocide as a concept and as a legal term in the aftermath of the Holocaust. And on December 11, 1946, the General Assembly of the United Nations declared genocide a crime under international law. In 1948, the General Assembly took it a step further by adopting Resolution 260A, the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, which obliged contracting parties to undertake to prevent and to punish acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. In the words of author and journalist Philip Gorovich,
Just as the state's police swear to prevent and punish murder, so the signers of the Genocide Convention swore to police a brave new world order.
the United States, ever in the camp of "you can't tell me what to do," dragged its feet on signing on to the Genocide Convention until the mid-1980s. But by 1994, they had been a signatory for almost a decade. Then came Rwanda.
Le Rwanda appartient à ceux qui le défendent vraiment. Et vous, les numériques, vous n'êtes pas des Rwandais.
It is, I think, the standard against which all future tragedies will be measured.
calamity of such epic proportions, so massive in size and scope, the truth of it is far beyond journalism's reach.
One of the stories from Sunday school you've probably forgotten is that time that Noah got faced and naked in a cave, and his son Ham walked in on him, causing Noah to curse him and all of his progeny, saying, "A slave of a slave shall he be to his brothers."
That's unfortunate.
This passage has enabled a lot of weird interpretations from a lot of weird little freaks. One of the most pervasive interpretations from the last 500 years is this idea that Ham was the first black guy. And that's why slavery is not only fine, but divinely ordained. British explorer and eugenicist John Hanning Speke, the first
You
European
sons of Ham!
devoted much of his journal of the discovery of the source
Ah!
of the physical and moral ugliness of Africa's primitive races, in whose condition he found a strikingly existing proof of the Holy Scriptures. Speke applied the Hamitic myth to the people of Rwanda, claiming the Hutu were descendants of Ham, and thus divinely fated for servitude, while the Tutsi were a noble, possibly Christian lineage from the Middle East, divinely fated to lord over the Hutu. On contemplating these sons of Noah, as they were then, so they appear to be now, he had found a time capsule, a snapshot of what the sons of Ham looked like 5,000 years ago at the dawn of the third dispensation. It is now believed by ethnologists that the Hutu and the Tutsi are not distinct ethnic groups. At least they weren't until they caste systemed themselves not too long before European colonizers showed up. There's a set of assigned physical characteristics, stereotypes if you will, that Tutsis are taller, lighter skinned, have sharper, more angular faces and more European noses, and that Hutus are stockier, shorter, have wider noses, that sort of thing. Most people in the sources that I've read will tell you that these stereotypes are kind of bullshit, that you can't really tell these groups apart based on physical characteristics alone. But it doesn't really matter whether these stereotypes are true or not. What matters is they were believed and adhered to. At the 1885 Berlin Conference, convened to regulate and formalize the colonization of Africa, Germany, who kind of missed the boat on the whole scramble for Africa thing, was granted custody of Rwanda. However, Germany wasn't interested in sending a bunch of guys down there to maintain it. It's in the middle. It has no coastline. It's the size of Vermont. It has no gold or natural resources. So instead, the Germans conscripted the Tutsi upper class to run the place for them. Quoting Gorovich in his book, "We wish to inform you that tomorrow we will be killed with our families, Stories from Rwanda."
By the time that the League of Nations turned Rwanda over to Belgium as a spoil of World War I, the terms Hutu and Tutsi had become clearly defined as opposing ethnic identities, and the Belgians made this polarization the cornerstone of their colonial policy.
But where the Germans kind of passively encouraged this Hutu-Tutsi caste system from a distance, took advantage of it, the Belgians turbocharged it. They sent scientists to Rwanda. They had cranial calipers. They had phrenology. They weighed people. They measured heights and girths and noses. They were very obsessed with nasal width.
Those with thinner noses, like the skin, they used to measure the width of people's noses.
In 1933, the Belgians introduced a system in Rwanda very similar to the one that the Germans would introduce in their own country the same year, one that cemented a sort of Jim Crow system in the country. Papers. Things came to a head in 1959 when a rivalry between political leaders sparked massive anti-Tutsi violence. Thousands of Tutsis were killed and over 100,000 fled into neighboring countries like Burundi, Uganda, and the Congo. 3 years later, Rwanda gained independence with the Hutu majority now in power. Periodic massacres would follow for the next 30 years. In 1973, Hutu General Juvenal Habyarimana seized power in a military coup. Civil war broke out in 1990 when many Tutsi who were exiled as children, now adults, invaded Rwanda as the Rwandan Patriotic Front, or RPF. Paul Rusesabagina was a Hutu survivor who saved the lives of over 1,200 people. You may know him as the character Don Cheadle played in the 2004 film Hotel Rwanda. In his words,
"With the start of the Civil War, the myth-making machine went into high gear. There was suddenly no distinction between Tutsis and exiled RPF rebels. They were lumped into the same category of rhetoric. The war itself was cast as an explicitly racial conflict, and ordinary Rwandans started to arrange their lives around this idea."
On April 6, 1994, President Habyarimana's plane was shot down. Nobody knows for sure who did it, although most historians believe it was probably extremists in Habyarimana's own party, because the Hutu power movement was nothing if not prepared. The killing began within minutes. Radio stations like RTLM Radio encouraged citizens, who they had already armed, to do their work. Although the killing was carried out mostly with machetes, over 800,000 people were killed out of a population of roughly 7.5 million, more than 10% of the population in less than 100 days. It was not the largest genocide in history, but it was the fastest and the most efficient.
The Tutsi populations of many villages were all but eliminated. Radio announcers reminded listeners not to take pity on women and children.
Children especially, proclaimed one story, "A cockroach cannot give birth to a butterfly." In Philip Gorovich's book, he tells an anecdote about a Rwandan guy he interviewed in the United States who was of the opinion that if it had been a black person who'd killed JFK instead of Lee Harvey Oswald, all the whites in America would have killed all the blacks, or tried to. And that's why the Rwandan genocide happened. The Tutsis were believed to have killed the president, so we just had to kill all the Tutsis. That's just how these things happen. Gorovich noted this comment as absurd because it is. No, that's not what would have happened, because the infrastructure for genocide was not in place. According to Holocaust survivor and genocide scholar Irvin Staub, societies do not just start to destroy large groups of human beings. There is a developmental course. In the course of this evolution, both individuals and the system as a whole change. The motivation for killing evolves, and inhibitions diminish. Again, quoting Paul Rusesabagina.
Look closely at each of the world's recent genocides, however, and the surface differences burn away. The core of genocide is always the same. They erupt under the cover of a war. They are the brainchildren of insecure leaders eager for more power. Governments ease their people into them gradually. Other nations must be persuaded to do away. And all genocides rely heavily on the power of group thinking to embolden the everyday killers.
Historian Patrick Wolf is widely credited with popularizing settler colonial studies, and he says of settler colonialism that it is not an event, but a structure. Genocide is a part and parcel of that structure because a goal of settler colonialism is to replace one ethnic group with another. But genocide itself is also not an event, but a structure, both ideological and physical, and it has three major prerequisites. One,
corpse bile, ew.
It always bothers me when I hear the Rwanda's genocide described as the product of ancient tribal hatreds. I think this is an easy way for Westerners to dismiss the whole thing as a regrettable but pointless bloodbath that happens to primitive brown people. And not just that, but that the killing was random, chaotic, and fueled only by root anger. Nothing could be further from the truth. There is a reason why Rwanda's genocide was the quickest one in recorded history. There was a method to the madness, and it was about power. What scared our leaders most was the idea that Rwanda might be invaded, and their power taken away.
2. Mass dehumanization. Step 1 is the easy part. That happens all the time. Step 2 is the hard part. It is neither easy nor natural. It takes time, sometimes even generations, to convince one group that another group has to be eradicated, or at least to convince the first group to turn a blind eye to it.
Stripping the humanity from an entire group takes time. It is an attitude that requires cultivation, a series of small steps, daily tending.
But in the modern era, there is a third major prerequisite, arguably the biggest one, a complicit international community.
Rwanda was a failure on so many levels. It started as a failure of the European colonists who exploited trivial differences for the sake of a divide and rule strategy. It was the failure of Africa to get beyond its ethnic divisions and form true coalition governments. It was a failure of Western democracies to step in and avert the catastrophe when abundant evidence was available. It was a failure of the United States for not calling a genocide by its right name. It was the failure of the United Nations to live up to its commitments as a peacemaking body.
The desertion of Rwanda by the UN force was two powers' greatest diplomatic victory to date, and it can be credited almost single-handedly to the United States. With the memory of the Somalia debacle still very fresh, the White House had just finished drafting a document called Presidential Decision Directive 25, which amounted to a checklist of reasons to avoid American involvement in UN peacekeeping missions, while the Clinton administration actually forbade unqualified use of the G word. Christine Shelley, the State Department spokeswoman, was a bit more to the point when she rejected the denomination of genocide because she said there are obligations which arise in connection with the use of the term. She meant it was a genocide. The Convention of 1948 required the contracting parties to act. Washington didn't want to act, so Washington pretended that it wasn't a genocide.
I remember reading this, like an article that included this information.
Ellen, that's just not a question that I'm in a position to answer. Is the point yet where you would call what's happening in Gaza a genocide?
You can use whatever word you want.
True that you have specific guidance not to use the word genocide in isolation, but a way to preface it with this word actor.
I have guidance which I try to use as best as I can.
Genocide is a legal term. What is going on now clearly is absolutely horrific.
Genocide is, of course, a heinous atrocity. One of the most heinous atrocities that any individual can commit. Those are allegations that should not be made lightly, and as it pertains to the United States, we are not seeing any acts that constitute genocide.
If empathy is politically inexpedient, the word genocide is even more so. It isn't just an emotionally loaded term, it is a legal term that carries with it a bunch of obligations. We sign treaties agreeing that in the event of genocide, we have to act. So, it's probably best just not to use the word at all. After Adolf Hitler became Chancellor of Germany in January 1933, things snowballed with stunning speed, and by July of that same year, the Nazis were the only legal party in the country. Members of the Berlin Psychoanalytic Institute were faced with a decision. Some fled the country, but most remained and acclimated to the new regime. The first order of business was to negotiate with the Nazi authorities so the institute wouldn't be abolished. In the summer of 1933, they agreed to Aryanize the board of directors by excluding Jewish members. The institute distanced itself from psychoanalysts who were being persecuted for political beliefs as well, and eventually excluded everyone who was Nichtrechtsdeutsche, i.e., all Jews. Over time, the institute reshaped psychoanalysis itself so that it would appeal to Nazi ideology. In 1936, it was rebranded to the German Institute of Psychological Research and Psychotherapy and installed Hermann Göring's cousin as the director. By the end of the decade, the institute had become involved with euthanasia killings of the mentally ill, deformed, and of course, the gays. Eventually, the institute helped to develop criteria for choosing victims and participated in their selection, and by the end of the war, it was a well-oiled cog in the genocide machine. In the early 2000s, UC Irvine professor of ethics and political scientist Kristen Renwick Monroe did a series of studies interviewing hundreds of people who lived through World War II to help identify and understand what makes people go from normies to active participants in genocide. She ultimately came to describe three types of person in Nazi-occupied Europe: the rescuer, the bystander, and the perpetrator. She found that altruism is explained not by demographic factors, but by self-image. The rescuer's choice options were determined and limited by their strong sense of human connection and a cognitive classification process in which all human beings are placed in the same category, and hence equal and worthy of the same treatment. Survivors noted of rescuers, these were not people making choices on reflection, they just had to do it because that's the kind of people they were. Then there were the perpetrators, whose self-image can basically be summed up in one word: victim. The world is out to get us, we are abused and put upon, we have no choice but to fight back. Defend ourselves, if you will. The perpetrator's chief motivation
Self-defense, even.
so much as the need to protect the in-group. which they perceived as besieged from all sides. Monroe describes the worldview of a Nazi supporter named Florentine, who was staunchly loyal to her Nazi ideals to the end of her life. Her view of the Nazis as simple, trusting people, tricked and threatened by Jews, resembled other Nazis' worldviews. It's not unique, and as bizarre as it might sound, it is a worldview in which the Nazis become the victims of Jewish plots. Perpetrators justify their actions through just world thinking, devaluing victims and seeing their acts as serving higher purposes. And then there are the bystanders, i.e. the vast majority of people in any culture, not just Germany. Their chief motivation really is just to have material goods and to be left alone. They don't feel deeply invested in giving their life for the right, but they also don't feel deeply connected to humanity either. But the bystanders had more in common with the perpetrators than they did with the rescuers. Both bystanders and Nazis exhibited worldviews colored by fatalism and a sense that human beings are buffeted by the winds of history. This fatalism is related to their perceived lack of choice in terms of helping others. What defined which category these people were slotted into was based not on religious background, nationality, race, or even class. Note that one of the most famous people in the rescuer class to come out of World War II, Oskar Schindler, started the war as a flagrant opportunist and a member of the Nazi Party. He amassed considerable fortune in the early years of the war, but by the end of the war he had spent all of it just to keep a small number of Jews out of the extermination camps. What separated the rescuer types was their self-image and what brought them fulfillment. The cognitive model for rescuers is helping others. For bystanders, it's material well-being or affluence. And for perpetrators, it is to follow the leader or community and to protect the in-group from a world out to get us. Important to note also that these categories are fluid. Note again the example of Oskar Schindler. Where rescuers and perpetrators tended not to shift categories, bystanders did out of necessity, which brings us back to the example of the Berlin Psychoanalytic Institute. Most of the founders of the Berlin Psychoanalytic Institute were Jewish. Psychoanalysis as a science was founded by Sigmund Freud, a Jew. By 1933, 12 years after the Institute's founding, all of these people had been pushed out of the Institute, and the Jewish co-founders of the science of psychoanalysis had been erased from the Institute's history. Bystanders can evolve to accept or even inflict suffering, as exemplified by German psychoanalysts who joined the Nazi system. German bystanders actively upheld the Nazi system just by going along with it, even something as minor as hiring Hitler all the time so as not to attract negative attention from the right. They used denial or avoidance to distance themselves from victims for self-protection. Because there is a fourth category here as well, obviously. Targets, the real victims and survivors. And individuals from all three of the aforementioned groups will end up caught in that net as well. In the early 90s in Rwanda, there was a popular Hutu musician named Simon Bikindi, who in 1993 released a song called Nanga Abahutu. Its target, as evidenced by the song's title, was not the Tutsis, but on Hutu moderates who were not on board with the Hutu power movement's genocidal aims. In the Rwandan genocide, it wasn't just the Tutsis who were slaughtered in mass, it was moderate Hutus as well. As the dehumanization process energizes, more and more bystanders will get conscripted, or they will be thrown into the wood chipper as well. To the Trump administration, moderate Jews undermine his narrative. They are a problem. To Netanyahu's administration, diaspora Jews, especially ones that don't see Israel as their birthright necessarily, are a problem. Their existence undermines the legitimacy of a colonial project. This is why Netanyahu's government encourages global anti-Semitism by doing war crimes and then conflating the nation-state of Israel with all Jews everywhere, forever. This is not a bug, it is a feature. Same with the Trumps and Cuomos of the world. Behold Steve Bannon's CPAC this year.
People in Israel got to understand something. The number one enemy to the people in Israel are American Jews that do not support Israel and do not support America. The biggest single enemy to the Jewish people are not Islamic supremacists. The biggest enemy you have is inside the wire. Progressive Jewish billionaires that are funding all this stuff.
About a month after October 7th, 2023, Elon Musk replied, "You have said
Oh boy.
to a social media post that read, Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them." The owner of that account went on to say he was deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit.
I am impressed by Steve Bannon's ability to just say the exact opposite of the truth at all times. I'm impressed. It's got to take work. Like, you gotta really be, you gotta be locked in, man. Good job. Like, good job keeping it up that long. I mean, I know you can't keep it up that long, but you can keep up like the lie, and then, you know, it's impressive. What do you want me to say? The fuckers who own our society have really worked hard to do so. You know, you gotta respect that. As you're taking it away from them and kicking them down the stairs, you gotta be like, that was pretty good that you were at the top of these stairs. It's also pretty good that I get to watch you fall down these stairs now.
800,000 lives snuffed out in 100 days.
Schindler's List and Hotel Rwanda are pretty similar films. Both center on the narrative of two historical rescuer figures, Oskar Schindler and Paulo Rusesabagina. Both films are pretty accurate as far as Hollywood historical dramas go. They both face impossible odds. They are both reluctant heroes. They even both save roughly the same number of lives. But the most fascinating similarity to me is the way these men lived about those rescues. Just how much bribery and flattery and money came into the way they went about things. Paulo Rusesabagina, both in the film and in real life, kept his people alive by buying food from and being buddies with one of the chief of the Genocidaire.
You do not honestly believe that you can kill them all. Why not? Why not? You have with already.
Don't Google it, the film toned him down. Schindler did the same thing. cozying up to one of the most evil men in a cartoonishly evil regime. Really do not Google him. Oskar Schindler spends a whole lot of his movie sending gifts to Nazi officials, partying with them, flattering them, and eventually bribing them. The eponymous list was basically the number of people Schindler could afford to buy as his workforce. Both films grapple with this idea that there's like an exchange rate, that human life can be bought in the most dire circumstances, but only if you have the money, meaning that you can't save everybody. Probably the most famous scene in Schindler's List is the ending. Schindler gives this big speech after Germany surrenders. He tells the Schindler-Juden that they've survived, good for them, and he tells the Nazis to fuck off. And they do. And he's like, I gotta go because they're gonna think I'm a war criminal.
I'm a profiteer of slave labor. I am the criminal. At midnight, you'll be free, and I'll be hunted.
Schindler's not very emotional about it in this scene. It's only in the following scene, as Schindler is leaving and the Schindler-Juden give him the parting gift, a gold ring with an inscription.
There's Hebrew from the Talmud that says whoever saves one life saves the world in time.
And this is where Schindler breaks down.
If I made more money, I didn't do it.
You did so much.
Why did I keep 10 people right there? 10 people. This thing. 2 people. This is good. 2 more people. You would have given me 2 more. At least 1. Good.
In my research for this video, there was this journal article by SUNY New Paltz professor Matthew Newcomb that I kept coming back to called Feeling the Vulgarity of Numbers, which explores the difficulty of engaging with atrocity to scale in an educational setting, or even the extent to which numbers should be a measure of atrocity at all. Perhaps nothing is more difficult to measure than suffering. Yet
Go get 'em, girl.
Other numbers present measurements of loss, if not direct suffering, regularly. The article uses the Rwandan genocide as a sort of home base to talk about the issue, and it begins with this anecdote about the author's building super coming to fix a leaky faucet in his apartment. This Muslim dude named Salim, who sees that Newcomb is working on something about the Rwandan genocide, and Salim makes this comment about how he just can't imagine killing another person, and he quotes the Quran. If you take a man's life, you kill a whole nation. On his way to the next apartment, Salim authoritatively stated that he would not kill someone, even to save his own life, and that all he can do is pray. The Quran quote is, whoever takes a life, it will be as if they killed all of humanity, and whoever saves a life, it will be as if they saved all of humanity. A quote like this is also in the Talmud.
There's Hebrew from the Talmud that says whoever saves one life saves the world in time.
I kept coming back to this article because it illustrated both
It's a video about Miss Rachel. Miss Rachel. Child content thing, yeah. It's a video about how she made like a post. She made a post that was a fundraiser for kids across the world, but including in Gaza, and became like a hot button issue. People calling her an anti-Semite. Yep.
In the aftermath of October 7th, there was this misinformation narrative going around to help justify
Religion, baby.
Hamas beheading dozens of infants and or stuffing them into ovens. A lot of people still fervently believe this. Where young
There's a bunch of evil in the world. We might as well start with the
babies
top.
in ovens.
Miss Rachel probably had it coming.
Up at the top, very top of the list.
I mean, Epstein's gone, so.
It was fun going on a memory lane tour. The videos showing some Fox News clips of them being like, Mr. Rogers is evil.
The misinformation was just so outlandish.
Yeah,
but
if he
this
was
is not
alive,
true.
we
It
got
just
to
wasn't
him.
50.
We got
It
Bob
was just 1 or 2.
Yeah, Bob Ross would get the same thing. Anybody who's like, you should respect people. If somebody is hurting, that sucks, and you should care about that.
There are ranges of psychological studies that give reasons as to why numbers often do not have a potent impact on readers. One reason is that human responses may have evolved to protect individuals and their small
Why is everybody on fire? What the fuck?
This effective system did not evolve to help us respond.
That's a terrible mark. Everyone's on fire now.
When you talk about the genocide in Gaza, or about the Israeli hostages, why don't you care about them? I don't doubt some of these people who use this rhetorical device feel it sincerely, but it is also done in bad faith.
Over 14,000 precious children have been unalived in Gaza. Gaza has the largest number of child amputees in history.
Why is this Rachel focusing so much on Gaza when there are Israeli children who've been taken hostage too, children in Israel who've been murdered too, and it's like, well, because of the numbers. Sometimes numbers are all we have to go on. These are some of the official numbers given by the Hamas-run Gaza Ministry of Health of children killed as of March 2025. And the reason that these are the official numbers is because this is the number that they have names for. These are confirmed named deaths as a direct result of Israeli action, although studies have shown that the indirect death toll is likely much, much higher. But then I see people in the anti-Zionist movement saying that the official number of dead, which right now is in the neighborhood of about 60,000, is propaganda designed to minimize Israel's atrocities. And I'm like, do you know how many people 60,000 is? 60,000 is the size of a large football stadium. 60,000 is bigger than my hometown. Who would think that 60,000 is okay, but 200,000 is unacceptable? But then there's that problem with the vulgarity of numbers again. At what number is action mandatory? 60,000? 600,000? 6 million? If someone is not repulsed by 6,000 dead, they are not going to be repulsed by 600,000. Remember all the way back at the beginning of the video when we were talking about this repulsion at empathy and education, and in children's media, the war on Sesame Street, the war on Mr. Rogers, the war on SEL, the war on empathy itself? We know from research that this type of education is extremely effective. When you're learning math, attaching a story to it helps children learn. that does not stop being true when you grow up. That's why personalized narratives can be much more effective than just numbers alone. But again, empathy is also politically inexpedient. You cannot, on the one hand, raise a generation of children with like a deep sense of empathy, even if all of the research shows that that's going to net you the best academic outcomes, and then expect those kids to have the same shark-eyed outlook on international politics as their parents. The war on empathy starts at home, and this attack on both children's educational media and methods for raising emotionally healthy children in general is a symptom of a broader sickness, because these people do not care about raising autonomous human beings in an environment of trust and love. They want Milford men who will do as they are told. This is a thing that Miss Rachel has done most effectively, and I wish we would see more of in pro-Palestinian activism, the focus on individual stories.
أنا بتشكر عم طارق وبتشكر المس ريشة وبتشكر BC رف. أنا بحب كل واحد ساعدني.
In cases like getting an international community to engage with the horrors of what's going on in Gaza, personalizing these narratives, showing anecdotes about the cost, helps people to stay focused, motivates people in ways that numbers alone just don't. And I'm not saying that there aren't contexts where numbers are extremely important. Obviously there are. But sometimes they're just numbers.
I am tired of hearing people who have long ago set aside the concerns of childhood, telling everybody what children really need. I'll tell you what children need. They need adults who will protect them from the ever-ready molders of their world. Could I tell you the words of one of the songs which I feel is very important? Yes. It starts out, what do you do with the mad that you feel? And that first line came straight from a child. What do you do with the mad that you feel? When you feel so mad you could bite. When the whole wide world seems oh so wrong, and nothing you do seems very right. Do you punch a bag? Do you pound some clay or some dough? Do you round up friends for a game of tag or see how fast you go?
Miss Rachel has posted videos of this little girl named Rahaf a few times.
Wake up, little bunnies! Skip, little bunny, skip, 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 little bunny, skip, skip, skip.
She's a 3-year-old double amputee and has been successfully evacuated from Gaza and is now in the United States with her mom. A few days after the first Rahaf video, she followed it up with this post of Rahaf after she realized she didn't have legs anymore. And she's about the same age as my oldest.
Here. Thank you.
You know, maybe a few months older. And when I see these kids like Rahaf, all I can think is it just as easily could have been mine. It could be my kids and not Rahaf living through this hell, but for some fluke of geography. Throughout history, there was never much concern over the murder of children in wars or conflicts. Children were not considered full persons. They were just extensions of their parents, future adults, but property in the meantime. So this expectation that civilians should be protected, that children have fundamental rights, is not only new, but is extremely at odds with the way civilization has been doing things for millennia. Hence we have the Genocide Convention, but that is also at odds with another thing that is suddenly respected in this brave new world: state sovereignty.
States have never acted for purely disinterested humanitarian reasons. The novel idea was that the protection of humanity was in every state's interest, and it was well understood in the aftermath of World War II that action against genocide would require a willingness to use force and to risk the lives of one's own. The belief was that the price to the world of such a risk would not be as great as the price of inaction. But whose world were the drafters of the Genocide Convention and the refugee conventions which soon followed thinking of?
I see a lot of people, a lot of content creators, describing what's going on in Gaza as the worst humanitarian crisis in history, or the worst genocide in the world right now. And if we must rely on the vulgarity of numbers, that is not even remotely true. What is happening in Sudan right now is killing more people. It is the greatest starvation crisis in decades. And there's a good chance you didn't even know about this. Even George W. Bush's government 20 years ago was able to describe what was happening in Darfur as a genocide.
I concluded, that genocide has been committed in Darfur.
The first and only time the United States government has used that word to describe a conflict as it was ongoing. Now both the government and the media not only turn a blind eye to what's happening in Sudan, but make it worse by cutting funding from agencies like USAID, which is going to mean the deaths from starvation of thousands in Sudan.
Elon Musk called Bono a liar and an idiot, saying 0 people had died and that USAID was riddled with corruption and waste.
Yes, actually, because of you. There's an obvious racial component here, same as it was with the international community's response to Rwanda. The point is, the situation in Gaza is not the only time that the international community has turned a blind eye to suffering that it might have had the power to lessen or even stop. It's not even the only one going on right now. You know, the reason I did this video, beyond trying to raise money and show support for Miss Rachel and people like her, was because I wanted to understand why this sort of thing happens. Just, from a historical perspective and a sociological one. But the problem with the why it happens is it doesn't also provide and here's how to stop it. And I know it's not satisfying. You want me to give a list of prescriptive actions to say, like, this is what needs to happen in order for the famine to be halted, in order for the killing to stop. And the truth is, I don't know. As with all modern famines and all genocides, what this boils down to right now is a very small group of people in positions of power needing to make different choices, basically needing to be different people, which won't happen. So the reality is there is not much we can do, but I do not want that to be mistaken for saying that we should not do what we can. The fundraiser at the bottom of this video is the same one that got Rahaf out of Gaza, and I don't want to get into the weeds of it right now, but it's very difficult and very expensive to even get one child out, let alone to get aid in. But even if a lot of help can only do a little bit of good, like let's say we raise $50,000 and that helps get one kid out.
It says whoever saves one life saves the world entire.
I don't care how many, even if it's just one. We get so wrapped up in numbers in our society.
Second, I don't think constant international attention, the increasing international attention, is doing nothing. The fact that focus has stayed on this issue in the news could make the difference in saving a lot of lives. In the words of one Holocaust survivor,
today's marches are having a very hopeful aspect. It is so large, so persistent, so global, that eventually the Western leadership, which are trying to deny what is actually going on, will be forced to face up to it. And I think we are not far from that. There was no parallel to that in the Jewish Holocaust experience. In fact, there was great abandonment.
And it may not feel like it, but fighting back, making it politically untenable to continue these attacks on free speech, popularizing, pushing back, whatever country you're in, but especially in this one, is actually super important. I am personally exhausted that the fact that this even is a controversy in the first place, that we here in the US are in the position of having to claw back rights that most of us took for granted our whole lives. But it must be done. We can't do everything, but we must do what we can. We must do it at home for our children, and we must do what we can for them, for their children. They are the same.
What children probably need to hear most from us adults is that they can talk with us about anything, and that we will do all we can to keep them safe in any scary time.
Grown-ups of the world are supposed to protect children, and some grown-ups are not doing that. It's their fault that you were not protected. I am so sorry that you were hurt.
Our kids are watching us. They're taking in what us grown-ups are doing, and we're not protecting children.
There are many ways of saying who you are and how you feel. Ways that can be so helpful. Ways that don't hurt yourself or anybody else. You know, that's how you can tell when you're grown up inside. You're sure that what you're planning and doing are things that can be a real help to you and your neighbor. I'm proud of you, you know that. I hope you do.
Do such things all the time because he likes to say sorry to people. Yeah.
How did we get here? And even worse, is it worth it?
We are calling it iPhone. Today, Apple is going to reinvent the phone. How do I do this? I just take my finger and I scroll.
The best way to describe it is, I share, therefore I am. Before it was, I have a feeling, I want to make a call. Now it's, I want to have a feeling, I need to send a text. But in the process, we set ourselves up to be isolated. We turn to technology to help us feel connected in ways we can comfortably control. But we're not so comfortable. We are not so much in control.
And I think that we have been successfully divided. We're kind of warring with each other on ideological grounds, while big power changes us, changes our world, and leaves us behind.
I am not doing well. The general state of the world has been weighing pretty heavily on my mind, as I'm sure it has for many of you watching this, and I just feel like it's safe to say that the final small shred of optimism I once had about the future is completely gone. And if ever there were a film that could accurately describe why, that film would be Eddington. Ari Aster's latest film landed with a bit of a thud back in July of 2025, and that really comes as no surprise. The biggest reason, it seems, is just that the film is not an easy one to pin down. Everyone I know, myself included, walked away with some variation of the question, what the hell is this movie trying to say? While on the surface, it seems like a simple story about a small-town sheriff running against the mayor in the 2020 election, in actuality, it's really about, well...
In a nutshell, what's Eddington?
If the film is about anything, it's really about a data center being built.
The film is kind of about a bunch of burgeoning cyborgs. The film is about things going viral. It's a film about people navigating a crisis while another crisis incubates over here.
If the movie is inspired by anything, it's the internet.
Can you elaborate? You say why?
No.
What was important to me is that the film also kind of be inscrutable.
Eddington is like a test chamber where all the people are like these particles, and when they hit each other, that kind of creates this new logic.
I am afraid, and I don't know where we're going, and I want to see work that is reflecting that. So that's what I'm trying to do. Why can't we imagine any other future? Why can't we? Why do things have to be this way, and why do they have to keep getting worse? But, in the end, the movie is not vegetables. I want the film to be fun and exciting and surprising. It's a movie.
The film should be scary and upsetting and dramatic and funny and stupid. It's rated R.
So, where would you like me to start? Trying to explain Eddington feels like trying to defuse a bomb. The stakes are high, given just how socio-politically charged the film is, and it seems like there's only one right way to do it. Made even worse by Aster's intention to make the film a bit of a mirror. I don't just have to explain the movie, I also have to explain myself, and why this film, like Midsummer before it, has inflamed in me a crisis of faith in film as an art form, in analysis of art, in humanity as a whole, and in the technology we so often rely on. This video is as much about a film as it is the here and now, because whether we want to or not, we're all living in Eddington.
I will say, though, that Eddington is about cynicism as much as it may be, accused of being cynical.
Cynicism permeates just about every frame of this film, and I mean that in the literal sense. I believe Eddington very much asserts that what drives our modern world is self-interest, both our own self-interest and the interests of those who rule over us. At the very least, self-interest is much of what drives the journey of our protagonist, Sheriff Joe Cross, a man who, at first glance, appears to be the lawman, straight out of an old western. Given that the film is placed in a modern context, though, he can also be seen as representing a stereotypical Republican. But underneath those appearances is a scared human being trying to make sense of the world in front of him during a time of great turmoil, in this case, the COVID lockdown in May of 2020, which has put a huge strain on his personal life. He's struggling to find intimacy in his relationship with his wife Louise, who herself is struggling to process an unspoken trauma relating to her deceased father. And this tension between Joe and Louise is only exacerbated by Louise's conspiracy theorist mother, Dawn, who is now stuck in the house with both of them, fanning the flames of their family grievance with the town's mayor, Ted Garcia. Throughout the beginning of the film, Joe is constantly feeling emasculated and embarrassed. He's easily overpowered by a homeless man named Lodge, the entire incident caught on camera. He's torn down by his mother-in-law for not standing up for his family against Mayor Ted Garcia.
The fact that you can just stroll on over there, business as usual. What do y'all even say to each other when you get there? Hi, how are you?
Every conversation he has is an argument, and he tends to shut down at the slightest bit of confrontation.
Listen, listen. I am listening. Shut up.
I mean, when we're first introduced to him, he's watching YouTube tutorials about how to convince your wife to have children, for God's sake. All of which directly conflicts with not just the cinematic image his character represents, the Western hero sheriff, but more importantly, with how he sees himself. As Ari Aster puts it, I see Joe as a very, very sentimental man, which is another way of saying that he's not really looking at his own life. He's gripped by the romance of all these ideas he has about America, about his town, and about himself. Most of the people in this film are kind of media literate, which is another way of saying that this is a Western that exists in a world where Westerns exist. Joe would have seen those Westerns. His stance is informed by those films. But through our introduction to Joe, we don't see a lot of outward expression of this conflicting self-image within him. More often, we see repression.
Where even is your anger, Joe? That's my question.
Joe is internally consumed by a feeling of powerlessness and dread, what Astor calls the dominant feeling of this moment. And though my image of myself couldn't be more different, I do see a lot of my own life in this portrait of Joe. Powerlessness and dread has sat with me a lot, especially since 2020, continuing to boil and fester, constantly putting a strain on my personal life. And the question that seems to arise in me again and again is, what do I do with this feeling? A feeling that leaves you endlessly craving answers. Well, if you're anything like the characters in Eddington, or like me, usually you start scrolling. In my search for answers, a video appeared on my feed by Hank Green called Populism, Media Revolutions, and Our Terrible Moment. A great video that I highly recommend, but what really drew my attention was a moment at the very end of that video, when Hank mentioned a book called Wrong by scholar and professor of political science, Danigal Goldthwait Young. Given everything the video discussed, the book felt important, so I bought it and I read it. And one of the concepts in it that struck me most was one of its simplest. In the opening chapters, Young talks a lot about what she calls the 3 C's: comprehension, control, and community. Young says that these basic human needs are what help us formulate our understanding of the world, of ourselves, and that they are what we usually look for in times where we feel powerless. This is very much true of Joe Cross. He's trying to comprehend a world in the throes of a pandemic. He's trying to maintain a sense of control over his life, even through the most petty of acts like not wanting to wear a mask. And he is trying, and failing, to find community in Eddington. That is until this moment at his local grocery store. A man named Fred is being forced from entry because he is not wearing a mask. Joe not only has a familiarity with the man, but feels a sense of camaraderie in their shared resistance toward masking. Joe sees this as an opportunity to address his yearning for community.
There's a way to do it. There's a way to treat me. Just let him in.
Fred is allowed inside the store at Joe's behest, and Joe feels empowered by this. He believes he is doing the right thing, standing his ground. But almost as quickly as Joe enters the store, like a cowboy entering an old saloon, Fred is thrown out as bystanders clap. And then, suddenly, Joe is confronted by his rival, Ted Garcia. At first, Joe is visibly uncomfortable and defensive, but once he sees that someone is recording with their phone, suddenly his tone changes. He becomes emboldened, playing up his investment. His dialogue turns argumentative, based on policies he was reading about on his phone earlier.
County commissioners are right here in Eddington. Put it on the agenda. Get a county ordinance prohibiting me and Fred and the rest of us that want to live our lives without a mask. Would you put that, excuse me, is that Fred's? Put it down.
He nobly defends Fred's abandoned grocery cart, and even ends up buying the groceries for him as an act of kindness and solidarity. When Joe refuses to accept any money, Fred insists on taking a picture with him, a picture which is then uploaded to Facebook with the caption, "One decent man left in Eddington." And for what feels like the first time in the entire film, Joe smiles, because he believes he has found out what to do with this feeling of powerlessness.
And that's why I'm running for mayor. Mayor of Eddington. He's seeking, plainly put, love. It's ironic because when he first gets this kind of like outside acknowledgement is from a character, Fred. This is this kind of like transformative moment. And that's the kind of like catalyst for him. And it's ironic because it's what kind of starts this division in the town.
Social media, especially when driven by algorithms, is particularly effective at creating the illusion of satisfying the 3 C's. It takes the turmoil of our own individual lives and feeds us content that gives us a sense of comprehension, control, and community. Due to my own needs for comprehension, I keep up pretty regularly with the APA's Speaking of Psychology podcast. And not long after I saw Eddington for the first time, a particular episode caught my eye: the psychology behind our political divide, with psychologist and neuroscientist Keith Payne. I felt like I learned a lot from the discussion, and surprise, surprise, Payne had written an entire book on the subject titled Good Reasonable People. So I bought it, I gave it a read, and was again struck by a simple concept. Keith Payne explains that, quote, "Groups tie our concept of belonging to the group to our concept of being a good person. They attach our small lives to a history and purpose larger than ourselves. Because of that, they give us a sense of meaning and mission that few other parts of life can rival. Whatever we do on behalf of our group, we do in service of a greater good." Again, the internet and algorithms are especially good at providing the illusion of community, by using your input and data to organize you into different groups. But online, these groups, what we call our communities, are usually entirely predicated on a singular shared value or interest, a small fragment of yourself. And with that, it also tends to become about embodying an idea larger than yourself. In every post lies a performance, and when Joe Cross records his video announcing that he's running for mayor, that's exactly what he's doing. He's embodying and performing an idea, He's trying to make himself into the hero sheriff he wants to see himself as.
Is it worth it to combat a virus that isn't even here at the cost of being at war with your neighbor and your family? Because that's what community is, isn't it? It's a family, okay? Because you can ruin a man's day, or you can do the right thing, and you can be kind, and you can free his heart. We need to free each other's hearts.
All without consciously understanding that this performance is directly contributing to his problems. Because really, this campaign is not about these larger ideas he's espousing. It's about opposing Ted Garcia. And since Ted is a Democrat, that also means Joe must lean harder into his baseline conservatism. He must dehumanize Ted as much as possible. He must fully buy into the idea that Ted is emblematic of everything wrong with his life. The pandemic, yes, but mostly his failing marriage. There's a history between Joe and Ted, all centered around Joe's wife, Louise. Louise's mother insists that Ted assaulted Louise when she was young and got her pregnant. Ted's side of the story is that he never touched her. And looming in the background of all of this is Louise's father, the previous sheriff of Eddington, the one who is likely responsible for Louise's assault. But Joe believes that Ted did it, mostly because he has to, as a means of protecting the image in his head of Louise's father as the previous sheriff, the embodiment of the ideals he now stands for, and because it justifies his hatred of Ted. Without this narrative, his opposition of Ted is for nothing, and without purpose, he will once again be powerless. So whatever emboldens this narrative in his mind, such as running for mayor, becomes a way to defend himself and his family, to fight for the side of good. Again and again, Joe is grappling with these different images he's trying to live up to, and telling himself stories that help him make sense of his world. And even though his stories and aspirations couldn't be further from mine, I understand him. So often, I compare myself to an ideal and feel that I'm never good enough. I craft narratives around my life that help give me drive and purpose. But when the story stops adding up, and I feel the person in the mirror doesn't measure up, suddenly I feel more worthless than ever. And in those moments, what I need is to connect with others. But how do you connect in an isolated world, where everyone else is consumed by their own images and stories? In this isolated world, it seems the only options are aligning yourself exactly with someone else's image, or fighting via outrage and discourse. Because paradoxically, I think even standing in opposition to each other helps us feel connected. Like in the Westerns of old, it all comes down to a standoff.
I think it's worth questioning your own convictions and attitudes and ideas, and asking, where do they come from? Are they really mine?
Ted and Joe confront each other in the street, and surprisingly, Ted attempts to be vulnerable, to connect by addressing the real problem. He politely asks Joe to stop filming and, in a roundabout way, attempts to bring up Louise.
We never talked about it. Oh, no. No? Can we just talk? Can we just the two of us?
We are.
But Joe stays combative, so Ted gives the same energy back. The entire argument turns into a performance for the camera in Joe's shirt pocket.
Your chief deputy took jobs in Rio Rancho.
That was devastating.
You can't keep your own office going, but you're going to run mine. Leave your mess here and start a whole new one.
But then Ted really lays it out.
And I do think it's because of the person that's name you might not want me saying on camera.
And in response, we finally see Joe's anger. The mere mention of Louise triggers what Keith Payne, summarizing the work of Henri Tajfel, calls the psychological bottom line, a set of non-negotiable principles that most anyone lives by. 1, I am a good and reasonable person, and 2, my groups are good and reasonable people.
I'm a much better human being than you, and I'm going to make a better and stronger and more honest leader than you. So let's just let the voters decide.
This infusion of righteousness and anger is often what we believe to be the catalyst for change, a feeling that will make a difference in the world. To quote Danigal Young, anger is a mobilizing emotion that we tend to experience when we perceive a threat and have some sense of certainty about the nature of the threat and what to do about it. Unlike fear, anger provides agency and optimism. While righteous anger has been the catalyst for many changes throughout history, in our modern world, it has become a fuel source for the tech industry. It's not so much about whether these feelings are justified, but rather what they work in service of. And again, much like our personal turmoil, the main place these feelings seem to get poured into is the internet. Algorithms, by nature of serving us targeted content and messaging, keep us in a cycle of self-interest. They give us more and more things to project ourselves onto. On the internet, we regularly jokingly say, I built this algorithm brick by brick, and I do think that's how most people see it. But the uncomfortable truth, at least for me, is that I laid the foundation, but the algorithm built a home on it, filled with a bunch of things that it thought would keep me in there forever. And what has kept me there is this, making videos to try and embody the person I was always expected to be, even when I was a child. One who can provide answers and guidance on problems that are much larger than me. And as Joe Cross's story continues, it becomes blatantly obvious that hyperfixating on those larger problems can often leave you blind to your own life and exacerbate your own individual issues. As Joe continues down his path, seeing his mayoral campaign as his life's purpose, the further his own life begins to slip out of his grasp. It starts with Louise and Dawn being missing from home one night, seemingly directly in response to Joe's announcement. When he wakes up the next morning, suddenly they have arrived, and Louise is incredibly angry at him. She's concerned that she's being watched, that there are people coming after her. Joe attempts to rationalize his pursuit as nobly defending her, and by tying it to the larger idea of community.
We see what's happening, and we see that it's wrong, and we can't see this as an opportunity to do the right thing. We can bring this place back. We can build it back up.
But again, like at the standoff with Ted, the bitter truth comes out.
I don't want this thing with Ted. You understand? This is your thing, and it's Mom's. It's not mine.
But I'm defending you.
Louise knows it isn't about defending her or defending Eddington. It's about Ted. But instead of taking this to heart, Joe uses this conflict to try and force connection and intimacy. He tries to use it as a way to regain control of the situation.
Just, yes, you and me dinner tonight, can we, please?
Fine.
Yes?
Just go.
Yes, okay, I'm going. Dinner tonight.
Even in the wake of that conversation, Joe presses on with the campaign, parading himself through an empty town, performing to a phone. I really do think that Joe fundamentally believes that if he can stop Ted, then he can set everything right. I think he believes that this is the way to save his decaying relationship with Louise. But his inability to address the reality of Louise's trauma and instead retreating to this performance of self leaves the relationship more fraught than ever. And Louise, in turn, begins looking elsewhere for comfort. Like Joe, she turns to a screen. Specifically, she finds an influencer named Vernon Jefferson Peake. Instead of coming to dinner with Joe, just him and her as agreed, she brings Vernon along. And Vernon serves Joe a narrative of his life. One in which he was sold off as a child by his father, a high-ranking government official, and hunted for sport. A narrative entirely based upon recovered memories. This story validates Louise and her trauma in ways no one in her life is willing to. It gives shape to it.
You want things simple and neat. You think that because something's evil, there can't be love. Evil is sentimental.
It's evil.
Your father was sentimental.
But Joe is focused on the details of the story and clearly doesn't believe it. And in this connection between her and Vernon, Louise feels she is not believed, which strengthens Louise's dependence on Vernon, which, in response, fuels Joe's sense of their intimacy being threatened. Ari Aster has stated that Vernon Peake is meant to be the embodiment of the internet, and I can see why. To me, he represents the danger of living in digital ecosystems. By nature of algorithms serving us endless targeted messaging, we start to equate consuming content with self-discovery. We get served an allegorical account of our own lives, one in which we symbolize an idea, one that ties our life to a broader story being told. But it's also tied to someone else's self-interest, and it gets in the way of the kind of vulnerability we need in our lives. While Joe is far from perfect, I do think he genuinely loves Louise. Vernon doesn't. Not really. He doesn't really know her. He knows the aspect of her that led her to him, the quiet part, desperately waiting to be spoken aloud, the abuse she suffered at the hands of her father. And again, he gives shape to her experience. He replaces her own trauma with his narrative, one about an eternal fight between good and evil, one where she has not just been wronged, but chosen.
Your pain is not a coincidence. You are not a coincidence. We are not a coincidence.
Comprehension, control, and community all wrapped into one. And the most tragic part is that if Joe could just let go of his own narrative, he might be able to be vulnerable in the way that Louise needs him to be. But instead, he's using this entire thing as another reason to hate Ted.
Did your dad ever? Or was it Ted? Or was it Ted? Was it Ted?
He can't let go of what he wants to hear, regardless of whether it's true, because he feels as if the truth will shatter his world. A world that, as he finds out the next morning, is already shattered. One where his community is only continuing to erode, despite his attempts to control it. He wakes to find himself in a world where the blame is not being pointed at Ted, but at him. So to remedy this, he believes what he wants to be true and goes right back to performance. As Daniel Young writes, faced with uncertainty and threat, we crave comprehension and control even more than usual. And when these urges are on overdrive, they encourage us to grab onto whatever story fits the bill. In this case, that story is this.
Ted Garcia, our mayor. The man is purely and simply a predator. Yes, Ted Garcia is a sexual predator.
And that's the final nail in the coffin. Louise leaves without a word, even as he begs her to stay. And even now, as none of it makes sense, Joe still has to believe the lie. The psychological bottom line kicks in yet again. He is a good and reasonable person, so how could something so horrible happen to him? It couldn't. So Ted must still be to blame. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more the world becomes torturous and unstable, the more people depend on narratives and social media to make sense of it all. But the answers they get can never enact change, because it would break that dependence. So we all get stuck in a loop. In this way, too, I relate to Joe Cross. I find it just as easy to project the turmoil in my life onto these broader ideas. I fear constantly that the strong convictions I've always held about the world have amounted to nothing more than social media fodder. That everything I've done to try and make the world a better place hasn't actually resulted in any measurable change. I get scared sometimes that I can't distinguish the line between what is narrative and what is true, or how many of my thoughts are my own and how many of them were handed down to me by an algorithm. I mean, in this video alone, how many of the concepts that I've talked about were directly handed to me from content I've consumed. And in the chaos of trying to parse all of that, I have completely lost sight of why I do anything that I do. I frequently worry that this performed, narrativized version of myself, the one you're listening to now, is all anyone cares about. I I'm scared that when I step onto this platform and do exactly this, I am further immersing myself into a place where true human connection goes to die. Because there's no way to escape performance when you feel the camera. Is always on you. And I feel a debt owed to this performance of self because it validates me in ways that no one in my life can. But the more I lean on it for support, the further isolated I feel. Because what I really fear, much like the characters in Eddington, is vulnerability. True vulnerability. The kind that may actually heal this fractured world. Run from it, I project it, I narrativize, anything other than truly connecting. I want to feel listened to, but the only way to be heard is to turn expression into performance. As sociologist Sherry Turkle put it in the cold open of this video, I share, therefore I am. One of the most profound things about Eddington is that if all the characters truly opened up, they would realize they have more in common than they think. Joe and Ted being the most blatant example. Both men are struggling to keep their family intact. At this point in the story, both their wives have left them. They are both victims of Dawn's conspiratorial thinking, as bluntly stated by Ted's son, Eric.
What about your crazy whore wife? Her bat's mountain and gravy. To my house my whole life. Maybe that was...
And they're both men whose journeys are being guided by the tech industry.
Everything he does is bolstered by that image he has of himself, which is informed by all those stories he's been told. And that same conviction and righteousness runs through his rival, Ted Garcia. And he's living in his own dream world.
If Joe would have walked through that metaphorical door of vulnerability that Ted cracked open all the way back at the standoff, maybe they both could have found some closure. But instead, they both slipped back into their roles. This is also displayed through one of Eddington's least talked about and misunderstood characters, Lodge. Lodge repeatedly goes on about losing someone close to him, his daughter, maybe.
Oh, baby, no, I can't get you dessert. I can't get you dessert. Where's that going? I still own it.
About someone in his life being cut off from him, possibly because of a screen.
I asked you to help, yes, but you're in the box. Little precious box. You think it's yours? You think you did it?
And about feeling unwanted.
You don't want me? You don't care about me? Give her back! Give her back!
Every opportunity for vulnerability in Eddington turns into a scramble for control. And like anyone else who dons the badge of the law, Joe exerts control through violence. Violence is the catharsis to his anger. And where better to point that anger than at the man he believes is responsible for ruining his life.
Eric, you should...
In this act of vengeance, Joe not only ends Ted's life, but also his own.
do feel that without somehow reconnecting with each other, reaching out, re-engaging in some meaningful way, there is no hope.
There have been people proclaiming that we are living in the end times for thousands of years. And in a strange, indirect way, anyone who has ever said that at any point in time was correct. We all live to see the end of the world, or I should say, the end of our world, the one we thought we understood. And for many people, Ari Aster included, 2020 was the end of that world.
I think something has gone away that was always at the center of liberal mass democracies, which is this agreed upon vision of what's happening, an agreed upon version of what's real. You could disagree about that thing, but we all kind of agreed about what we were talking about. And that's gone. And it felt like COVID was the moment when that last link was cut, that link to whatever that old world was.
For me, I feel 2020 was the death of a world where technology was merely an accessory to our lives. Over the nearly 30 years I've been on this planet, I've watched this technology, and by extension the internet, have gone from a momentary escape from reality to becoming the place where we feel we actually live our lives as our true selves. And this change was facilitated by the belief that technology was going to usher in an unprecedented amount of human connection, a failed promise that I very much believed in, which is exactly why Sherry Turkle story has resonated with me so much.
What excited me most was the idea that we would use what we learned in the virtual world about ourselves, about our identity, to live better lives in the real world. fast forward to 2012, what happened? I'm still excited by technology, but I believe, and I'm here to make the case, that we're letting it take us places that we don't want to go.
The 2020 lockdown, for the most part, forced us all to live online. And as a result, it felt as though the last tie to a reality I once knew had been severed forever. And with the death of that old world came with it a lot of grief. Joe Cross's story, like all of Ari Aster's films, is a story about grief, especially toward the end of the film as things really start to slip away from Joe. He attempts to use larger socio-political narratives to cover up his own crime, eventually resorting to making a scapegoat out of his own sergeant. Again, the psychological bottom line is probably kicking in. It's telling him that he's doing this in service of a greater good. But Eddington only continues to descend into truly senseless violence. The town is attacked by terrorists of completely unknown origin and true intent. Joe believes them to be members of Antifa, but if the private jet donning what looks like an internet browser icon is anything to go by, in my mind, they are more likely agitators, hired to sow more chaos into this degrading community. The ambiguity in this moment is probably the most divisive part of the entire film, but per usual, the ambiguity serves a clear purpose. As Ari Aster puts it, in the climactic sequence, there's no longer any need for screens. They've done their job. You have these anonymous shooters emerging from the dark. That feels like an interesting metaphor for how the internet tends to work. It grants us anonymity in a way that does not bring out our better selves. The terrorist attack fully devolves Eddington into an action movie. Joe versus a bunch of faceless bad guys. There's a great irony to the entire sequence as Joe demolishes the town he is supposedly trying to protect.
Just talking about these characters being informed by their media intake. Joe is somebody who, he's 50 years old. He would have been in his 20s in the 90s when all those great action movies came out. And at the end of the film, he gets to sort of live in an action movie, shooting at phantoms.
When he briefly escapes the battle, making it back home and running into who he thinks is Louise, the pointlessness of it all starts to seep its way out.
It's because of what I did, isn't it? I'm being called upon, Lorelai. Am I being called upon? Is this what I'm supposed to do? Is this... Am I supposed to? You want me to finish this?
But when he realizes it's just his mother-in-law, Dawn, he slips back into self-aggrandizing.
I'm the one that's taking action. All I had to do was start it, and now I have to finish it. We are in the center of it right now. We are in history.
In a final standoff against one of these phantom terrorists, Joe loses. He ends up completely disabled in a wheelchair, watching as his life directly launches itself toward the future he tried so hard to avoid. Though it feels way too crass to say this, I see Joe's fate as sort of a macabre symbol of exactly what the tech industry and the billionaires who control said industry want us to be. Entirely captive consumers, watching an algorithmically driven distortion of our own lives reflected back at us, all while everything slips further from our control. To quote Danica Young one last time, data analytics make the study of audiences possible at a granular level, but they do not result in the production of media content that reflects and reinforces who we are. Rather, they result in the production of media content that reinforces the most emotionally engaged, attentive versions of ourselves, since that is what is most financially viable for the media industry. There's a sinister inevitability. That's present in each of Ari Aster's films so far. These small seeds that grow to become the tragic fate of our characters, a bit of the ending woven directly into the fabric of the very beginning. For Joe, this comes in the form of COVID-19. Since the beginning of the film, all the way back to the incident with Lodge, he's been sick with it. But it isn't until the end that it fully becomes his undoing.
105, take him to the tent. Look, this guy, he's not treating us. 105, he goes to the hot zone. This one's done anyways.
Perhaps he could have been saved from this fate if only he believed COVID was a real problem. Somehow in Eddington, his fourth film, Ari Aster's inevitable ending induces the most dread it ever has in me. Because though I've spent the entirety of this video going over it, Joe's story is just one of many in Eddington. A story echoed through all of its characters. A story about a girl, one who plainly sees the injustice in the world, who yearns to make a difference, but whose individual impact can only be so large. The story of a boy adopting whatever ideology will get him closer to a girl he wants to connect with. A woman looking for someone to validate her pain and a way to understand what happened to her. A mother using conspiracies to cope with the death of her husband and with feeling abandoned after her daughter leaves her without a trace. And at the center of it all, two men fighting over their vision for Eddington. All of them scared human beings looking for comprehension, control, and community. All the while, their end is being spelled out. These are not individual stories of growth and change, or people finding what they seek. They are all the same story. the story of a data center being built in small-town New Mexico. In her book Mood Machine, Liz Pelly says something that I wish would solidify in the minds of everyone on the internet. Quote, "The platform era capitalized on the human need for connection. Being able to participate does not mean that what you're participating in is fair, though. And platforms mostly only offered the illusion of togetherness. They are not public squares. They're corporate digital enclosures where your every move is tracked. All the turmoil and division, the erosion in Eddington, essentially amounts to nothing more than a giant theatrical production. Every event of the film is logged, monitored, recorded, and uploaded to platforms that are using these events as a means of generating revenue by measuring engagement and the effectiveness of their content recommendation strategy. Or, as Ari Aster puts it,
all of the stories and all of the characters in Eddington are really just, from one perspective, training data.
And it's this, more than anything, that makes me feel like we are doomed. Not because our demise is this unstoppable impending fate, not because change is impossible, but because we are more concerned with what our current reality does for us than what it is doing to us. I fear that we will continue to annihilate each other for what this life gives us, even if it means everything it's taking away is lost forever. That self-interest will always triumph over survival.
A species can only survive if it can accurately detect threats. And if all these imaginary problems consume all of our thoughts, very real problems, will swallow us up.
It feels like the way we interact with each other shows that we have more faith in destroying everything than we have in building something new. Focusing on ostracizing each other instead of engaging with each other only pushes us further away from the possibility of the collective, broad-sweeping change we're seeking. We have more in common than we like to believe. We're all scared human beings looking for guidance and connection in a tumultuous, fractured world. Even in something like a film or a video essay about a film, we continue to wait for answers to come to us. And the more we wait for all those answers, the more I fear that there is no place left for art in this world. If Eddington itself is anything to go by, I'd say that ship has sailed. This film, one which so directly reflects the state we're in, fell face flat with a resounding thud. At best, it was a platform for more discourse, all because it didn't pretend to have an answer. Eddington embodies a power of art that seems to be getting lost in a world of immediate solutions. The power to keep you questioning long enough that you lead yourself to a profound truth.
The real point of these questions is to find the question that is the most activating question. The minute you find an answer, the thing kind of